Slavoj Zizek. The monstrosity of Christ. A short circuit occurs when there is a faulty connection in the network. Faulty, of course, from the standpoint of the network's smooth functioning, is not. The shock of short-circuiting, therefore, one of the best metaphors for a critical reading, is not one of the most effective critical procedures to cross wires that do not usually touch, to take a major classic, text, author, notion, and read it in a short-circuiting way, through the lens of a minor author, text, or conceptual apparatus. Minor should be understood here in Deleuze's sense. Not of lesser quality, but marginalized, disavowed by the hegemonic ideology, or dealing with a lower, less dignified topic. If the minor reference is well chosen, such a procedure can lead to insights which completely shatter and undermine our common perceptions. This is what Marx, among others, did with philosophy and religion, short-circuiting philosophical speculation through the lens of political economy, that is to say, economic speculation. This is what Freud and Nietzsche did with morality, short-circuiting the highest ethical notions through the lens of the unconscious libidinal economy. What such a reading achieves is not a simple desublimation, a reduction of the higher intellectual content to its lower economic or libidinal cause. The aim of such an approach is, rather, the inherent decentering of the interpreted text, which brings to light its unthought, its disavowed presuppositions and consequences. And this is what short circuits wants to do, again and again. The underlying premise of the series is that Lacanian psychoanalysis is a privileged instrument of such an approach, whose purpose is to illuminate a standard text or ideological formation, making it readable in a totally new way. The long history of Lacanian interventions in philosophy, religion, the arts, from the visual arts to the cinema, music and literature, ideology, and politics justice. This premise. This, then, is not a new series of books on psychoanalysis, but a series of connections in the Freudian eld of short Lacanian interventions in art, philosophy, theology, and ideology. Short Circuits wants to revive a practice of reading which confronts a classic text, author, or notion with its own hidden presuppositions, and thus reveals its disavowed truth. The basic criterion for the texts that will be published is that they effectuate such a theoretical short circuit. After reading a book in this series, the reader should not simply have learned something new. The point is, rather, to make him or her aware of another disturbing side of something he or she knew all the time. Introduction, Holy Saturday or Resurrection Sunday. Staging an unlikely debate. Creston Davis. If the theological was marginalized in the age of Western secular modernity, it has now returned with a vengeance. Theology is reconquering the very makeup of the humanities in general, with disciplines like philosophy, political science, literature, history, psychoanalysis, and critical theory, in particular. Feeling the impact of this return. There are many ways of accounting for this surprising development, but one stands out, namely, the collapse of communism in the late S and early S and the subsequent global expansion of capitalism under the aegis of the American global empire. So extensive and profound have been the effects of this development that some have celebrated it as the victory not merely of an economic order or ideology, but of life itself. We are told that life, history, humanity has attained its end. But just as humanity was said to be reaching the summit of its development, a feeling emerged in the collective consciousnesses of philosophers, critics, poets, and theologians. Something was being lost, forgotten. The exceeding depth of humanity was being overrun by the end of mindless material consumption, and the mysterious truths and hopes of humanity and history were being sold out to the markets. The new logic of this new world order was a crass, conspicuous logic of the nouveau riche. In response to the advent of this capitalist nihilism, thought the act of thinking was forced to end a new way forward, a new source of hope. It had to appeal to a tradition that could resist the hegemony of capitalism and its presupposition, the individual will to power. Thinkers of resistance to capitalist depredation could no longer appeal to the humanist Marxist tradition alone, especially as the history of actually existing Marxism now folded before the juggernaut of capitalism. This was the opening for the theological. The portal to theology was opened precisely because capitalism is ultimately a self-enclosed structure, and so theology gives us a way to transcend capital, premised on relationality and not on ego, the Hegelian in itself. Yet, this new thought could not simply embrace the theological and repudiate the older tradition of resistance. Not only because the theological is equivocal, and so not universally opposed to the advent of capitalist nihilism, as Marx duly noted, but also because the Marxist tradition, even in historic defeat, was not defeated without remainder. This is to say, even in its death, it retains a truth that exceeds the bureaucratic, nihilistic materialism or immanentism without remainder that was defeated with the fall of the wall in. That truth is that humanity is material, thus the material world cannot be written in favor of some kind of retreat into an ethereal transcendence. Thus accounts of human nourishing and resistance to capitalist nihilism must be thoroughly material. So, in the end, this new thought must be critical of the Marxist communist tradition without being dismissive. This is the problematic that gives rise to a new logic that nurtures a world beyond a secular immanentist humanism and its unavoidable conclusion: capitalist indifference. By secular humanism I mean that which obeys the Kantian injunction to conceive of the possibilities of human experience without reference to transcendence. The basic idea here is to recover or reconnect transcendence with a militant materialism. Daniel Bell nicely summarizes this movement away from a self-enclosed humanistic immanent worldview toward a properly transcendent but nevertheless revolutionary, material politics. When he writes, "For a time it was fashionable in some revolutionary circles to suggest that liberation was to be found only beyond the con-ness of transcendence. If humanity was to overcome the addictions of this present age, then a genuinely revolutionary politics must eschew, indeed escape, the constrictions of transcendence. Now, the dismissal of transcendence is being reconsidered. While totalizing discourse may be anathema and practice celebrated, it is recognized that liberation hinges upon a prior ontology that maps the trajectories of the constitutive power of life. And for a time it was also popular to espouse a militant atheism, to insist that liberation, if it is to be truly liberative, reject appeals to transcendence, and its handmaid, theology, in accord with the received prejudice that transcendence was but a species of opiate. Thus is the stage set upon which two of the most significant thinkers of our time meet. In the pages that follow, the Orthodox Christian theologian John Milbank and the militant Marxist Slavoj Zizek engage one another around this revolutionary political problematic: how can the theological and the material unite to fund resistance to capitalist nihilism? As an aid to the reader, in what follows I introduce the political, philosophical, theological currents and conundrums that help to stage and ash out the background for the debate. I do this in 3 steps. In the RST section, I show how modernity is premised on a false dichotomy between reason and faith which continues to plague contemporary forms of theology, especially Protestant and Catholic liberalism, and which a materialist Philosophy cum theology of resistance seeks to overcome. What is a particular interest for our purposes is the fact that both Milbank and Zizek see the philosopher G.W.F. Hegel as crucial to developing a theology of resistance, albeit in different ways. For Zizek, Hegel helps to resolve this deadlock. Whereas Milbank is convinced that Hegel, or at least half of Hegel, continues to perpetuate it, while other aspects of Hegel signal a way beyond dialectics into theological paradox. This RST section will then develop the basic building blocks of a materialist theology and philosophy. In the second section, we turn to postmodernism and its relationship to theology. This section traces out what happens to philosophy and theology, and even to the foundations of logic, once Hegel is prematurely dismissed as a totalizing thinker. In short, what we observe is language overtaking physics and theology, and nally falling prey to the powers of capitalism and empire. And it is helpful to register Alain Badiou's view that philosophy after the linguistic turn forgets its original desire. What is at stake, then, is how Milbank and Zizek understand Hegel as a way of recovering from the ashes of philosophy in the 20th century. The third and NAL section shows how the need for a theology of resistance is necessarily dependent on the Zizek/Milbank debate, because it helps to open a passage beyond the deadlock of the twin ideological structures of capitalist empire, namely postmodernism, philosophy, and Protestant and Catholic liberalism, theology. The movement beyond these ideological lacunas radically changes the coordinates of the very nature of theology. But then the question becomes, what is theology? Is theology essentially orthodox a la Milbank, or could it be that theology itself is radically heterodox, as Zizek zealously argues? In what sense could Zizek be right when, in his response to Milbank, he argues that he is more of a Christian than Milbank? The possibility that Christianity, in a Philip K. Dick twist, may have returned to its displaced origins, in which different communities wrestled over the very truth and meaning of Christianity and its practice, has become a viable thesis again. Toward a materialist theology. In order to understand the operating coordinates on which theology is being reconceptualized through this Zizek/Milbank dialogue, we must understand the background of this debate. Indeed, this debate makes sense only against the backdrop of two basic but interdependent logical relations: the relation between reason and myth in the epoch called modernity, and the breakdown of modernity's coherent thought structure in the wake of post-modernism. In what follows, I will frame the debate in light of these two epochs and their constitutive conditions, beginning with modernity. For whatever the epoch of modernity really is, and I am convinced that we will struggle for a coherent conception of it for a long time to come. Reason stands against myth, superstition, and the theological in order to assess reason, pure and autonomous reason, has proved at least wanting, if not downright irrational. If the Middle Ages failed to employ enough reason, which is debatable, if not out stereotype, in itself, then secular modernity has employed too much of it, even to the point of contradiction. Thus, to hazard an admittedly premature conjecture, and this is my conjecture, the return to the theological in our time may be a call, once again, to strike a balance between reason and myth, between belief and faith, between political struggle and the secular state, and between the divine and the human. But the attempt to strike such a balance between reason and faith has proved a very difficult business. How does one proceed? The question of striking a balance is always a question of mediation. It is, as Hegel reminds us, always a question of relation. We must therefore seek a way of relating two terms that were for centuries posed in opposition to each other. There are many examples of this, but let me give two. There are, on the one hand, the pure rationalists, who are the culmination of the Enlightenment ideals about the primacy of reason. Although there are many examples of rationalists, we can name just three. There is François-Marie Arouet, Voltaire, James C. Ellioord, and Ludwig Feuerbach. Voltaire, influenced by the empiricist John Locke and Isaac Newton, raged against any kind of mystery in the cosmos, preferring instead to settle for a cold universe driven by the machine of pessimistic reason. For C. Ellioord, the duty to reason led directly to an irrational maxim, viz. It is wrong always, everywhere, and for anyone, to believe anything upon insouciant evidence. The third example is Feuerbach's transformation of philosophy into anthropology, which, as George Lukács rightly pointed out, caused man sick to be come frozen in AXED objectivity and thus dismissed both dialectic's relation between things and history as process beyond man. What remained for Lukács in the wake of Feuerbach's anthropological turn was a state of total recation and commodity-cation in which the dynamic process of change and UX was arrested by a capitalist logic of reproduction of the same. On the other side, there is the pure religious thinker, or, in more pejorative terms, the deist of the Barthian or Neo-Wittgensteinian ilk. The central axiom of the deist tradition is the conviction that religious discourse is self-referential, intertextual, and autonomous, and thus sectarian. Dennis Turner rightly explains this theology as an autonomous and exclusive set of rules governing talk of religious objects. Such talk makes sense only in and for that language game. It does not make sense in terms of any other form of discourse or language game. And because deism acquires meaning only from within itself, it cannot be understood by reference to historical realities, and so, evidence is neither here nor there from the religious point of view. In short, deism becomes the systematic evacuation of material history, and takes two forms: Barthian, post-liberal theology, Yale and Duke schools, and a certain variant of Bultmannianism. In both cases, the collapsing of the religious within a delimited and self-referential linguistic economy, seen supremely in Barth's abandonment of a natural knowledge of God, is an unconditional concession to the truth and politics of the Enlightenment. Thus, we have two polemically opposed positions within modernity. There is the atheist, rationalist stance on the one side, and, on the other side, there is Barthian/Bultmannian deism. But for all their differences, there emerges one common feature that connects these oppositions at a deeper level. In both attempts to shore up their own internally coherent positions, they have done so at a great cost, a cost that is presupposed by their respective conceptual and linguistic congruations. For the rationalist, the mechanical world is wholly devoid of surprise, mystery, and wonder. The world is, in all its banal predictability. Whereas for the deist the world is mediated only through a linguistically guaranteed structure in which all is accounted for prior to saying it. In other words, the economy of meaning is secured even before words are used. Only for the deist, what is accounted for is a dematerialized ghetto that cannot account for the material conditions within which its very existence makes sense. The problem stated bluntly, therefore, is that each side, rationalist/deist, is not only unable to speak to the other, but does not need to in order to persist. In other words, each side fails to risk its own stance in order to be open to something new, some new logic of connection, à la Hegel's non-reductive relation, which we will examine below. after the 40 ed structures of modernity, stands in all its melodramatic glory. Consequently, the commonality between the rational atheist and the irrational deist is that there is nothing that cannot be accounted for within their respective structure of linguistic and rational articulation. The atheist and the theist may be absolutely opposed, but in a more fundamental sense, they operate on a logic of the unsurprising eternal return of the same linguistic and concomitant conceptual and practical structure. In other words, the linguistic horizon, in the Heideggerian sense, becomes the transcendental a priori that is always assumed but never questioned. This is an internally self-referential structure, another way of saying that it is a self-mediating process, Hegel's in itself. And, insofar as there is a self-mediation process in the heart of their discourses, then these structures of thought really are unrescuably idealistic. Reason versus fideism. At RST Blush, the debate that has emerged between John Milbank and Slavoj Zizek is the most improbable of developments, and seems to fall into this dualism of rationalism, Zizek, and deism, Milbank, that I have outlined above. Again, on the surface, these thinkers represent two visions that could not be more diametrically opposed. Zizek is a full-blooded militant atheist who represents the critical materialist stance against religion's illusions, beginning with Hegel, Marx, and Feuerbach up to the French structuralist tradition that reaches its apex in the thought of Louis Althusser and Jacques Lacan. By contrast, Milbank is an equally potent and provocative thinker who argues for the opposite thesis, namely that only theology gives us a true foundation on which knowledge, politics, and ethics can nally stand. A new materialist theology, not modern philosophy, alone stands against the shifting sands of liberal and cultural nihilism. Milbank arrives at this thesis by ingeniously appropriating central theological doctrines from such thinkers as Augustine, Aquinas, Nicholas of Cusa, Giambattista Vico, and Henry de Lubac. So just as Zizek stirs up the grounds for a revival of atheism, Milbank argues for the opposite, a return to a robust and unadulterated theology. And as if this atheistic/theological opposition were not enough, each has an equally opposing outlook. For Zizek the world is an essentially dark place that embodies an inherent negativity, whereas for Milbank the world alights in the very excesses of God's innate love for the world. For Zizek, existence is a struggle about tarrying with the negative, whereas for Milbank, it is about the movement of being's reconciliation with itself. From these prima facie observations one would expect something akin to the repulsion exhibited by magnets. The result of this repulsion outstrips conversation, and only resembles or simply repeats the fruitlessness and incommensurability of contemporary clashes of the new atheists and their Christian, theistic, opponents. Here I am thinking of the popularized version of the theistic/atheistic debate represented by such thinkers as Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, and Samuel Harris on the atheist side, and O.S. Guinness, Alistair McGrath, Norman Geisler, and R.C. Sproul on the theist side. But for all the pomp and circumstance of this debate, in the end, it only manages to recapitulate the same premises with which each side begins. Consequently, the debate over the truth of either stance can never be resolved through the arbitration of speculative reason, and this because each side appears to be deerrant, but, on a deeper level, they share the exact same version of that which underlies their very thinking, viz. secular reason. Reason functions in this atheistic/theistic debate in a very limited, even reductionist way, as it becomes the NAL arbiter of all truth forced into propositional form and thus sundered from everyday life. The primacy of the split between thought and action is maintained throughout this so-called debate. And this is the basic point that Simon Critchley makes in his short book Continental Philosophy, that modern thought, from its original inception, founds an intractable nihilism, owing to its dualism structured and established between thinking and acting. For the Kantian critique of metaphysics ends up appealing to a fundamental alienation grounded in an austere mechanical universe that cannot give rise to freedom. Critchley nicely highlights the Kantian problem in the following way: doesn't Kant leave human beings in what Hegel and Marx might have called the amphibious position of being both freely subject to the moral law and determined by an objective world of nature that has been stripped of any value and which stands over against human beings as a world of alienation? Isn't individual freedom reduced to an abstraction in the face of an indie-errant world of objects that are available to one at a price as commodities? According to this view, all truth is disclosed within the limits of reason alone, such that it remains disembodied, inert, and above all mechanical. It is no surprise that a pure atheistic naturalism would take up this version of secu la reason. But what is more surprising still is that a theistic stance espouses such a prosaic view. Yet this surprise dissipates when you examine the version of theism that embraces a view of God as being nothing more than the idol of classical foundationalism. God, under this view, becomes a perfect and predictable deus ex machina who guarantees the outcome of events before they happen. This version of God is what Lacanian psychoanalytic theory calls the big other, a kind of guarantee of global meaning, which should be a solace as it gets us over the hook. So the ideological import is, if you believe in the God derived from secular reason, then paradoxically you don't have to believe in anything external to the imaginary order at all. Thus, the worship of the God of reason is less about a liturgy of the world unfolding through a tradition and a historic community called church, and more about how this God is predictable within the limits of reason alone, and can justify the continual existence of an unjust political order. In the NAL analysis, the deist God necessarily dissolves faith and lets you owe the hook. Zizek witnessed this kind of contemporary theistic ideology as it was perfectly distilled in a church frontal sign in Chicago in spring. The sign read, "We don't believe in God, we know God." Here the very notion of faith is altogether removed from the practice of religion insofar as knowledge hijacks daza, belief. Thus paradoxically, for those modern believers who accept the terms of the dichotomy between faith and reason, God is known, and therefore should not be believed in. With this we can see firsthand how knowledge and belief are totally sundered from each other, which is the basic matrix of ideology for Zizek's twist on the core, Marxist concept of ideology. Here Zizek submits that the rudimentary definition of ideology is taken from Marx's work, Capital. They do not know it, but they are doing it. Under the standard Marxist view, reality and how it appears to us, or how we learn to believe in this reality, are dissociated from each other, and this gap is the very thing that helps to reproduce the social status quo without questioning it. Here we can see that religious knowledge is believed in without being arrived at through any kind of discursive process. In other words, the way by which such knowledge as God exists is derived is itself hidden from the very process through which such a claim is achieved. The identikation of this mysterious hidden process of reasoning is precisely the meaning of the concept of ideology. Zizek's twist on Marx's notion of ideology is helpful here in that it adds the additional idea that we humans within capitalism know full well that this reality presented to us is a total fake, but nevertheless we continue following it because we no longer believe in anything at all beyond the immediate appearance of things. Tony Myers nicely summarizes Zizek's twist on ideology, which is located in what we do and not in what we know or even how we come to know. Our belief in an ideology is thus staged in advance of our understanding of the fact. So, according to Myers, Zizek thinks that when we convert to the church, when we actually believe, all we are doing is recognizing the fact that our belief has already been decided and pre-exists our knowledge of it. This ideology is a problem for both Zizek and Milbank. But for the latter, the church is not simply reducible to ideology, but is exactly that community by which such illusion is shattered by entering into a divine community beyond this world. Consequently, the theistic God of McGrath et.al. is thus not so much a being as much as a dematerialized logic that never touches, much less changes, the world. And this entails that the incarnation, and, by extension, Orthodox Christianity, is rendered impossible under this condition of secular neutral, and so, ideological, reason. In short, although this Dawkins/McGrath debate looks genuine, and is certainly successful in terms of selling a great many books, it nevertheless is only a limited and not very intellectually significant debate. It is more an exercise in ideological misinterpretation of the same premises than a real debate, because it fails to risk foregoing the very existence of what both sides presuppose. For is it not the case that modernity's mode of reason, for all its worth, cannot bring reason under its own critique? Is not the Achilles heel of reason precisely the fact that it cannot be deployed against itself? This is because if you fold reason back against itself, it panics. In this respect, like a person without a face, reason cannot tolerate the representation of its own mirror image. So, in the end, the atheists' and the secular theists' views of reason and how it functions remain more or less identical, and far from organizing a theology of resistance that overthrows the established order, this false debate only ever manages to perpetuate and reproduce it. By contrast to this ideological debate, the conversation between Milbank and Zizek takes place on an entirely different plane, as they are not only concerned with how reason, logos word, connects up and distinguishes between different concepts, but also and perhaps more importantly they interrogate the very foundation of reason as such, and help stage a theology that resists global capitalism. Here Milbank and Zizek radicalize both Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer's study that linked Enlightenment reason to capitalism in their Dialectic of Enlightenment. This debate goes beyond a critique of the culture industry, indeed, it risks everything, as it goes to the heart of the problem by never hedging. It asks simple but devastating questions such as, what is reason? How does reason function? What does reason do, and what are its limits? These are the questions that we must risk even as we toil with dispensing our enslaved tutelage of the Ray ed Kantian individualism that undercuts our social connections, or, better, creates false ones. We must do this because if we are really honest about the status of reason in the history of philosophy and theology, we ineluctably encounter its terrifying hidden supplement, that is, reason's otherness that does not show its truth so long as we naively accept its face value. What Hegel called the ruse of reason. The unabashed demand to penetrate beyond the generic view of Enlightenment reason radically separates this debate from the Dawkins/McGrath one and many others besides. This desire to go beyond the impoverished Enlightenment view of reason is a central theme that permeates the whole thought structure of both Milbank and Zizek. This, above all, enables us to turn the standard view of Enlightenment on its head and fuse action with thought once again. In very precise ways, I believe this overturning of Enlightenment reason can be seen in Zizek's view of the term word, logos, derived from Schelling, in which the subject nally nds himself completes his desire for himself because, in the word, he directly attains himself. But, and here is the radical twist, the subject nally attains himself at the cost of forever losing himself in the very word or symbolization that takes place outside the self. This positing of the self through the word that entails its absolute loss is a certain twist on the early Christian thinker Augustine, whose idea of self remains internally divided until it reaches its consummate rest in God. Indeed, for Zizek, as for Augustine, there is no uni ed self or cogito, which is the standard reading of the famous Descartes statement I think, therefore I am. Milbank agrees here, the subject is never the cause of itself, but is rather only ever a response to its cause in God. This raises the issue about how to grasp Descartes' foundation of the subject within the vascular domain of the cogito. There are at least two different readings of Descartes' cogito. Either it reis the subject as wholly centered on itself, the basic premise of liberalism, or Nietzsche's will to power, or else it gets swallowed up by forces external to it, and disappears altogether, antimetaphysics Levinas, middle Derrida, etc. The former reading is the liberal Kantian reading in which the self is fundamentally autonomous, self-caused, and in need of no one, whereas the latter reading is totally enraptured by the postmodern view that, in the end, all reality is a construction of language such that the subject altogether vanishes in the name of the objectivity of language. Zizek attends to this problem by formulating how Descartes arrives at the cogito, namely, through the method of doubt that is essentially a process of transformation between the objectivity of nature and the process of subjective ity in concrete language. Zizek describes this process of coming to subjectivity through the experience of total loss. At the kernel of the cogito there is an empty abyss of negativity. The subject is a total void, and therefore does not exist. If for Zizek the subject is constituted in the gap between nature and its representation in the symbolic order, then for Milbank the subject is itself an invention of modernity. It is true that Milbank and Zizek both agree that the subject, i.e., night being, is not by itself substantially, in and of itself, anything at all, but each has radically different ways of unpacking this rather esoteric and heterodox stance. Indeed, Milbank's theology preserves genuine nitude and contingency, and so goes against Zizek, arguing that every moment is a false recation of an esoteric process. So theology's ontology of paradox secures night belonging to the in-night order of things in a way that is fully real, if totally paradoxical, because eternity and time merge. Thus for Milbank, talk of the subject is already framed in terms of the secular order sundered from the true ground of all things in God. So, for orthodox theology it is better to think of the locus called self as always mediated not by a primordial violence, against which the subject must struggle in order to exist, but rather through a more fundamental peace within which the self develops as an excessive gift, unfolding within the plenitude of being as such, that is, the Trinitarian God of Christianity. Thus this true self is not so much a social construction à la Foucault, for Milbank, but has its being only insofar as it is participating in the in-night love of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Drawing on Aquinas and Dionysian paradox, Milbank argues that God, in a manner, exists outside God, which in this very excess births all nitude within which the self is born. Of course one should not mistakenly think of the self as possessing itself only in relation to a static God, like Aristotle's unmoved mover. For Milbank, Fall. Lowing Aquinas, God is not substance in the sense of an isolated self-founding thing, as a substrate for something else and as substance in contract with ac. Sident. So Milbank accepts substance for God in a very negative sense of self. Sutiency. The picture here is inherently dynamic. The self for Milbank is thus never stabilized but unfolds into the innate God who also unfolds as the creation of love. Therefore, unlike Zizek, for whom the subject happens between nature and culture and is only ever negatively dened, for Milbank the self is the materialization of God's love as gratuitous gift. But unlike the world as an irrepressible positive moment of love that Milbank's theology articulates, Zizek's world is less romantic. They are both equally pessimistic about the foundations of modern philosophy because the latter, as each understands it, rests on a negative posture of being. This is the belief that the natural world is devoid of surprise, and that, in the words of Michael Hart, the existence of something is the active negation of something else. But whereas for Milbank this negative stance is a mandate against the entire edce of modern philosophy, whose apex is Hegel's violent ontology, Zizek sees redemption at the heart of this darkness in the purely negative movement of dialectical undoing. Again they both agree that modernity is radically contingent and always destabilized. In other words, the social and cultural spheres are shot through with anxiety. But the strategy that Zizek deploys to address this reality is called the vanishing mediator, which acts as a conductor through which different stages of history unfold and after which the conductor epoch bridge disappears. This strategy is a product of Hegel's dialectical truth, which I will address below, but is used by Zizek to further the Marxist revolutionary position. This happens because if history unfolds through different stages, and there is no fundamental ahistorical ground, then what you have in the heart of being, for Zizek, is that which can always reverse the dominant power structure through itself. It is this destabilization that pro-ERS inherent revolutionary possibilities. This question of the subject and the self is among the basic questions that have generated the debate between Milbank and Zizek. Indeed, it is only by daring to look into the Fort Knox of secular reason that such a debate emerges, and thought is freed from its chains. And the gur for directing our attention to the reinforcing foundation of reason is none other than Hegel himself. For both Milbank and Zizek, it is Hegel who both brings modernity to an apex and, in that very moment, opens up a way beyond. Hegel, the crack in reason. The debate in this book is principally framed by how Zizek and Milbank interpret and idiosyncratically appropriate Hegel in their respective ways. In my view, Hegel is not only the most important gur here, but the most significant thinker in modern and 20th century philosophy and theology. This may sound like an outlandish claim, but keep in mind that Hegel's importance was marginalized throughout 20th century philosophy because, and here I follow Alain Badiou, philosophy has announced a certain end to the quest for truth. Instead, philosophy compromises itself by settling for prioritizing language as absolute. But this anti-metaphysical bias in recent philosophy has given way to a return to a quest for the truth of being in the world, and Zizek and Milbank are two key gurs in this return to truth. Hegel's robust philosophical and theological structure stands in stark relief from the bashful and timid styles of thinking that have dominated the recent terrain of thought. The reason for this is that Hegel is a thinker of the whole, for the true is the whole, and is nothing other than the essence consummating itself through itself as organic process. Hegel arrives at a structure that demands A deep organic unity by overcoming surface fragmentation, or what David Harvey calls the time, space compression and Frederick Jameson calls the postmodern condition. To perceive the whole, however, is never easy, and most certainly cannot materialize by simple empirical observation of the world's isolated objects and facts, which are necessarily disassociated from nature. The empirical, the immediate experience of sense, for Hegel is thus limited to simply repeating the world's fragmentation, and here we can begin to see the ligaments of Marx and Zizek's notion of ideology. Hegel thinks that the empirical sensing of an object tricks us because we do not question how the object's appearance becomes an immediate certainty. He shows how the empirical view of knowledge traps us because it perceives the object as if it were not mediated through something else. The empirical thus only repeats fragmentation. So to overcome fragmentation one must bypass the tyranny of the empirical, and Hegel does this by embracing a way to think about the world beyond the immediate presentation of itself as an object already sundered from the subject. So, rather than thinking about the world as an object, or a fragmented chain of rayed things, Hegel overcomes the world's fragmentation by developing an idealism founded in unity. The basic premise of idealism is that individuated objects such as a book, a cow, a house, a person, and so forth may not exist without the accompaniment of the idea the mind, consciousness, has about them. So the object is always already bound up in the complex mediating process of the subject's thinking it, and conversely, the subject's thinking the object is itself bound up in the object's very existence. This is what Hegel means when he says that substance is subject, the living substance is being which is in truth subject and is in truth actual. In the moment of positing itself as the mediation of its self-othering with itself. The point here is that Hegel introduces into philosophy a way of reuniting the world, substance and subject, form and content, truth and its practice, etc., through a process of ontological mediation. The premise is, before anything there is relation. But this mediation of the world's parts is itself internally divided. This paradox that lies at the heart of Hegel's ontology springs forth, and the world is at once united in the whole, consciousness, but in the very positing of the whole there is from within it a self-othering rupture or sewer, or, as Lacan would say, a cut, in being's very disclosure of itself. In other words, the whole with which the world presents itself in its naked reality cannot appear in its empirical manifestation without compromising this unity. The paradox is that the whole appears, and when it does, its very appearance ruptures it from within the very disclosure of itself. We can observe the history of philosophy and theology that takes a radical turn after Hegel's ontology, a turn so radical that its effects remain incalculable to this very day. For here, the foundation of reason qua reason is turned against itself and can no longer contain its own truths. This consequent forces a mediating way called dialectical sublation. Reason's fractured, self-enclosed foundation introduces into thought an insidious and intractable panic. The question that thought asks in the wake of Hegel is this: if there really is no universal foundation of reason, what Heidegger properly called onto theology, then is there anything at all? Responding to this question brings us to our second signpost, viz. the timid process called postmodernism. To postmodernism and theology, the twisting of Hegel. In contrast to a self-enclosed structure of the rational and the linguistic deist, we could think of postmodernism as being highly critical of the unity of the stable Saussurean sign, a shift from the sine et to the sine er that opens up a perpetual detour down the pathway to a truth that has lost all status and nality, not to mention creditability. And once truth and the sine ed have lost security, suddenly securing the ground of all truth within a singular physical structure is rendered impossible. The death of metaphysics delivers a death blow to theology, especially the deist Barthian project, because if God, in the Christian sense, is the NAL ground of truth, the true sine ed by which all sine cation is guaranteed, then God is actively castrated from the symbolic order and from all language as such. In the wake of this, post-liberal theology must surrender even further from a common notion of historical knowledge, and this signals an even more devastating sign, viz., the fear of looking into the abyss of reason. The metaphysical God is nailed to the cross by the logic of the sine cruci. Ed. Yet, on the other hand, far from being the NAL blow to the theological, I argue, in contrast with Zizek, but with Milbank, that postmodernism can be seen as the RST step in the smashing of the idol of language as such, demonstrating that the economy of the sign becomes itself a truth EECT of its own logic, such that the unfolding of the lines of sine cation, as a whole, sneaks the absolute foundation of the sine ed in through the back door. Thus, by deconstructing metaphysics, a new metaphysics of language is erected in its place. A metaphysics of language is substituted for a metaphysics of truth. Consequently, truth and any appeal to transcendence, and its handmaid, theology, is rendered impossible. But far from the liquidation of theology, Milbank, but not Zizek, sees that postmodernism is a step that can return us to a theology and a more fundamental truth, albeit a necessary but insouciant step. It is a return to a process that cannot be captured by the self-enclosed logic of the omnipresence of an end-less series of de-erring meaning. For is not de-errance the ken of a Kantian a priori that simply repeats itself identically? By contrast to this, the Milbank/Zizek debate, on my view, is a response to the reality that something is exceeding the essentially conservative stance of the postmodern structure of language. As such, it is at this precise juncture that postmodernism has certainly done its work, but this work's critical stance nevertheless fails to transcend its own symptom of critique, again falling prey to the ruse of reason, which ironically is why Hegel must be dispensed with. And this is where the resuscitation of thought must be our RST priority, a view that thinking itself must pass beyond this passive stance by articulating a positive structure that risks touching the innate. And here I follow Alain Badiou when he maintains that philosophy must examine the possibility of a point of interruption, not because all this must be interrupted, but because thought at least must be able to extract itself from this circulation and take possession of itself once again as something other than an object of circulation. The eruption of the tyrannical circulation of the sign is the sine qua non of the very existence of philosophy, theology, and thinking as ontological participation. And this is where Hegel, as the central guru of the Zizek/Milbank debate, directs us back to, and beyond, the ground of reason and logic. As we have seen, it was Hegel who confronted the nihilism of modernity, manifested in the Kantian dualism, that began with Scotus and nominalist theology, which subsequently went through Descartes, as Milbank understands it, between duty and freedom, between form and content, and between the is and the ought. But the only way around this deadlock for Hegel was to penetrate beyond the crust of reason and into its very abyss. Hegel's dialectical method is founded on the deepest level of relation, beyond fragmented Son, that nally out Angst Kant's dualism. Consequently, Hegel's strong method gives us the coordinates for unifying the fragmented parts into a whole. This process attracts both Milbank and Zizek, only each thinker radically twists Hegel in his own unique ways. But before we delineate both Milbank's and Zizek's unique adaptation of Hegel's dialectical thinking, I want to identify the very notion of the dialectic itself, and from here we will better see how their respective idiosyncratic twists are formulated. The dialectical method. On Milbank's view, Hegel's dialectical method must be seen, in the place, as a method. It is properly a way by which the world is constituted. But Milbank and Zizek will immediately diverge on the basic claim of the very meaning of method. For example, Milbank understands the dialectic as something wholly external to that about which it is applied, viz., the world. In EECT, then, Milbank sees the dialectic as simply and irredeemably dualistic. There is the method and, set over against this, there is the world. And because the method is dualistic, it is, for Milbank, not radical enough, it is too conservative and removed from the world, and acts as a kind of bourgeois academic observer, overlooking the world from the safe distance of an armchair, second-order thinker who can only ever think about the world. The point of materially thinking the world is always and already to change the world, for Milbank. Moreover, the dialectical thinker is thus afraid of the world and so constructs a method about it behind which one can too easily hide, like the Wizard of Oz, hiding behind the curtain. In this way, the science of perception, or phenomenology, especially as seen in Hegel and later in Edmund Husserl and his followers like Heidegger and Derrida, as glossed by Milbank, commits the error of erecting a privileged a priori elitist vantage point about the world, which is not the world but nevertheless determines what the world is before it becomes, as it were, itself. Where Zizek agrees with Milbank is precisely the truth about the dialectic. It is a methodology that approaches the world, but he would make an exception to Milbank's belief that thinking about the world, as method, is a misconstrual of both logic and being of the world. For Zizek, thinking about the world is always already the world, so method is fused with reality and constructs reality. In revolutionary becoming, in the end, the d'errance turns on the question: what is method? Does it hide a dualism, or does it overcome it through a dialectical process? At best, Milbank's relation to Hegel is equivocal. The title of his chapter on Hegel in the classic text Theology and Social Theory testes to this, for and against Hegel. That is to say, Milbank both appropriates Hegel's genealogical method, whereby the fragments of history are synthesized into the whole, Arnali Christian, but also rejects Hegel's pure dialectical method as too ahistorical. Thus, what you have with Hegel, according to Milbank, is a relation between history and non-history, between the whole of historical synthesis and the identical repetition of a historical method. Milbank thus rejects Hegel because the dialectical method is situated outside the unfolding in night plenitude of beings. Ux as it overouts in God's very being as pure act. The point, if true, is fair enough, if one attempts to explain being from a static and ahistorical perspective of method, then that which it is trying to explain, viz. Being, will explain nothing but the truths found in method, and know nothing of being's ways as they out forth from within and beyond. In sum, for Milbank, Hegel is not radical enough, for he fails to throw himself into the very middle of being's making, and from within the middle arrive at its truth. Milbank concludes that dialectics, which depend upon the myth of negation, is therefore another mode of the Cartesian arsenal. By its means, he Gell once more subordinates the contingencies of human making/speaking to the supposedly logical articulation of a subjectivity hidden within dialectical methodology which is secretly in command throughout. Similarly for Zizek, whose work is increasingly drawing on aspects of Christian theology even to the point where he refers to himself as a materialist theologian, the fundamental reality of which he reads through the kenosis of God in Christ. Christ on his view is the monstrum, monster, that is, the exceptional that cannot be accounted for in rational terms alone and is, paradoxically, that on which the rational itself rests. This is seen in the event of the death of Christ that gives humanity the possibility of resistance in the birth of the Church as embodied in the Holy Spirit. And Zizek, following Badiou and their master, Lacan, subscribes to the theme of the eruptive event. For in order for reality to reproduce itself, its reproduction, a la Hegel, must always contain its properly dialectical other. It has to rely on an inherent excess which grounds it, for the real cannot be encountered directly, and the trauma of experiencing it is displaced by the freeze framing of the imaginary founded in the symbolic order. As for the emerging post-secular theological horizon, the eruption of the world does not stand over against language, but is both imbued with it as the divine word and yet is always also something that exceeds language, appears as an indeniable aporia that consistently disrupts the rational. As Milbank maintains, being is basically most paradoxical, it is always exceeding itself. By bringing together the in-night and the night without collapsing them into a monolithic process, or, more strictly, method. Therefore theology always resists being de-net in terms of idealism, rationalism, or deism in a man. Theology always de-nets the world through itself. To put it deherently, theology, for Milbank, always arrives in the monstrosity named the incarnational event, which is non-reductively reconciled not through the conservative domestic foundation of reason but, rather, via the Holy Spirit back to the unity with the Father. The whole of the cosmos, all time and space, basically happens between the unfolding love of Trinitarian relations. By contrast to this ontology, Zizek's God reveals himself in a radically self-emptying process, to the point where God's love for the world results in sacrificing his own transcendence, that is, his own distance from the world, if you will, in order to be more fully God. This is why, as Zizek says, following Hegel, what we have after Crucifixion, namely, the resurrected God, is neither God the Father nor God the Son, it is the Holy Ghost. And, as the Scriptures say, the Holy Ghost is love between believers, it is the spirit of the community of believers. These famous words of Christ, whenever two or three are gathered together in love, I am in the midst of you. Zizek thinks we should all take this passage literally. And this hones in on a basic difference between Zizek and Milbank. This difference is that Zizek takes God's act of revelation without reservation. Revelation means absolute kenosis, after which transcendence has now arrived in the heart of the material world, completely devoid of the protection that transcendence guarantees. Milbank, on the other hand, sides with transcendence, which is fully revealed in God's kenosis in Christ, but is not compromised in the act of incarnation. Indeed, God's incarnation in Christ, for Milbank, frees the world from itself by opening up the very portals beyond our realm. So, to hazard a thesis, for Milbank, God's act of incarnation saves the world from itself by opening up a way beyond the material realm into the beyond of the in-night life of God. Whereas for Zizek the same event signals the reality of a radical, even Kierkegaardian, leap of faith without guarantees. The abyss opens up, allowing for the Coordinates of a life of real yet terrifying freedom for both God and human beings. This debate then orbits around these two irreconcilable versions of Christianity between Milbank's orthodox Trinitarianism and Zizek's heterodox negativity. And despite these two different voices, one thing remains common. The terms of the debate are established not by the strict circulation of language, or by some abstract rule of reason, but by a new universal logic that connects us to each other once again. The universal for Milbank is his ontology of peace, that reconciles differences in an eschatological harmony, whereas for Zizek it is courage to face the truth that God's transcendence diffused through the world confronts us in the monstrous exception that founds the truth of all things. It is the dawning of this new universal that transcends postmodernism, calling us to risk founding the new universal beyond pure hyperfragmentation or the distancing ourselves from the world behind the mask of the a priori of difference. If nothing else, this debate lays out the coordinates for this risk for touching the insight beyond the malaise of capitalistic pretense and sheer boredom. 4. In the NAL analysis, it is the monster of Christ that calls us to risk everything for the sake of the world. 3. Theology, orthodox or heterodox. With the contextualization of both the modern epoch and the logic of post-modernism, we start to see the no points of this debate as it reshapes the very terms of theology as we know it. Moreover, this debate between orthodox and heterodox theology is symptomatic of an epoch reached at the end of modernity, the end of mediating meta-narratives that try to synthesize the whole of reality within a singular story. Badiou says that modernity is the idea of the historical subject, the idea of progress, the idea of revolution, the idea of humanity and the ideal of science. There can be no more arbitration employing a historical reason, because reason, as grounded in the non-transcendent, is no longer credible. Ours is an age of uncompromising winner takes all. This encounter between Milbank and Zizek is the intellectual equivalent of ultimate fighting, because both partners in this debate are denying the terms of the very meaning of Christianity, the death of Christ, the Trinity, and the Church. In other words, to restate this, the very heart of theology itself is at stake. In this sense, we can see how this debate is fundamentally different than the rather domestic and apolitical debates about the truth of theism versus atheism, or science versus religion. This book is about not a disembodied belief but the true radical nature of Christianity and its political import. In other words, this debate is not merely about the rejection of reason for the sake of it, rather, it is better to see that it rejects a certain type of reason, namely, self-repeating, ideological reason that only reproduces the political and economic status quo. Both Zizek's and Milbank's critical thinking about the logic of secular reason has freed them to think otherwise, to think about new strategies of thought and connection. Consequently, to think differently about connection and ontology allows one to rethink the recent trends of modern Christianity. In this way, the debate also circulates around the question of what will replace the rejection of Christianity as denuded by modernity, and, conversely, modernity in Christianity. And this is where the rub lies, as Milbank and Zizek differ on their respective answers. For the former, reason is recovered in the betweenness of being. For the latter, what replaces the vacuum of modern enlightenment? Reason is the movement of the negative as the parallax view that constantly shifts perspective between 2 points between which no synthesis or mediation is possible. In this respect, this debate offers something refreshing, something new and full of hope that risks questioning the systemic implementation and return of secular reason as status quo, or what Badiou calls the State of the situation. The fact that it is not completely trapped in the standard capitalist enlightenment's version of reason opens up the possibility that this debate is a portal. Not only to a way of understanding the far side of the state of the situation, but to a new engagement with the Christianity after the death of its supplement. Christian capitalist and cultural hegemony. Indeed, much of the social cohesion that binds conservative and liberal Christianity together is directly related to the breakup of modern Christianity's grip on culture. A logic that Niebuhr's American theology could not identify, much less reject. The argument is simple: once modern Christianity, i.e., Protestant liberalism, has lost its grip on culture, it creates a powerful other or enemy that charges conservative Christianity with the task of regaining its cultural imperialist stance and forgotten power. On the other hand, the answer that liberal Christianity provides is premised on the same/otherness logic of conservative Christianity, only the other, or opposite, for the liberal is anyone who actually believes there is truth in the world. The problem is that, again, each of these two different sides of the debate agrees with the other. They agree that the logic of a particular kind of modernity dictates the coordinates of the debate itself. Fundamentalism and liberalism are thus inherently bound up in a type of modernity. Again, the problem here is that the theological debates, even between Schleiermacher and Barth, literally cannot afford to question their own premises but der in how these premises are cashed out and interpreted. Thus, Christianity in modernity is little more than modernity in Christianity, which continues to reproduce itself through polemical argumentation. In short, the theoretical coordinates of thought, philosophy, and both liberal and confessional theologies indebted to the logic of modernity have all proven to be woefully unsatisfactory not only epistemologically and ontologically, but also on another basic level of life, the level of action. These theologies have all proven unable to resist the capitalistic global empire along with the new security emergency state that has emerged in the wake of / We can see this by understanding the basic structure of 20th century theology, which took two fundamental routes: either it circled the wagons and formulated a ghetto of fundamentalist literalist ideals, or else it sold out to a utilitarian America corporate logic that eventually became empire. Although each of these two different routes in 20th century theology differs in its own respects, they remain joined on a most disturbing level. The theological orientation that left the world in order to preserve the truth of Christianity, a truth, on my view, that was indebted in method to modernity, failed to remain faithful to the radical universality of agape. Thus truth for the fundamentalist became exclusive and premised on propositional truth claims that sucked the life out of the tradition. The liberal theological orientation failed too, but not by retreating into the ghetto, rather, by disavowing any linkage to history, wisdom, and truth from the tradition itself. Christianity either gave up and retreated into its modernist box of propositional truth, or else it dissolved its authority by appealing to a politically disinterested outlook, premised on an abstract and dehumanizing market utilitarianism, totally unable to hold in check the rapid technological advancements and the growing thirst of atheistic capitalism and nationalist power. Conclusion: Holy Saturday, Zizek, or Resurrection Sunday, Milbank? The sine qua of the Milbank/Zizek debate ultimately arises from the fact that modern Christianity has nearly met its doom. So I want to conclude this introduction by raising a fundamental question: what becomes of theology after secular Enlightenment reason has run its course? Is secular reason replaced with paradox or dialectics? Or, as may be the case for Zizek, is secular reason. Sublated by the dialectic? For Milbank it is the former, paradox, whereas for Zizek the parallax dialectical view is that which Nally gives us the coordinates. For a revolutionary faith, Christianity as approached by both Zizek and Milbank uniquely pro-ERS. An emancipatory exit beyond the deadlock of capitalism and its supplement. Liberalism, which in truth is a false politics sequestered by the owners of production in the name of freedom. But here, in this debate, the very terms of Christianity are themselves up for debate. This leaves us at the end of the line with another either/or, either Christianity is the plenitudinal wave of love that takes us all up within the light of divine glory, the paradox of resurrection Sunday, or else it is about an in-night freedom without teleology, which is the ground for the emergence of a true, disillusioned, and disenchanted love, the dialectic of Holy Saturday. The monstrosity of Christ is the love either in paradox or in dialectics and, I believe, may be the pathway beyond the current popular absolutist rule of Nance, spectacle, and surveillance. The fear of 4 words, a modest plea for the Hegelian reading of Christianity. Slavoj Zizek. G. K. Chesterton concluded The Oracle of the Dog with Father Brown's defense of common sense reality: things are just what they are, not bearers of hidden mystical meanings, and the Christian miracle of incarnation is the exception that guarantees and sustains this common reality. People readily swallow the untested claims of this, that, or the other. It's drowning all your old rationalism and skepticism, it's coming in like a sea, and the name of it is superstition. It's the rsteect of not believing in God that you lose your common sense and can't see things as they are. Anything that anybody talks about, and says there's a good deal in it, extends itself indefinitely like a vista in a nightmare. And a dog is an omen, and a cat is a mystery, and a pig is a mascot. And a beetle is a scarab, calling up all the menagerie of polytheism from Egypt and old India, dog Anubis and great green-eyed Pusht and all the holy howling bulls of Bashan, reeling back to the bestial gods of the beginning, escaping into elephants and snakes and crocodiles, and all because you are frightened of 4 words, he was made man. It was thus his very Christianity that made Chesterton prefer prosaic explanations to all too fast resorts to supernatural magic and to engage in writing detectiveship. If a jewel is stolen from a locked container, the solution is not telekinesis but the use of a strong magnet or some other sleight of hand. If a person vanishes unexpectedly, there must be a secret tunnel, and so on. This is why naturalistic explanations are more magic than a resort to supernatural intervention. How much more magic is the detective's explanation of a tricky deceit by means of which the criminal accomplished the murder in a locked room than the claim that he possessed the supernatural ability to move through walls. I am even tempted to go a step further here, and give Chesterton's last lines a deterrent reading, no doubt not intended by Chesterton, but nonetheless closer to a weird truth, when people imagine all kinds of deeper meanings. Because they are frightened of 4 words, he was made man, what really frightens them is that they will lose the transcendent God guaranteeing the meaning of the universe, God as the hidden master pulling the strings. Instead of this, we get a God who abandons this transcendent position and throws himself into his own creation, fully engaging himself in it up to ing, so that we, humans, are left with no higher power watching over us, just with the terrible burden of freedom and responsibility for the fate of divine creation, and thus of God himself. Are we not still too frightened today to assume all these consequences of the 4 words? Do those who call themselves Christians not prefer to stay with the comfortable image of God sitting up there, benevolently watching over our lives, sending us his Son as a token of his love, or, even more comfortably, just with some depersonalized higher force. The axiom of this essay is that there is only one philosophy which thought. The implications of the four words through to the end, Hegel's idealism. Which is why almost all philosophers are also no less frightened of Hegel's idealism. The ultimate anti-Hegelian argument is the very fact of the post-Hegelian break. What even the most fanatical partisan of Hegel cannot deny is that something changed after Hegel, that a new era of thought began which can no longer be accounted for in Hegelian terms of absolute conceptual me. Dialectic, this rupture occurs in different guises, from Schelling's assertion of the abyss of prelogical will, vulgarized later by Schopenhauer, and Kierkegaard's insistence on the uniqueness of faith and subjectivity, through Marx's assertion of the actual socio-economic life process, and the full autonomization of mathematicized natural sciences, up to Freud's theme of death drive as a repetition that insists beyond all dialectical mediation. Something happened. Here, there is a clear break between before and after, and while one can argue that Hegel already announces this break, that he is the last of the idealist metaphysicians and the RST of the post-metaphysical historicists, one cannot really be a Hegelian after this break. Hegelianism has lost its innocence forever. To act like a full Hegelian today is the same as to write tonal music after the Schoenberg Revolution. The predominant Hegelian strategy that is emerging as a reaction to this scarecrow image of Hegel, the absolute idealist, is the de-aided image of Hegel, freed of ontological metaphysical commitments, reduced to a general theory of discourse, of possibilities of argumentation. This approach is best exemplified by the so-called Pittsburgh Hegelians, Brandom, McDowell. No wonder Habermas praises Brandom, since Habermas also avoids directly approaching the big ontological question: are humans really a subspecies of animals? Is Darwinism true, the question of God or nature, of idealism or materialism? It would be easy to prove that Habermas's neo-Kantian avoiding of ontology cal commitment is in itself necessarily ambiguous, while Habermas and the Pittsburgh Hegelians treat naturalism as the obscene secret not to be publicly admitted. Of course man developed from nature, of course Darwin was right. This obscure secret is a lie, it covers up the idealist form of thought, the a priori transcendentals of communication which cannot be deduced from natural being. The truth here is in the form, just as in Marx's old example of royalists in the republican form, while Habermasians secretly think they are really materialists. The truth is in the idealist form of their thinking. Such a de-aided image of Hegel is not enough, we should approach the post-Hegelian break in more direct terms. True, there is a break, but in this break Hegel is the vanishing mediator between its before and its after, between traditional metaphysics and post-metaphysical 19th and 20th century thought. That is to say, something happens in Hegel, a breakthrough into a unique dimension of thought, which is obliterated, rendered invisible in its true dimension, by post-metaphysical thought. This obliteration leaves an empty space which has to be let in so that the continuity of the development of philosophy can be re-established let in with what? The index of this obliteration is the ridiculous image of Hegel as the absurd absolute idealist who pretended to know everything, to possess absolute knowledge, to read the mind of God, to deduce the whole of reality out of the self-movement of his mind, the image which is an exemplary case of what Freud called Deckerinnerung, screen memory, a fantasy formation intended to cover up a traumatic truth. In this sense, the post-Hegelian turn to concrete reality, irreducible to notional mediation, should rather be read as a desperate Posthumous revenge of metaphysics, as an attempt to reinstall metaphysics, albeit in the inverted form of the primacy of concrete reality. The next standard argument against Hegel's philosophy of religion gets its teleological structure. It openly asserts the primacy of Christianity. Christianity as the true religion, the NAL point of the entire development of religions. It is easy to demonstrate how the notion of world religions, although it was invented in the era of Romanticism in the course of the opening toward other, non-European, religions, in order to serve as the neutral conceptual container allowing us to democratically confer equal spiritual dignity on all great religions, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism. He actively privileges Christianity. Already a quick look makes it clear how Hinduism, and especially Buddhism, simply do not see the notion of religion implied in the idea of world religions. However, what conclusion are we to draw from this? For a Hegelian, there is nothing scandalous in this fact. Every particular religion in EECT contains its own notion of what religion in general is, so that there is no neutral universal notion of religion. Every such notion is already twisted in the direction of, colorized by, hegemonized by, a particular religion. This, however, in no way entails a nominalist/his historicist devaluation of universality. Rather, it forces us to pass from abstract to concrete universality, i.e., to articulate how the passage from one to an other particular religion is not merely something that concerns the particular, but is simultaneously the inner development of the universal notion itself, its self-determination. Post-colonial critics like to dismiss Christianity as the whiteness of religions, the presupposed zero level of normality, of the true religion, with regard to which all other religions are distortions or variations. However, when today's New Age ideologists insist on the distinction between religion and spirituality, they perceive themselves as spiritual, not part of any organized religion. They, often not so, silently impose a pure procedure of Zen-like spiritual meditation as the whiteness of religion. The idea is that all religions presuppose, rely on, exploit, manipulate, etc., the same core of mystical experience, and that it is only pure forms of meditation like Zen Buddhism that exemplify this core directly, bypassing institutional and dogmatic mediations. Spiritual meditation, in its abstraction from institutionalized religion, appears today as the zero-level and distort core of religion, the complex institutional and dogmatic EDCE which sustains every particular religion is dismissed as a contingent secondary coding of this core. The reason for this shift of accent from religious institution to the intimacy of spiritual experience is that such a meditation is the ideological form that best ts today's global capitalism. The trouble with Christ in orthodoxy. Do the three main versions of Christianity not form a kind of Hegelian triad? In the succession of orthodoxy, Catholicism, and Protestantism, each new term is a subdivision, split from a previous unity. This triad of universal, particular, singular can be designated by three representative founding gers: John, Peter, Paul, as well as by three races, Slavic, Latin, German. In Eastern Orthodoxy, we have the substantial unity of the text and the body of believers, which is why the believers are allowed to interpret the sacred text. The text goes on and lives in them, it is not outside the living history as its exempted standard and model. The substance of religious life is the Christian community itself. Catholicism stands for radical alienation, the entity which mediates between the founding sacred text and the body of believers. The Church, the religious institution, regains its full autonomy. the highest authority resides in the Church, which is why the Church has the right to interpret the text. The text is read during the Mass in Latin, a language which is not understood by ordinary believers, and it is even considered a sin for an ordinary believer to read the text directly, bypassing the priest's guidance. For Protestantism, nally, the only authority is the text itself, and the wager is on every believer's direct contact with Word of God as delivered in the text. The mediator, the particular, thus disappears, withdraws into insignificance, enabling the believer to adopt the position of a universal singular, the individual in direct contact with the divine universality, bypassing the mediating role of the particular institution. This reconciliation, however, becomes possible only after alienation is brought to the extreme, in contrast to the Catholic notion of a caring and loving God with whom one can communicate, negotiate even. Protestantism starts with the notion of God deprived of any common measure shared with man, of God as an impenetrable beyond who distributes grace in a totally contingent way. The key doctrinal division between Orthodoxy and Western Christianity, both Catholicism and Protestantism, concerns the procession of the Holy Spirit. For the Latin tradition, the Holy Spirit proceeds from both Father and Son, while for the Orthodox it proceeds from the Father alone. From this perspective of the monarchy of the Father as the unique source of the three divine hypostases, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the Latin notion of double procession introduces an all too rational logic of relations into God, Father and Son are conceived as relating to each other in the mode of opposition, and the Holy Spirit then appears as their reunion, not genuinely as a new, third, person. We thus do not have a genuine Trinity, but a return of the dyad to one, a reabsorption of the dyad into one. So, since the principle of the sole monarchy of the Father is abandoned, the only way to think the oneness of the divine triad is to depersonalize it, so that, in the end, we get the impersonal one, the God of philosophers, of their natural theology. Apropos of this disputed question of the origin of the Holy Spirit, Hegel committed a weird slip of the tongue. He mistakenly claimed that for Orthodoxy, the Holy Spirit originates from both Father and Son, and for Western Christianity from the Son alone, from Christ's resurrection in the community of believers. As he wrote, the disagreement between East and West concerns knowing if the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Son, or from the Father and the Son being only the one who actualizes, who reveals, thus from him alone the Spirit proceeds. For Hegel, it is thus not even thinkable for the Holy Spirit to proceed from the Father alone, and my point is that there is a truth in the slip of the tongue. Hegel's underlying premise is that what dies on the cross is not only God's earthly representative incarnation, but the God of beyond itself. Christ is the vanishing mediator between the substantial transcendent God in itself and God qua virtual spiritual community. This shift from subject to predicate is avoided in Orthodoxy, where God, Father, continues to pull the strings, is not really caught in the process. Orthodoxy accounts for the Trinity of divine persons by positing a real deerrance in God himself, the deerrance between essence, ousia, and its personal hypostasis. God is one with regard to essence, and triple with regard to personality. However, the three persons are not just united in the substantial oneness of the divine essence, they are also united through the monarchy of the Father who, as a person, is the origin of the other two hypostases. The Father as person does not fully overlap with his essence, since he can share it with, impart it to, the other two persons, so that the three are consubstantial. Each divine person includes in himself the whole of divine nature/substance. This substance is not divided in three parts. This distinction between essence and its hypostasis is crucial for the orthodox notion of the human person, because it takes place also in the created/fallen universe. Person is not the same as individual. As an individual, I am dened by my particular nature, by my natural properties, my physical and psychic qualities. I am here as part of substantial reality, and what I am at the expense of others, demanding my share of reality. But this is not what makes me a unique person, the unfathomable abyss of myself. No matter how much I look into my own properties, even the most spiritual ones, I will never envy a feature that makes me a person. Person sine es the irreducibility of man to his nature irreducibility. And not something irreducible or something which makes man irreducible to his nature, precisely because it cannot be a question here of something distinct from another nature, but of someone who is distinct from his own nature. It is only this unfathomable void which accounts for my freedom, as well as for my unique singularity, which distinguishes me from all others. What distinguishes me are not my personal idiosyncrasies, the quirks of my particular nature, but the abyss of my personality. This is why it is only within the Holy Spirit, as a member of the body of the Church, that I can attain my singularity. This is how man is made in the image and likeness of God. What makes a human being like God is not a superior or even divine quality of the human mind. One should thus leave behind the well-known motifs of a human being as a decient copy of divinity, of man's night substance as a copy of the divine. In night substance, of analogies of being, etc., it is only at the level of person, qua this abyss beyond all properties, that man is in the image of God, which means that God himself must also be not only an essential substance, but also a person. Losky links this distinction between human nature and person to the duality of Son and Holy Spirit, of redemption, and Dialectic, the redeeming work of the Son is related to our nature. The deifying work of the Holy Spirit concerns our persons. The divine dispensation of humankind has two aspects, negative and positive. Christ's sacrifice is only the precondition for our Dialectic. It changes our nature so that it becomes open to grace and can strive for Dialectic. In Christ, God made himself man, that man might become God. So that the redeeming work of Christ is seen to be directly related to the ultimate goal of creatures, to know union with God. As such, Christ's sacrifice provides only a precondition for the ultimate goal, which is the Dialectic of humanity. The idea of our ultimate Dialectic cannot be expressed on a Christological basis alone, but demands a pneumatological development as well. Orthodoxy thus deprives Christ of his central role, since the NAL prospect is that of the Dialectic, becoming God, of man. Man can become by grace what God is by nature. This is why the adoration of Christ's humanity is almost alien to Orthodox piety. From the strict Christian standpoint, the Orthodox symmetrical reversal, God became man so that man can become God, misses the point of incarnation. Once God became man, there was no longer a God one could return to or become, so one would have to paraphrase Irenaeus's motto, God made himself man, that man might become God who made himself man. The point of incarnation is that one cannot become God not because God dwells in a transcendent beyond, but because God is dead, so the whole idea of approaching a transcendent God becomes irrelevant. The only identication is the identification with Christ. From the Orthodox standpoint, however, the exclusively Jew Radical theology of Western Christianity thus misses the true sense of Christ's sacri ce itself, reducing it to the juridical dimension of paying for our sins. Entering the actuality of the fallen world, he broke the power of sin in our nature, and by his death, which reveals the supreme degree of his entrance into our fallen state, he triumphed over death and corruption. The message of Christ's sacri ce is victory over death, the RST fruits of the general resurrection, the liberation of human nature from captivity under the devil, and not only the justification, but also the restoration of creation in Christ. Christ breaks the hold of fallen nature over us, thereby creating the conditions for our deification. His gesture is negative, breaking with nature, overcoming death, while the positive side is provided by the Holy Spirit. In other words, the formula Christ is our King is to be taken in the Hegelian sense of the monarch as the exception. What we humans are from grace, he is by nature a being of the perfect accord between being and ought. The primordial fact is the oneness of essence/substance and the Trinity of persons in God. This Trinity is not deduced and relational, but an original, unfathomable mystery, in clear contrast to the God of philosophers, who see in him the primordial simplicity of the cause. Antinomies in our perception of God must be maintained, so that God remains an object of odd contemplation of his mysteries, not the object of rationalist analyses. The opposition between positive and negative theology is thus grounded in God himself, in the real distinction in God between essence and divine operations of energies. The divine economy: if the energies descend to us, the essence remains absolutely inaccessible. The main mode of this descent of the divine energy is grace. Precisely because God is unknowable in that which he is, Orthodox theology distinguishes between the essence of God and his energies, between the inaccessible nature of the Holy Trinity and its natural processions. The Bible, in its concrete language, speaks of nothing other than energies when it tells us of the glory of God, a glory with innumerable names which surrounds the inaccessible being of God, making him known outside himself, while concealing what he is in himself. And when we speak of the divine energies in relation to the human beings to whom they are communicated and given and by whom they are appropriated, this divine and uncreated reality within us is called grace. This distinction between the unknowable essence of the Trinity and its energetic manifestations outside the essence ts the Hegelian opposition between in itself and for us. Independently of the existence of creatures, the Trinity is manifested in the radiance of its glory. From all eternity, the Father is the Father of glory, the Word is the brightness of his glory, and the Holy Spirit is the Spirit of glory. However, from the strict Hegelian standpoint, this move is deeply problematic. Is not the very essence of the Son to enable God to manifest himself and intervene in human history? And, even more, is not the Holy Spirit the personality of the community itself, its spiritual substance? Lossky is aware of the problem. If the name Holy Spirit expresses more a divine economy than a personal quality, this is because the third hypostasis is par excellence the hypostasis of manifestation, the person in whom we know God the Trinity. His person is hidden from us by the very profusion of the divinity which he manifests. What remains unthinkable within this perspective is the full engagement of God in human history, which culminates in the Gur of the Suering God. From a proper Christian perspective, this is the true meaning of the divine Trinity, that God's manifestation in human history is part of his very essence. In this way, God is no longer a monarch who eternally dwells in his absolute transcendence, the very difference between eternal essence and its manifestation, the divine economy, should be abandoned. What we get in orthodoxy instead of this full divine engagement, instead of the God who goes to the end and sacrifices himself for the redemption of humans, instead of the notion of the history of human redemption as a history in which the fate of God himself is decided, is a God who dwells in his Trinity beyond all human history and comprehension, where the incarnation in Christ as a fully human mortal and the establishment of the Holy Spirit as the community of believers are just an echo, a kind of Platonic copy, of the eternal Trinity in itself totally unrelated to human history. The key question here is, how does the distinction between essence and its manifestation, energy, economy, relate to the distinction between essence, qua substantial nature, and person, between ousia and hypostasis, in Hegeli's, to the distinction between substance and subject? What orthodoxy is unable to do is to identify these two distinctions. God is a person precisely and only in his mode of manifestation. The lesson of Christian incarnation, God becomes man, is that to speak of divine persons outside incarnation is meaningless, at best a remainder of pagan polytheism. Of course, the Bible says God sent and said his only Son, but the way to read this is, the Son was not present in God prior to incarnation, sitting up there at his side. Incarnation is the birth of Christ, and after his death, there is neither Father nor Son but only the Holy Spirit, the spiritual substance of the religious community. Only in this sense is the Holy Spirit the synthesis of Father and Son, of substance and subject. Christ stands for the gap of negativity, for subjective singularity, and in the Holy Spirit the substance is reborn as the virtual community of singular subjects, persisting only in and through their activity. Orthodoxy thus falls short of the central fact of Christianity, the shift in the entire balance of the universe implied by the incarnation. The notion of the deication of man presupposes the Father as the substantial central point of reference to which/whom man should return Hegel's idea that what dies on the cross is the God of beyond itself is unthinkable here. And the supreme irony is that Lossky wrote a detailed analysis of Meister Eckhart, although his orthodoxy is completely opposed to Eckhart's central tenet, the eccentricity of God himself, on account of which God himself needs man in order to come to himself, to reach himself, to actualize himself, so that God is born in man. And man is the cause of God. What unites them is nonetheless the refusal, or inability, to endorse Christ's full humanity. They both reduce Christ to an ethereal being foreign to earthly reality. Furthermore, what both Lossky and Eckhart share is the accent on via negativa, approaching God through negating all predicates accessible to us, and thus asserting his absolute transcendence. What makes Meister Eckhart so unbearable for all traditional theology is that, in his work, the most fundamental dualism is shattered, that between God and his creature, the self, the I. This is to be taken literally, beyond the standard platitudes about God becoming man, etc. It is not just that God gives birth to creates man, it is also not merely that only through and in man God becomes fully God. Much more radically, it is man himself who gives birth to God. God is nothing outside man, although this nothing is not a mere nothing, but the abyss of Godhead prior to God, and in this abyss, the very difference between God and man is annihilated, obliterated. We should be very precise here, with regard to this opposition between God and God. Head, it is an opposition not between two kinds/species, but between God as some thing, and Godhead as nothing. One usually speaks of God in opposition to the world or to man. God is opposed to non-God. In the Godhead, all opposition is erased. In Kantian terms, the relationship between God and Godhead involves the infinite, and not a negative judgment. It isn't that Godhead isn't God, it's that Godhead is a non-God, an ungod, in the same sense as we talk of the undead who are neither living or dead, but the living dead. This does not mean that the asymmetry between God and man is a bull-ished, that they are posited at the same level with regard to the impersonal abyss of Godhead. However, their asymmetry turns around the standard one. It is God who needs man in order to reach himself, to be born as God. God has such a need to seek us out exactly as if all his Godhead depended on it, as in fact it does. God can no more dispense with us than we can dispense with him. Even if it were possible that we might turn away from God, God could never turn away from us. What this means is that just as, for Heidegger, human being is Dasein, the there of being itself, the only side of its clearing, for Eckhart, I am the only there side of God. In my eternal birth all things were born, and I was cause of myself as well as of all things. If I had willed it, neither I nor any things would be. And if I myself were not, God would not be either. That God is God, of this I am a cause. If I were not, God would not be God. There is, however, no need to understand this. Note the NAL quali cation. Or, as Rainer Sherman concisely recapitulates Eckhart's point, I do not re-ECT God, I do not reproduce him, I declare him. Declare, of course, retains here all its performative strength. What this paradox implies is Eckhart's fundamental insight: while one's human being has a center outside of it, in God, God's being too has a corresponding eccentric ity. What this means is that the eccentric character of man, the fact that he has his center outside himself, in God, should not be understood as the relationship between a perfect/uncreated and imperfect/created substance, between the sun and its planets that circulate around it. This eccentricity descends God himself, and it is with regard to this otherness, Godhead, in God himself that man and God are related. God himself can relate to himself only through man. Which is why the difference between God and not God is a cleft that splits man thoroughly. The two clefts thus overlap. Man is eccentric with regard to God, but God himself is eccentric with regard to his own ground, the abyss of Godhead, and it is only through man's detachment from all creatures that God himself reaches himself. Not only does grace make the Son be born within us in his divinity, but the human being engenders the Son in God. It is again crucial to note the asymmetry here, insofar as we consider God and man as two substances, the perfect in night uncreated one and the imperfect night created one. There can be no relation of identity between the two, only an external relation, of analogy, of cause and EECT. It is only with regard to Godhead, to ungod/undaying in God, that man can be identical to God. There is, however, a crucial, and, perhaps, structurally necessary, ambiguity in Eckhart with regard to the birth of God in man. To put it in brutally simply terms, who/what is given birth to here, God or Godhead? Does God, through man's releasement, Gelassenheit, reach back to the void of Godhead, of the abyss of his own nature, or is God word born out of the abyss of God head? Compare these two passages from the same page of Sherman's book. The glory of God is that man breaks through beyond the Creator. Then the Son is born in the paternal heart, and man nds his God, the Godhead. God is nothing as long as man lacks the breakthrough to the Godhead. If you do not consent to detachment, God will miss his Godhead, and man will miss himself. What is it, then? In order to clarify this point, on which everything hangs, we should inquire more closely into what Eckhart actually means by God and Godhead. Their relationship is not that of substance and subject, i.e., it is not that Godhead is the chaotic impersonal substance/nature and God a person. God is the only thing, ein Ding, it is everything that is. This is what explains Eckhart's strange reading of the sense in which God suerred for us. Only that is poverty of spirit when one keeps oneself so clear of God and of all one's works that if God wants to act in the mind, he is himself the place wherein he wants to act, and this he likes to do. For if God and ds man so poor, he operates his own work and man suers God in him, and God is himself the site of this operation, since God is an agent who acts within himself. He who suers without being attached to his suering has God bear his burden, making it light and gentle for him. To detach oneself from one's pain means to consider it not as one's own but as assumed by God himself. A human being who is a wife gives back to God the suering that has befallen him. The radically of this reinterpretation of God's suering for us is unheard of. God, not Godhead, should be grasped as the Spinozan Deus of Natura, a substance in which all activity and passivity, all creating and being created, all joy and suering, all love and anguish and fear, take place. As such, contrary to the deceptive appearance generated by the word God, God is not a person, even if one can attribute feelings and desires to him. There is no freedom in it, no choice, just a necessity. God qua creator does what he has to do. So it is God, not Godhead, who/which is the impersonal substance. And God reaches his Godhead, actualizes it, only in and through man. But here is Eckhart's real breakthrough, the move that, in EECT, points beyond Spinoza to German idealism. This is not all that is, what lies outside. The substance is nothing itself, Godhead as the abyss of undying. There is, in Eckhart, no word about the divine suering as the price paid by God for our sins, about all this judicial penal aspect of the way of the cross. It is simply that, since God is, not, as Thomas Aquinas and others thought, the supreme substance, but the only substance, everything, all creatures and their relations, take place in him. So when, through releasement, we detach ourselves from creatureliness, from the reality of decay, and identify with the abyss of God head, we no longer suer, all the suering remains where it always was, in the divine substance, only we are no longer there. From this notion of God as a substance caught in its own necessity, Eckhart draws the inevitable radical conclusion: there is nothing for which we should be grateful to God. I will never thank God that he loves me, for he cannot do otherwise, whether he wishes it or not, his nature forces him to it. Since God is merely a thing, then, not only do I not have to ask or solicit him for anything, insofar as I return to the original poverty of the abyss that I am, I can even command him. The humble man does not solicit, bitten, anything from God, but he can indeed command, gebieten, him. When Eckhart writes that anyone who wants to receive Jesus must become as free of all representations as he was when he was not yet, before his birth on earth, he is, of course, referring to Plato, to the Platonic notion of the soul prior to its bodily dwelling. However, in contrast to Plato, this pre-existence does not involve a soul which, uncontaminated by the images of sensory things, beholds eternal ideas, but one which purifies itself of all things, ideas included, and including God himself as a thing, more a kind of tabula rasa. An empty receptacle. Only in such a state of pure receptivity which is nothing in itself, and thus potentially, a place for everything, am I truly free, Letic. Virgin of all images. This is how Eckhart interprets the virginity of Mary, only. A virgin, a soul pure et of all creaturely things, is open to receive/conceive. Empfangen, and then give birth to Jesus' word. To introduce a later distinction. Here, freedom for Eckhart is freedom from as well as freedom for, free. Dom from all creaturely images and, as such, freedom for conceiving and giving birth to God. He was big with nothingness as a woman is with a child. In this nothingness God was born. He was the fruit of nothingness. God was born in nothingness. So there is a freedom which is not just Spinozan conceived necessity. When I rejoined the abyss of Godhead, I became free. Here, however, we reach the crux of the matter. What is the relationship between the two nothings? The abyss of Godhead, the origin source of everything, and the abyss of the poverty of man? So when Sherman writes that, in this detachment, the nuda essentia animi joins the nuda essentia dei. How are we to understand this? Are the two voids simply to be identi-ed? The asymmetry is clear here. If they are to be identi-ed, then one of them, the abyss of Godhead, the nothingness of the ungod, has priority, and what happens in detachment is that, in achieving the supreme poverty, man rejoins the divine abyss. How, then, are we to think the difference between the two abysses? Only by distinguishing between the nothingness of the primordial abyss, Godhead, and the nothingness of the primordial gesture of contraction, what Schelling called Zusammen. Zihung, the gesture of supreme egotism, of withdrawing from reality and reducing oneself to the punctuality of self. In the mystical tradition, it was Jacob Boehme who took this crucial step forward. This withdrawal into self is the primordial form of evil, so one can also say that Eckhart is not yet able to think the evil aspect of divinity. And there is a necessity in this shift from nothingness as the abyss of Godhead to nothingness as the void of myself. The necessity of the passage from potentiality to actuality. The divine void is pure potentiality, which can actualize itself only in the guise of the punctuality of evil and giving birth to the Son word is the way to move beyond this evil. Linked to this is a further inability of Eckhart, the inability to think the encounter with the thing which would not be simply an encounter with a created object/substance. In this specie sense, Eckhart in EECT misses the central feature of the Judeo-Christian tradition, in which man's encounter with divinity is not the result of withdrawal into the depths of my inner self, and the ensuing realization of the identity of the core of myself and the core of divinity, Atman, Brahman in Hinduism, etc. That is the overwhelming argument meant for the intimate link between Judaism and psychoanalysis. In both cases, the focus is on the traumatic encounter with the abyss of the desiring other. The Jewish people's encounter with their God whose impenetrable call derails the routine of daily existence, the child's encounter with the enigma of the other's jouissance. This feature seems to distinguish the Jewish psychoanalytic paradigm not only from any version of paganism and Gnosticism, with their emphasis on inner spiritual self-purification, on virtue as the realization of one's innermost potential, but no less also from Christianity does the latter not overcome the otherness of the Jewish God through the principle of love, the reconciliation/unification of God and man in the becoming man of God. As for the basic opposition between paganism and the Jewish break, it is definitely well founded. Both paganism and Gnosticism, the reinscription of the Jewish Christian stance back into paganism, emphasize the journey of spiritual self-purification, the return to one's true inner self. The self's rediscovery, in clear contrast to the Jewish-Christian notion of an external traumatic encounter, the divine call to the Jewish people, God's call to Abraham, inscrutable grace, all totally incompatible with our inherent qualities, even with our natural innate ethics. Kierkegaard was right here. It is Socrates versus Christ, the inner journey of remembrance versus rebirth. Through the shock of the external encounter. That is also the ultimate gap that forever separates Freud from Jung, while Freud's original insight concerns the traumatic external encounter with the thing that embodies jouissance. Jung reinscribes the topic of the unconscious into the standard Gnostic problem attic of the inner spiritual journey of self-discovery. With Christianity, however, things get complicated. In his general theory of seduction, Jean Laplanche provides the denitive formulation of the encounter with unfathomable otherness as the fundamental fact of the psycho-analytic experience. However, it is Laplanche himself who insists here on the absolute necessity of the move from the enigma of to the enigma in a clear variation of Hegel's famous dictum apropos of the Sphinx. The enigmas of the ancient Egyptians were also enigmas for the Egyptians themselves. When one speaks, to take up Freud's terms, of the enigma of femininity, what is woman, I propose with Freud to move to the function of the enigma in femininity, what does a woman want? In the same way, but Freud does not make this move. What he terms the enigma of the taboo takes us back to the function of the enigma in the taboo. And still more so, the enigma of mourning takes us to the function of the enigma in mourning. What does the dead person want? What does he want of me? What did he want to say to me? The enigma leads back, then, to the otherness of the other, and the otherness of the other is his response to his unconscious, that is to say, to his otherness, to himself. Is it not crucial to accomplish this move also apropos of the notion of Dieu obscur, of the elusive, impenetrable God? This God has to be impenetrable also. To himself, he has to have a dark side, an otherness in himself, something that is in himself more than himself? Perhaps this accounts for the shift from Judaism to Christianity. Judaism remains at the level of the enigma of God, while Christianity moves to the enigma in God himself. Far from being opposed to the notion of logos as the revelation in / through the word, revelation and the enigma in God are strictly correlative, two aspects of one and the same gesture. That is to say, it is precisely because God is an enigma also in and for himself, because he has an unfathomable otherness in himself, that Christ had to emerge to reveal God not only to humanity, but to God himself. It is only through Christ that God fully actualizes himself as God. Along the same lines, we should also oppose the fashionable thesis on how our intolerance toward the external, ethnic, sexual, religious, other is the expression of an allegedly deeper intolerance toward the repressed or disavowed otherness in ourselves. We hate or attack strangers because we cannot come to terms with the stranger within ourselves. Against this topos, which, in a Jungian way, internalizes the traumatic relationship to the other into the subject's inability to accomplish his inner journey of fully coming to terms with what he is, we should emphasize that the truly radical otherness is not the otherness in ourselves, the stranger in our heart, but the otherness of the other itself. To itself. It is only within this move that properly Christian love can emerge. As Lacan emphasized again and again, love is always love for the other insofar as he is lacking. We love the other because of his limitation. The radical conclusion from this is that if God is to be loved, he must be imperfect, inconsistent. In himself, there has to be something in him more than himself. This is what Eckhart is unable to think, God as a traumatic thing which cannot be reduced to a creaturely something for him, something alien falls into my mind with everything it learns about the outside. Sherman formulates this ambiguity very precisely. Is it that the break through Eckhart is struggling to formulate is a breakthrough beyond every thing that has a name, or is the highest moment of detachment to let the Son of God be born in you? Sherman's solution is evental processuality. There is a double movement in Eckhart, RST, from substantial entities to process, to event, to becoming. In the interaction between teacher and pupil, the only true reality is the event of the rise of knowledge, i.e., the fusion of two entities, teacher and pupil, or God and man, is not substantial, but evental. Then, the shift from movement, process of becoming, to repose, but to the repose of this process as such. This is what Gelassenheit is, not a kind of peace above the evental UX, but peace in and of this UX itself. Identity thus becomes identikation, nothingness becomes annihilation. This is where the ethical dimension comes in. I have to strive to become what I always am. This solution is nonetheless inadequate. When Sherman writes, break through on the one hand, birth on the other, are reconciled in the itineracy of the detached man. The alternative remains, under the dominance of which of the two are they reconciled? Sherman gives a clear answer: union with the Son is subordinated to union with the Godhead. The RST union is the preparation and the motivation for the second. The Christian vocabulary and apprenticeship appear as a training, as an exercitatio animi, towards the break through. Is it possible to imagine the predominance of the other pole, so that breakthrough, achieving poverty, full LLS itself in giving birth to Christ? This is why G.K. Chesterton opposed all claims about the alleged spiritual identity of Buddhism and Christianity. Love desires personality, therefore love desires division. It is the instinct of Christianity to be glad that God has broken the universe into little pieces. This is the intellectual abyss between Buddhism and Christianity, that for the Buddhist or Theosophist personality is the fall of man, for the Christian it is the purpose of God, the whole point of his cosmic idea. The world soul of the Theosophists asks man to love it only in order that man may throw himself into it. But the divine center of Christianity actually threw man out of it in order that he might love it. All modern philosophies are chains which connect and fetter. Christianity is a sword which separates and sets free. No other philosophy makes God actually rejoice in the separation of the universe into living souls. And Chesterton is fully aware that it is not enough for God to separate man from himself so that mankind will love him. This separation has to be re-acted back into God himself, so that God is abandoned by himself. It is thus not enough to reach the evental identity of God and man in the abyss of Godhead. From this 0 point, one has to return to Christ, i.e., the abyss of Godhead had to give birth to Christ in his singular humanity. Eckhart avoids the monstrosity of Christ's incarnation. He is unable to accept Christ's full humanity. When Eckhart speaks of Christ, he almost always stresses his divinity at the expense of his humanity. Even in scriptural texts clearly describing the humanity of Jesus, he still NDS ways of reading his divine nature. For example, when interpreting John's God sent his only Son into the world, John : he NDS a way out in mobilizing the old play of words between mundus, world, and mundum, pure. He sent him into the world. In one of its usages mundum means pure. Notice that no place is more proper for God than a pure heart and a pure mind. There the Father begets his Son such as he begets him in eternity, neither more nor less. What then is a pure heart? That heart is pure which is separated and detached from all creatures, for all creatures soil, since they are one nothingness. Nothingness is decay, and it soils the mind. But is the incarnation not precisely Christ's descent among creatures, his birth? As part of the nothingness submitted to corruption? No wonder, then, that love itself disappears here. When the mind experiences love or anguish, it knows where these come from. But when the mind ceases to regress towards these outward things, it has come home and lives in its simple and pure light. Then it has neither love nor anguish, nor fear. In a way that points forward to Walter Benjamin, Eckhart distinguishes between continued time or duration and discontinued time or the instant, when the mind withdraws from created reality and reaches poverty, it enters into the fullness of the instant, which is eternity. Eternity is thus not all the time, but is experienced only through the utter reduction of the temporal duration to the instant, what Benjamin called Jetztzeit. And, again, what Eckhart cannot think is eternity, which really is a punctual moment, a now fully in time. The trap to avoid apropos of Eckhart is to introduce the difference between the ineffable core of the mystical experience and what D.T. Suzuki called all sorts of mythological paraphernalia in the Christian tradition. As I conceive it, Zen is the ultimate fact of all philosophy and religion. What makes all these religions and philosophies vital and inspiring is due to the presence in them all of what I may designate as the Zen element. In a different way, sure. Man makes exactly the same move, when he distinguishes between the core of Eckhart's message and the way he formulated it in the inappropriate terms borrowed from the philosophical and theological traditions at his disposal. Plato, Aristotle, Plotinus, Aquinas. Even more, Sherman designates the philosopher who, centuries later, was nally able to provide the adequate formulation of what Eckhart was striving at. Heidegger. Eckhart came too early in his daring design. He is not a modern philosopher, but his understanding of being as releasement prepares the way for modern philosophy. However, does this not obliterate the true breakthrough of Eckhart, his attempt to think Christology, the birth of God within the order of Netude? Incarnation, from the mystical perspective? There is a solution to this impasse. What if what Sherman claims is true, with the proviso that the modern philosopher is not Heidegger, but Hegel? Eckhart's goal is withdrawal from the created reality of particular entities into the desert of the divine nature, of Godhead, the negation of all substantial reality, withdrawal into the primordial void, one beyond word. Hegel's task is exactly the opposite one, not from God to Godhead, but from Godhead to God, i.e., how, out of this abyss of God head, God qua person emerges, how a word is born in it. Negation must turn around onto itself and bring us back to determinate, night, temporal, reality. The same holds for Freud apropos of Oedipus. The true task is not to uncover the pre-Oedipal primordial texture of drives that precedes the Oedipal order of the law, but, on the contrary, to explain how, out of this primordial chaos of pre-ontological virtualities, the word, the symbolic law, emerges. We are thereby not back to where we already were, since, in this return, Oedipus itself is de-Oedipianized. In Kierkegaard's, we pass from the being of Oedipus as given horizon, to Oedipus in becoming, we pass from the given horizon of word, the very birth of the word. Only at this point, when we return to the word, but on the opposite side of the Mobius band, as it were, we actively sublate it. The crucial step toward God as absolute person was accomplished only by Jacob Boehme. Here is Henry Corbin's precise formulation of the difference between Eckhart and Boehme, who saw the necessity of the passage to the absolute person which is absolved of the intermination of the original absolute, the absconditum. In both of them, we certainly encounter the same profound sentiment of the mystical divinity as undetermined absolute, immobile and unchangeable in his eternity. From this point on, however, the two masters diverge. For Meister Eckhart, the Deitas, Gottheit, transcends the personal God, and the latter must be transcended because it is the correlative of the human soul, the world, and the creature. The personal God, therefore, is only one step on the way of the mystic. Because this personal God is acted by limitation and negativity, by non-being and becoming, he becomes and unbecomes, word and word. The Eckhartian soul strives to free itself of it in order to escape from the limits of Slavoj Zizek. Being, from the nihil of nitude and everything that could aid it. Therefore, it must escape from itself in order to dive into the abyss of divinity, into an abgrund, whose bottom, grund, it can never reach. Jacob Boehme's conception and attitude are completely different. He is searching for liberation in the affirmation of the self, in the realization of the true self, of its eternal idea. Therefore, everything is reversed. It is not the personal God which is the step toward the Deitas, the undetermined absolute. To the contrary, this absolute is a step toward the generation, the eternal birth of the personal God. Eckhart was still unable to see that the absolute being absolved of all determination still remains to be absolved of this determination. In a way, every thing turns around the inner tension of nothingness. There is an old Jewish joke, loved by Derrida, about a group of Jews in a synagogue, publicly admitting their nullity in the eyes of God. First, a rabbi stands up and says, "O God, I know I am worthless, I am nothing." After he has nished, a rich businessman stands up and says, beating himself on the chest, "O God, I am also worthless. Obsessed with material wealth, I am nothing." After this spectacle, a poor or ordinary Jew also stands up and also proclaims, "O God, I am nothing." The rich businessman kicks the rabbi and whispers in his ear with scorn, "What insolence! Who is that guy who dares to claim that he is nothing too?" There is thus also a positive nothingness which clears the space for creativity, and dwelling in this nothingness being it is more than being something. In the Western tradition, this tension was clearly formulated in Kabbalah, a pos of two terms for nothing, ness, ayin, or asa. In a approach, nothing ness is the barrier confronting the human intellectual faculty when it reaches the limits of its capacity. There is a realm which no created being can intellectually comprehend, and which, therefore, can only be defined as nothing ness. However, this simple notion of nothingness as a negative designation of God's absolute transcendence is then developed in a much more unsettling way. On the basis of this concept, the traditional doctrine of creatio ex nihilo is transformed into a mystical theory stating the precise opposite of what appears to be the literal meaning of the phrase. In its traditional meaning, creatio ex nihilo implies that God created reality in a radical way. He did not only transform or reorganize some pre-existing stew, he actively posited the created universe out of nowhere, relying on no pre-existing reality. In its new meaning, it implies the precise opposite, the emergence of all things from the absolute nothingness of God. The nothingness is the nothingness of, that is, God himself, i.e., creatio ex nihilo implies that a thing appears out of nowhere, and is not caused by an identifiable ground. In this sense, the miracle of creatio ex nihilo happens also in our ordinary reality, when a well-known object all of a sudden acquires, out of nowhere, a new dimension. But there is even more to it. The underlying premise of the notion of nothingness as the RST act of the divine, self, manifestation is that since in reality there is no differentiation in God's RST step toward manifestation, this step cannot be denet in any qualitative manner and can thus only be described as nothingness. This insight is a very renet one, prior to differentiating himself from his creatures, prior to positing the created entities as distinct from himself, God has to open up a void in himself, i.e., to create a space for creation. In other words, before determinate differences, there should be, what Gilles Deleuze called, a pure difference, a difference in pure intensity which cannot be pinned down to any distinction in qualities or properties. To get an idea of this, recall the common experience of how, say, when we fall in love, the object can mysteriously undergo a radical transubstantiation, nothing is any longer the same, although it remains empirically exactly the same. This gene sais quoi which changes everything is the Lacanian objet petit. What this means is that there is a Hegelian dialectical reversal to be accomplished here, the initial opposition nothingness as the mode of appear ance, to us, night minds, of the innate actuality of the creative power of God. I.e., as the for us of the unfathomable divine in itself should be turned around, so that God as the supreme creator, as the highest being, is, on the contrary, the way nothingness has to appear to us, night minds. From this perspective it is, rather, nothingness which stands for the divine in itself, and the mirage of God as the highest being for God in the mode of his appearance in his for us. A matter more dark and awful. What, then, is this matter more dark and awful, as Chesterton put it, that neither orthodoxy nor Eckhart is able to confront? Let us turn to Chesterton himself, to his religious thriller The Man Who Was Thursday. It tells the story of Gabriel Syme, a young Englishman who makes the archetypal Chestertonian discovery of how order is the greatest miracle and orthodoxy the greatest of all rebellions. The focal gore of the novel is not Syme himself, but a mysterious chief of a super-secret Scotland Yard department who is convinced that a purely intellectual conspiracy would soon threaten the very existence of civilization. He is certain that the scientific and artistic worlds are silently bound in a crusade against the family and the state. He has, therefore, formed a special corps of policemen who are also philosophers. It is their business to watch the beginnings of this conspiracy, not merely in a criminal but in a controversial sense. The work of the philosophical policeman is at once bolder and more subtle than that of the ordinary detective. The ordinary detective goes to pothouses to arrest thieves, we go to artistic tea parties to detect pessimists. The ordinary detective discovers from a ledger or a diary that a crime has been committed. We discover from a book of sonnets that a crime will be committed. We have to trace the origin of those dreadful thoughts that drive men on at last to intellectual fanaticism and intellectual crime. As cultural conservatives would put it today, deconstructionist philosophers are much more dangerous than actual terrorists, while the latter want to undermine our politico-ethical order to impose their own religious ethical order. Deconstructionists want to undermine order as such. We say that the most dangerous criminal now is the entirely lawless modern philosopher. Compared to him, burglars and bigamists are essentially moral men. My heart goes out to them. They accept the essential ideal of man, they merely seek it wrongly. Thieves respect property. They merely wish the property. to become their property that they may more perfectly respect it? But philosophers dislike property as property, they wish to destroy the very idea of so null possession. Bigamists respect marriage, or they would not go through the highly ceremonial and even ritualistic formality of bigamy. But philosophers despise marriage as marriage. Murderers respect human life, they merely wish to attain a greater fullness of human life in themselves by the sacrifice of what seems to them to be lesser lives. But philosophers hate life itself, their own as much as other people's. The common criminal is a bad man, but at least he is, as it were, a conditional good man. He says that if only a certain obstacle be removed, say a wealthy uncle, he is then prepared to accept the universe and to praise God. He is a reformer, but not an anarchist. He wishes to cleanse the etc., but not to destroy it. But the evil philosopher is not trying to alter things, but to annihilate them. This provocative analysis demonstrates the limitation of Chesterton, his not being Hegelian enough. What he doesn't get is that universalized crime is no longer a crime. It sublates, negates/overcomes itself as crime and turns from transgression into a new order. He is right to claim that, compared to the entirely lawless philosopher, burglars, bigamists, murderers even, are essentially moral. A thief is a conditionally good man. He doesn't deny property as such, he just wants more of it for himself, and is then quite ready to respect it. The conclusion to be drawn from this, however, is that crime as such is essentially moral, that it simply wants a particular illegal reordering of a global moral order which should remain. And, in a truly Hegelian spirit, we should bring this proposition, of the essential morality of the crime, to its imminent reversal. Not only is crime essentially moral, in Hegel's, an inherent moment of the deployment of the inner antagonisms and contradictions of the very notion of moral order. Not something that disturbs moral order from outside, as an accidental intrusion, but morality itself is essentially criminal again, not only in the sense that the universal moral order necessarily negates itself in particular crimes, but more radically, in the sense that the way morality, in the case of theft, property, asserts itself, is already in itself a crime. Property is theft, as they used to say in the 19th century. That is to say, one should pass from theft as a particular criminal violation of the universal form of property to this form itself as a criminal violation. What Chesterton fails to perceive is that the universalized crime that he projects into lawless modern philosophy and its political equivalent, the anarchist movement that aims at destroying the totality of civilized life, is already realized in the guise of the existing rule of law, so that the antagonism between law and crime reveals itself to be inherent to crime, the antagonism between universal and particular crime. When one continues to read the novel, however, it becomes clear that this position of Syme is only the starting point. At the end, the message is precisely the identity of crime and law, the fact that the highest crime is law itself. That is to say, the end of the novel does explicitly posit the identity between law and universalized/absolute crime. That is the very NAL twist of The Man Who Was Thursday, in which Sunday, the arch-criminal, the anarchists' all-powerful leader, is revealed to be the mysterious chief of the super-secret police unit, who mobilizes Syme into the GHT against the anarchists, i.e., against himself. So let us proceed with our brief description of the novel and look at how, in a scene worthy of Mission Impossible, Syme is recruited by this mysterious chief, reduced to a voice in darkness, to become one of these philosophical policemen. Almost before he knew what he was doing, he had been passed through the hands of about 4 intermediate ochales, and was suddenly shown into a room, the abrupt blackness of which startled him like a blaze of light. It was not the ordinary darkness, in which forms can be faintly traced. It was like going suddenly stone blind. "Are you the new recruit?" asked a heavy voice. And in some strange way, though there was not the shadow of a shape in the gloom, Syme knew two things: first, that it came from a man of massive stature, and second, that the man had his back to him. "Are you the new recruit?" said the invisible chief, who seemed to have heard all about it. "All right. You are engaged." Syme, quite swept o' his feet, made a feeble GHT against this irrevocable phrase. "I really have no experience," he began. "No one has any experience," said the other, "of the Battle of Armageddon. But I am really unti." "You are willing, that is enough," said the unknown. "Well, really," said Syme, "I don't know any profession of which mere will ingness is the NAL test." "I do," said the other martyrs. "I am condemning you to death." "Good day." Syme's RST duty is to penetrate the 7-member Central Anarchist Council, the ruling body of a secret superpowerful organization bent on destroying our civilization. In order to preserve their secrecy, members are known to each other only by a name of a day of the week, through some deft manipulation. Syme gets elected as Thursday. At his RST council meeting he meets Sun Day, the larger-than-life president of the Central Anarchist Council, a big man of incredible authority, mocking irony, and jovial ruthlessness. In the ensuing series of adventures, Syme discovers that all the other VE regular members of the council are also secret agents, members of the same secret unit as himself, hired by the same unseen chief whose voice they have heard, so they join forces. And Nally, at a lavish masked ball, confronts Sunday. Here, the novel passes from mystery to metaphysical comedy. We discover two surprising things. First, that Sunday, president of the Anarchist Council, is the same person as the mysterious never-seen chief who hired Syme, and the other elite detectives, to GHT the anarchists. Second, that he is none other than God himself. These discover IES, of course, trigger a series of perplexed reactions in Syme and the other agents. Syme's RST reaction concerns the strange duality he noticed when he RST met Sunday. Seen from the back he appears brutish and evil, while seen from the front, face to face, he appears beautiful and good. So how are we to read this dual nature of God, this unfathomable unity of good and evil in him? Can we explain the bad side as just conditioned by our partial, limited view? Or a horrible theological vision is the back really his face, an awful, less face staring at me, whose deceptive mask is the good jovial face? When I RST saw Sunday, I only saw his back, and when I saw his back, I knew he was the worst man in the world. His neck and shoulders were brutal, like those of some apish god. His head had a stoop that was hardly human, like the stoop of an ox. In fact, I had at once the revolting fancy that this was not a man at all, but a beast dressed up in men's clothes. And then the queer thing happened. I had seen his back from the street, as he sat in the balcony. Then I entered the hotel, and coming round the other side of him, saw his face in the sunlight. His face frightened me, as it did everyone, but not because it was brutal, not because it was evil. On the contrary, it frightened me because it was so beautiful, because it was so good. When I see the horrible back, I am sure the noble face is but a mask. When I see the face but for an instant, I know the back is only a jest. Bad is so bad, that we cannot but think good an accident. Good is so good, that we feel certain that evil could be explained. I was suddenly possessed with the idea that the blind, blank back of his head really was his face, an awful, eyeless face staring at me. And I fancied that the gur running in front of me was really a gur running backwards and dancing as he ran. If, however, the RST, more comforting, version is true, then we have only known the back of the world. We see everything from behind, and it looks brutal. That is not a tree, but the back of a tree. That is not a cloud, but the back of a cloud. Cannot you see that everything is stooping and hiding a face? If we could only get round in front. However, things get even more complicated. God's essential goodness itself is held against him. When Sunday, asked who he really is, answers that he is the God of Sabbath, of peace, one of the enraged detectives reproaches him. It is exactly that I cannot forgive you. I know you are contentment, optimism, what do they call the thing, an ultimate reconciliation. Well, I am not reconciled. If you were the man in the dark room, why were you also Sunday? Nonce to the sunlight. If you were from the RST, our Father and our friend, why were you also our greatest enemy? We wept, we ate in terror, the iron teared into our souls, and you are the peace of God. Oh, I can forgive God his anger, though it destroyed nations, but I cannot forgive him his peace. As another detective observes in a terse, English-style remark, it seems so silly that you should have been on both sides and fought yourself. If there ever was British Hegelianism, this is it, a literal transposition of Hegel's key thesis that, in getting the alienated substance, the subject ghts his own sense. The novel's hero, Sime, Nally springs to his feet and, with mad excitement, spells out the mystery. I see everything, everything that there is. Why does each thing on the earth war against each other thing? Why does each small thing in the world have to GHT against the world itself? Why does AY have to GHT the whole universe? Why does a dandelion have to GHT the whole universe? For the same reason that I had to be alone in the dreadful council of the days. So that each thing that obeys law may have the glory and isolation of the anarchist. So that each man acting for order may be as brave and good a man as the dynamiter. So that the real lie of Satan may be hung back in the face of this blasphemer, so that by tears and torture we may earn the right to say to this man, you lie. No agonies can be too great to buy the right to say to this accuser, we also have sweared. This, then, is the formula provided, so that each thing that obeys law may have the glory and isolation of the anarchist. So that law is the greatest transgress. Zion, the defender of the law, the greatest rebel. However, where is the limit of this dialectic? Does it also hold for God himself? Is he, the embodiment of cosmic order and harmony, also the ultimate rebel, or is he a benign authority? Observing from a peaceful above, with bemused wisdom, the follies of mortal men struggling against each other? Here is God's reply when Sime turns to him and asks him, have you ever sweared? As Sime gazed, the great face grew to an awful size, grew larger than the colossal mask of Memnon, which had made him scream as a child. It grew larger and larger, filling the whole sky, then everything went black. Only in the blackness before it entirely destroyed his brain he seemed to hear a distant voice saying a commonplace text that he had heard somewhere, can ye drink of the cup that I drink of? This NAL revelation that God himself sues even more than us mortals brings us to the fundamental insight of orthodoxy, Chesterton's theological masterpiece, which belongs to the same period. He published it a year later than Thursday. Not only the insight into how orthodoxy is the greatest transgress Zion, the most rebellious and adventurous thing, but a much darker insight into the central mystery of Christianity. When the world shook and the sun was wiped out of heaven, it was not at the cruci Zion, but at the cry from the cross, the cry which confessed that God was forsaken of God. And now let the revolutionists choose a creed from all the creeds and a God from all the gods of the world, carefully weighing all the gods of inevitable recurrence and of unalterable power. They will not endy another God who has himself been in revolt. Nay, the matter grows too difficult for man's speech, but let the atheists themselves choose a God. They will endy only one divinity who ever uttered their isolation, only one religion in which God seemed for an instant to be an atheist. Because of this overlapping between man's isolation from God and God's isolation from himself, Christianity is terribly revolutionary. That a good man may have his back to the wall is no more than we knew already, but that God could have his back to the wall is a boast for all insurgents forever. Christianity is the only religion on earth that has felt that omnipotence made God incomplete. Christianity alone has felt that God, to be holy God, must have been a rebel as well as a king. Chesterton is fully aware that we are thereby approaching a matter more dark and awful than it is easy to discuss. A matter which the greatest saints and thinkers have justly feared to approach. But in that tarry see tale of the Passion there is a distinct emotional suggestion that the author of all things, in some unthinkable way, went not only through agony, but through doubt. In the standard form of atheism, God dies for men who stop believing in him. In Christianity, God dies for himself. Peter Sloterdijk was right to notice how every atheism bears the mark of the religion out of which it grew through its negation. There is a specifically Jewish Enlightenment atheism practiced by great Jewish gurus from Spinoza to Freud. There is the Protestant atheism of authentic responsibility and assuming one's fate through anxious awareness that there is no external guarantee of success, from Frederick the Great to Heidegger in Senuendi Zeit. There is a Catholic atheism a la Moraz. There is a Muslim atheism. Muslims have a wonderful word for atheists, it means those who believe in nothing. And so on. Insofar as religions remain religions, there is no ecumenical peace between them. Such a peace can develop only through their atheist doubles. Christianity, however, is an exception here. It enacts the reactive reversal of atheist doubt into God himself. In his Father, why have you forsaken me? Christ himself commits what is for a Christian the ultimate sin. He wavers in his faith. While, in all other religions, there are people who do not believe in God, only in Christianity does God not believe in himself. This matter, more dark and awful than it is easy to discuss, is narratively presented as the identity of the mysterious Scotland Yard chief and the president of the anarchists. In Thursday, the ultimate Chestertonian opposition thus concerns the locus of antagonism. Is God the unity of the opposites in the sense of the frame containing worldly antagonisms, guaranteeing their NAL reconciliation, so that, from the standpoint of divine eternity, all struggles are moments of a higher whole, their apparent cacophony is subordinate aspect of the all-encompassing harmony. In short, is God elevated above the confusion and struggles of the world in the way Goethe put it? And all our days of strife, all earthly toil, is peace eternal in God the Lord? Or is antagonism inscribed into the very heart of God himself, i.e., is the Absolute, the name for a contradiction tearing apart the very unity of the all? In other words, when God appears simultaneously as the top policeman GHT in crime and the top criminal, does this division appear only to our night perspective, and is God in himself the absolute one without divisions, or is it, on the contrary, that the detectives are surprised to see the division in God? Because, from their night perspective, they expect to see a pure one elevated above coneists, while God in himself is the absolute self-division. Following Chesterton, we should conceive such a notion of God, the God who says, "Can ye drink of the cup that I drink of," as the exemplary case of the properly dialectical relationship between the universal and the particular. The deerrence is not on the side of particular content, as the traditional deerrentia specica, but on the side of the universal. The universal is not the encompassing container of the particular content, the peaceful medium background of the con-ict of particularities. The universal as such is the side of an unbearable antagonism, self-contradiction, and the multitude of its particular species are ultimately nothing but so many attempts to obfuscate / reconcile / master this antagonism. In other words, the universal names the side of a problem deadlock, of a burn in question, and the particulars are the attempted but failed answers to this problem. For example, the concept of state names a certain problem, how to contain the class antagonism of a society. All particular forms of state are so many failed attempts to propose a solution to this problem. So it is not that particular really existing states are so many failed attempts to realize the ideal of the state, they are so many attempts to actualize an ideal model that would resolve the antagonism inscribed into the very notion of the state. To put it even more pointedly, God is not only not the unity of opposites in the pagan sense of maintaining a balance between opposed cosmic principles, shifting the weight to the opposite sense when one pole gets too strong. God is not only not the unity of opposites in the sense of one pole, the good one, encompassing its opposite, using evil, struggle, deerrence in general as means to enhance the harmony and wealth of the all. It is also not enough to say that he is the unity of opposites in the sense of being himself torn between opposite forces. Hegel is talking about something much more radical. The unity of opposites means that, in a self-reactive short circuit, God falls into his own creation, that, like the proverbial snake, he in a way swallows / eats himself by his own tail. In short, the unity of opposites does not mean that God plays with himself the game of self-alienation, allowing evil opposition in order to overcome it and thus assert his moral strength, etc. It means that God is a mask, a travesty, of devil, that the deerrence between good and evil is internal to evil. From Job to Christ. What this Chestertonian identity of the good Lord and the anarchist rebel enacts is the logic of the social carnival brought to the extreme of self-reaction. Anarchist outbursts are not a transgression of law and order, in arcesy. Ties, anarchism is already in power, wearing the mask of law and order. Our justice is a travesty of justice, the spectacle of law and order is an obscene carnival, a point made clearly by arguably the greatest political poem in English, The Mask of Anarchy by Percy Bysshe Shelley, which describes the obscene parade of gears of power and many more destructions played in this ghastly masquerade, all disguised, even to the eyes, like bishops, lawyers, peers, or spies. Last came anarchy, he rode on a white horse, splashed with blood. He was pale even to the lips, like death in the apocalypse. And he wore a kingly crown, and in his grasp a scepter shone. On his brow this mark I saw: I am God, and King, and Law. Although it is part of today's feminist politically correct rules to praise Mary Shelley's wife, as the one who gained a deeper insight than her husband into the destructive potential of modernity, in Frankenstein, she stopped short of this radical identity of opposites. There is a dilemma faced by many interpreters of Frankenstein, the dilemma that concerns the obvious parallel between Victor and God on the one side and the monster and Adam on the other. In both cases, we are dealing with a single parent creating a male progeny in a non-sexual way. In both cases, this is followed by the creation of a bride, a female partner. This parallel is clearly indicated in the novel's epigraph, Adam's complaint to God. Did I request thee, Maker, from my clay / to mold me man? Did I solicit thee / from darkness to promote me? Paradise Lost, X. It is easy to state the problematic nature of this parallel. If Victor is associated with God, how can he also be the Promethean rebel against God? Recall the novel's subtitle. Or the modern Prometheus. From Chesterton's perspective, the answer is simple. There is no problem here. Victor is like God precisely when he commits the ultimate criminal transgression and confronts the horror of its consequences. Since God is also the greatest rebel against himself, ultimately, the king of the universe is the supreme criminal anarchist. Like Victor, in creating man, God committed the supreme crime of aiming too high, of creating a creature in his own image, new spiritual life, precisely like scientists today who dream of creating an artificially intelligent living being. No wonder his own creature ran out of his control and turned against him. So what if the death of Christ, of himself, is the price God has to pay for his crime? Mary Shelley withdrew from this identity of opposites from a conservative position. More numerous are the cases of such a withdrawal from a radical leftist position. An excellent illustration is V for Vendetta, ALM, which takes place in the near future when Britain is ruled by a totalitarian party called Norse Re. The LM's main opponents are a masked vigilante known as V and Adam Sutler, the country's leader. Although V for Vendetta was praised, by none other than Tony Negri, among others, and, even more, criticized for its radical pro-terrorist, even stance, it does not go to the end. It shrinks from drawing the consequences from the parallels between V and Sutler. The Norse Re party is, we learn, the instigator of the terror it is getting. But what about the further identity of Sutler and V? In both cases, we never see the live face, except the scared Sutler at the very end. When he is about to die, we see Sutler only on TV screens, and V is a specialist in manipulating the screen. Furthermore, V's dead body is placed on the train with the explosives, in a kind of Viking funeral, strangely evoking the name of the ruling party, Norse Re. So when Evie, the young girl who joins V, is imprisoned and tortured by V in order to learn to overcome fear and be free, is this not parallel to what Sutler does to the entire English population, terrorizing them so that they get free and rebel? Since the model of V is Guy Fawkes, he wears Guy's mask. It is even stranger that the LM refuses to draw the obvious Chestertonian lesson of its own plot, the ultimate identity between V and Sutler. In other words, the missing scene in the LM is the one in which, when Evie takes the mask of the dying V, we see Sutler's face beneath. However, the attentive reader will already have guessed that we do not have merely a duality, but a trinity of the features/faces of God. The whole point of the novel's NAL pages is that, to the opposition between the benevolent God of peace and cosmic harmony and the evil God of murderous rage, one should add a third gore, that of the swearing God. This is why Chesterton was right in dismissing Thursday as a basically pre-Christian book, the insight into the speculative identity of good and evil, the notion of God's two sides, peaceful harmony, and destructive rage, the claim that, in gding evil, the good God is gding himself, an internal struggle, is still the highest pagan insight. It is only the third feature, the suerring God whose sudden emergence resolves this tension of God's two faces, that brings us to Christianity proper, what paganism cannot imagine is such a suerring God. This suerring, of course, brings us to the book of Job, praised by Chesterton, in his wonderful short introduction to Book of Job, as the most interesting of ancient books. We may almost say of the Book of Job that it is the most interesting of modern books. What accounts for its modernity is the way in which the Book of Job strikes a dissonant chord in the Old Testament. Everywhere else, then, the Old Testament positively rejoices in the obliteration of man in comparison with the divine purpose. The Book of Job stands nightly alone because the Book of Job nightly asks, but what is the purpose of God? Is it worth the sacrifice even of our miserable humanity? Of course. It is easy enough to wipe out our own paltry wills for the sake of a will that is grander and kinder. But is it grander and kinder? Let God use his tools, let God break his tools. But what is he doing, and what are they being broken for? It is because of this question that we have to attack as a philosophical riddle the riddle of the Book of Job. The real surprise, however, is that in the end, the Book of Job does not provide a satisfying answer to this riddle. It does not end in a way that is conventionally satisfactory. Job is not told that his misfortunes were due to his sins, or a part of any plan for his improvement. God comes in at the end, not to answer riddles, but to propound them. And the great surprise is that the Book of Job makes Job suddenly satisfied with the mere presentation of something impenetrable. Verbally speaking, the enigmas of Jehovah seem darker and more desolate than the enigmas of Job, yet Job was comfortless before the speech of Jehovah, and is comforted after it. He has been told nothing, but he feels the terrible and tingling atmosphere of something which is too good to be told. The refusal of God to explain his design is itself a burning hint of his design. The riddles of God are more satisfying than the solutions of man. In short, God performs here what Lacan calls a point de capitan. He solves the riddle by supplanting it with an even more radical riddle, by redoubling the riddle, by transposing the riddle from Job's mind into the thing itself. He himself comes to share Job's astonishment at the chaotic madness of the created universe. Job puts forward a note of interrogation, God answers with a note of exclamation. Instead of proving to Job that it is an explainable world, he insists that it is a much stranger world than Job ever thought it was. To answer the subject's interrogation with a note of exclamation, is this not the most succinct definition of what the analyst should do in a treatment? So, instead of providing answers from his total knowledge, God does a proper analytic intervention, adding a mere formal accent, a mark of articulation. The ontological implications of such a reply are truly shattering. After Job is hit by calamities, his theological friends come, erring interpretations which render these calamities meaningful, and the greatness of Job is not so much to protest his innocence as to insist on the meaninglessness of his calamities. When God appears afterward, he sides with Job against the theological defenders of the faith. The structure here is exactly the same as that of Freud's dream of Irma's injection, which begins with a conversation between Freud and his patient Irma about the failure of her treatment due to an infected injection, In the course of the conversation, Freud gets closer to her, approaches her face and looks deep into her mouth, confronting the horrible sight of the livid red esh. At this point of unbearable horror, the atmosphere of the dream changes, the horror all of a sudden lapses into comedy. Three doctors, Freud's friends, appear and, in ridiculous pseudo-professional jargon, enumerate multiple, and mutually exclusive, reasons why Irma's poisoning by the infected injection was nobody's fault. There was no injection, the injection was clean. So there is RST, a traumatic encounter, the sight of the raw esh of Irma's throat, which is followed by the sudden change into comedy, into the exchange between three ridiculous doctors, which enables the dreamer to avoid the encounter with the real trauma. The function of the three doctors is the same as that of the three theological friends in the story of Job, to obfuscate the impact of the trauma with a symbolic semblance. Such resistance to meaning is crucial when we are confronting potential or actual catastrophes, from AIDS and ecological disasters to the Holocaust. They have no deeper meaning. This explains the failure of the two Hollywood productions released to mark the FTH anniversary of the slash attacks, Paul Greengrass's United and Oliver Stone's World Trade Center. The RST thing that strikes us is that both try to be as anti-Hollywood as possible, both focus on Slavoj Zizek. The courage of ordinary people, with no glamorous stars, no special effects, no grandiloquent heroic gestures, just a terse, realistic depiction of ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances. However, both LMS contain notable formal exceptions, moments which violate this basic terse, realistic style. United starts with kidnappers in a motel room, praying, getting ready. They look austere, like some kind of angels of death, and the RST shot after the title credits con RMS this impression. It is a panoramic shot from high above Manhattan in the night, accompanied by the sound of the kidnappers' prayers, as if the kidnappers are roaming above the city, getting ready to descend on earth to glean their harvest. Similarly, there are no direct shots of the planes hitting the towers in WTC. All that we see, seconds before the catastrophe, when one of the policemen is on a busy street in a crowd of people, is an ominous shadow quickly passing over them, the shadow of the RST plane. Plus, significantly, after the policeman heroes are caught in the rubble, the camera, in a Hitchcockian move, withdraws back into the air to a God's eye view of the whole of New York City. This direct passage from down-to-earth daily life to the view from above confers on both LMS a strange theological reverberation, as if the attacks were a kind of divine intervention. What is its meaning? Recall the RST reaction of Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson to the slash bombings, perceiving them as a sign that God withdrew his protection of the USA because of the sinful lives of the Americans, putting the blame on hedonist materialism, liberalism, and rampant sexuality, and claiming that America got what it deserved. The fact that the very same condemnation of liberal America as the one from the Muslim other came from the very heart of El Amerique Profonde should give us food for thought. In a concealed way, United and WTC tend to do the opposite, to read the slash catastrophe as a blessing in disguise, as a divine intervention from above, to awaken us from moral slumber and to bring out the best in us. WTC ends with the O-screen words which spell out this message. Terrible events like the Twin Towers destruction bring out the worst and the best in people: courage, solidarity, sacrifice for community. People are shown to be able to do things they would never imagine being able to do. And, in EECT, this utopian perspective TIV is one of the undercurrents that sustain our fascination with catastrophe. LMS, it is as if our societies need a major catastrophe in order to resuscitate the spirit of communal solidarity. The two LMS are not really about the war on terror, but about the lack of solidarity and courage in our permissive late capitalist societies. The legacy of Job precludes such a gesture of taking a refuge in the standard transcendent Gur of God as a secret master who knows the meaning of what appears to us to be a meaningless catastrophe, the God who sees the entire picture in which what we perceive as a stain contributes to global harmony. When we are confronted with an event like the Holocaust, or the death of millions in Congo in recent years, is it not obscene to claim that these stains have a deeper meaning in that they contribute to the harmony of the whole? Is there a whole which can teleologically justify, and thus redeem/sublate, an event like the Holocaust? Christ's death on the cross thus means that we should immediately ditch the notion of God as a transcendent caretaker who guarantees the happy outcome of our acts, the guarantee of historical teleology. Christ's death on the cross is the death of this God. It repeats Job's stance, it refuses any deeper meaning that obfuscates the brutal reality of historical catastrophes. This also allows us to provide the only consistent Christian answer to the eternal critical question: was God present in Auschwitz? How could he allow such immense suffering? Why didn't he intervene and prevent it? The answer is neither that we should learn to withdraw from our earthly vicissitudes and identify with the blessed peace of God, who dwells above our misfortunes, so that we become aware of the ultimate nullity of our human concerns, the standard pagan answer, nor that God knows what he is doing and will somehow recompense us for our suffering, heal our wounds, and punish the guilty, the standard teleological answer. The answer is found, for example, in the NAL scene of shooting dogs, ALM about the Rwanda genocide, in which a group of Tutsi refugees in a Christian school know that they will soon be slaughtered by a Hutu mob. A young British teacher in the school breaks down in despair and asks his father Gur, the elder priest, played by John Hurt, where Christ is now to prevent the slaughter. The priest's answer is, Christ is now present here more than ever, he is suffering here with us. The very term presence should be read against this background. Presence is, at its most radical, the presence of a spectral objet which adds itself to objects which are here in reality. When a Christian is caught in a situation like the one in the LM, objects in reality around him are present, but the presence is that of Christ. This is why, in spite of a fundamental difference that separates me from Caputo and Vattimo, I fully share the idea, common to both of them, of Christ as a weak God, a God reduced to a compassionate observer of human misery, unable to intervene and help. We should just be careful to strictly distinguish this idea from the notion of weak thought. I cannot fail to agree with Caputo's description of what is happening on the cross. It is a mystikation to think that there is some celestial transaction going on here, some settling of accounts between the divinity and humanity, as if this death is the amortization of a debt of long-standing and staggering dimensions. If anything, no debt is lifted from us in the scene but a responsibility imposed on us. What, then, if this was what Job perceived and what kept him silent? He remained silent neither because he was crushed by God's overwhelming presence, nor because he wanted thereby to indicate his continuous resistance the fact that God avoided answering his question, but because, in a gesture of silent solidarity, he perceived the divine impotence. God is neither just nor unjust, but simply impotent. What Job suddenly understood was that it was not him, but God himself who was in EECT on trial in Job's calamities, and he failed the test miserably. Even more pointedly, I am tempted to risk a radical anachronistic reading. Job foresaw God's own future, swearing, today it's me, tomorrow it will be your own son, and there will be no one to intervene for him. What you see in me now is the precuration of your own passion. I should add a further complication here. Let us return to Freud's basic question: why do we dream at all? Freud's answer is deceptively simple: the ultimate function of the dream is to enable the dreamer to prolong his sleep. This is usually interpreted as bearing upon the dreams we have just before awakening, when some external disturbance, noise, threatens to awaken us. In such a situation, the sleeper quickly imagines, in the guise of a dream, a situation which incorporates this external stimulus and thus succeeds in prolonging his sleep for a while. When the external signal becomes too strong, he nally wakes up. However, are things really so straightforward? In another dream from the interpretation of dreams about waking up, a tired father, who is spending the night watching at the koan of his young son, falls asleep and dreams that his son is approaching him all in aims, addressing to him the horrifying reproach, "Father, can't you see I am burning?" Soon afterward, the father wakes up and discovers that, due to an overturned candle, his dead son's shroud has in fact caught the smoke that he smelled while asleep was incorporated into the dream of the burning son to prolong his sleep. So, did the father wake up when the external stimulus, smoke, became too strong to be contained within the dream scenario? Was it not, rather, the other way around? The father constructed the dream in order to prolong his sleep, i.e., to avoid the unpleasant awakening. However, what he encountered in the dream, literally the burning question, the creepy specter of his son making the reproach, was much more unbearable than external reality, so he woke up, escaped into external reality. Why? To continue to dream, to avoid the unbearable trauma of his own guilt for his son's painful death. In order to get the full weight of this paradox, we should compare this dream with the one about Irma's injection. In both dreams, there is a traumatic encounter, the sight of the raw ash of Irma's throat, the vision of the burning sun. In the second dream, however, the dreamer wakes up at this point, while in the RST dream the horror is replaced by the inane spectacle of professional excuses. This parallel gives us the ultimate key to Freud's theory of dreams: the awakening. In the second dream, the father awakens into reality. In order to escape the horror of the dream, has the same function as the sudden change into comedy, into the exchange between three ridiculous doctors, in the RST dream. That is to say, our ordinary reality has precisely the structure of such an inane exchange which enables us to avoid the encounter with the real trauma. From here, we should return to Christ. Is Christ's Father, "Why have you forsaken me?" not the Christian version of Freud's Father, "Can't you see I am burning?" And is this not addressed precisely to God Father, who pulls the strings behind the stage and teleologically guarantees the meaning of all our earthly vicissitudes? Taking upon himself, not the sins, but the swearing of humanity, he confronts the Father with the meaninglessness of it all. The double kenosis. The theological term for this identity of Job and Christ is double kenosis. God's self-alienation overlaps with the alienation from God of the human individual, who experiences himself as alone in a godless world, abandoned by God, who dwells in some inaccessible transcendent beyond. For Hegel, the codependence of the two aspects of kenosis reaches its highest tension in Protestantism. Protestantism and the Enlightenment critique of religious superstitions are the front and the obverse of the same coin. The starting point Of this entire movement is the medieval Catholic thought of someone like Thomas Aquinas, for whom philosophy should be a handmaiden of faith. Faith and knowledge, theology and philosophy, supplement each other as a harmonious, non-connectual, distinction within, under the predominance of theology. Although God in himself remains an unfathomable mystery for our limited cognitive capacities, reason can also guide us toward him by enabling us to recognize the traces of God in created reality. This is the premise of Aquinas's VE versions of the proof of God, the rational observation of material reality as a texture of causes, and EX leads us to the necessary insight into how there must be a primal cause to it all, etc. With Protestantism, this unity breaks apart. We have on the one side the godless universe, the proper object of our reason, and the unfathomable divine beyond, separated by a hiatus from it. Confronted with this break, we can do two things: either we deny any meaning to an otherworldly beyond, dismissing it as a superstitious illusion, or we remain religious and exempt our faith from the domain of reason, conceiving it as an act of, precisely, pure faith, authentic inner feeling, etc. What inter Hegel here is how this tension between philosophy, enlightened rational thought, and religion ends up in their mutual debasement and bastardization. In a RST move, reason seems to be on the offensive and religion on the defensive, desperately trying to carve out a place for itself outside the domain. Under the control of reason, under the pressure of the Enlightenment critique and the advances of science, religion humbly retreats into the inner space of authentic feelings. However, the ultimate price is paid by enlightened reason itself. Its defeat of religion ends up in its self-defeat, in its self-limitation, so that at the conclusion of this entire movement, the gap between faith and knowledge reappears, but transposed into the eld of knowledge, reason, itself. After its battle with religion, the best reason could manage was to take a look at itself and come to self-awareness. Reason, having in this way become mere intellect, acknowledges its own nothingness by placing that which is better than it in a faith outside and above itself, as a beyond to be believed in. This is what has happened in the philosophies of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte. Philosophy has made itself the handmaiden of a faith once more. Both poles are thus debased. Reason becomes mere intellect, a tool for manipulating empirical objects, a mere pragmatic instrument of the human animal, and religion becomes an impotent inner feeling which can never be fully actualized, since the moment one tries to transpose it into external reality, one regresses to Catholic idolatry, which fetishizes contingent natural objects. The epitome of this development is Kant's philosophy. Kant started as the great destroyer, with his ruthless critique of theology, and ended up with, as he himself put it, constraining the scope of reason to create a space for faith. What he displays in a model way is how the Enlightenment's ruthless denigration and limitation of its external enemy, faith, which is denied any cognitive status. Religion is a feeling with no cognitive truth value, inverts into Sun's self-denigration and self-limitation. Reason can legitimately deal only with the objects of phenomenal experience. True reality is inaccessible to it. The Protestant insistence on faith alone, on how the true temples and altars to God should be built in the heart of the individual, not in external reality, is an indication of how the anti-religious Enlightenment attitude cannot resolve its own problem, the problem of subjectivity gripped by absolute solitude. The ultimate result of the Enlightenment is thus the absolute singularity of the subject, dispossessed of all substantial content, reduced to the empty point of self-relating negativity, a subject totally alienated from the substantial content, including its own content. And, for Hegel, the passage through this 0 point is necessary, since the solution is not provided by any kind of renewed synthesis or reconciliation between faith and reason. With the advent of modernity, the magic of the enchanted universe is forever lost, reality will forever remain gray. The only solution is, as we have already seen, the very redoubling of alienation. The insight into how my alienation from the Absolute overlaps with the Absolute self-alienation, I am in God in my very distance from Him. The crucial problem is, how are we to think the link between these two alienations, the one of the modern man from God, who is reduced to an unknowable in itself, absent from the world, subjected to mechanical laws. The other of God from Himself, in Christ, incarnation. They are the same. Although not symmetrically, but as subject and object. In order for human subjectivity to emerge out of the substantial personality of the human animal, cutting links with it and positing itself as the I equals I dispossessed of all substantial content, as the self-relating negativity of an empty singularity, God Himself, the universal substance, has to humiliate Himself, to fall into His own creation, to objectivize Himself, to appear as a singular miserable human individual in all its abjection, i.e., abandoned by God. The distance of man from God is thus the distance of God from Himself. The suering of God and the suering of human subjectivity deprived of God must be analyzed as the recto and verso of the same event. There is a fundamental relationship between divine kenosis and the tendency of modern reason to posit a beyond which remains inaccessible. The encyclopedia makes this relation visible by presenting the death of God at once as the passion of the Son who dies in the pain of negativity and the human feeling that we can know nothing of God. This double kenosis is what the standard Marxist critique of religion as the self-alienation of humanity misses. Modern philosophy would not have its own subject if God's sacre had not occurred. For subjectivity to emerge, not as a mere epiphenomenon of the global substantial ontological order, but as essential to substance itself, the split, negativity, particularization, self-alienation, must be posited as something that takes place in the very heart of the divine substance, i.e., the move from substance to subject must occur within God Himself. In short, man's alienation from God, the fact that God appears to him as an inaccessible in itself, as a pure transcendent beyond, must coincide with the alienation of God from Himself, whose most poignant expression is, of course, Christ's Father, why have you forsaken me? On the cross night, human consciousness only represents God because God presents itself. Consciousness is only at a distance from God because God distances Himself from Himself. The topic of the divine kenosis, of God's emptying into the world, is crucial to a proper understanding of the Christian notion of divine love. Some theologians, reacting on the mystery of the divine dispensation of mercy, have been brought to Lacan's formula of love. The ultimate proof that God loves us is that He gives what He does not have. If we are to grasp this properly, we should oppose to have and to be. God doesn't give what He has, He gives what He is. His very being. That is to say, it is wrong to imagine the divine dispensation as the activity of a wealthy subject, so abundantly rich that he can afford to cede to others a part of his possessions. From a proper theological perspective, God is the poorest of them all. He has only His being to give away. His whole wealth is already out there, in creation. This is why standard Marxist philosophy oscillates between the ontology of dialectical materialism, which reduces human subjectivity to a particular ontological sphere. No wonder Georgy Plekhanov, the creator of the term dialectical materialism, also designated Marxism as dynamized Spinozism, and the philosophy of praxis which, from the young George Lukács onward, takes as its starting point and horizon collective subjectivity which posits/mediates airy objectivity, and is thus unable to think its genesis from the substantial order. The ontological explosion, Big Bang, which gives rise to it. So if Christ's death is at once the death of the God-man and the death of the initial and immediate abstraction of the divine being which is not yet posited as a self. This means that, as Hegel pointed out, what dies on the cross is not only the earthly night, representative of God, but God himself, the very transcendent God of beyond. Both terms of the opposition, Father and Son, the substantial God as the absolute in itself and the God for us, revealed to us, are sublated in the Holy Spirit. The standard reading of this sublation Christ dies, is sublated, as the immediate representation of God, as God in the guise of a night human person. In order to be reborn as the universal/atemporal spirit remains far too inadequate. The point this reading misses is the ultimate lesson to be learned from the divine incarnation. The night existence of mortal humans is the only site of the spirit, the site where spirit achieves its actuality. What this means is that, in spite of all its grounding power, spirit is a virtual entity in the sense that its status is that of a subjective presupposition. It exists only insofar as subjects act as if it exists. Its status is similar to that of an ideological cause like communism or nation. It is the substance of the individuals who recognize themselves in it, the ground of their entire existence, the point of reference which provides the ultimate horizon of meaning to their lives, something for which these individuals are ready to give their lives, yet the only thing that really exists are these individuals and their activity. So this substance is actual only insofar as individuals believe in it and act accordingly. The crucial mistake to be avoided is therefore to grasp the Hegelian spirit as a kind of meta-subject, a mind much larger than an individual human mind, aware of itself. Once we do this, Hegel has to look like a ridiculous spiritualist obscurantist, claiming that there is a kind of mega-spirit controlling our history. Against this cliché about the Hegelian spirit, I should emphasize how Hegel is fully aware that it is in the night consciousness that the process of knowing spirit's essence takes place, and that the divine self-consciousness thus arises. Out of the foaming ferment of nitude, spirit rises up fragrantly. This holds especially for the Holy Spirit. Our awareness, the self-consciousness of night humans, is its only actual sight, i.e., the Holy Spirit also rises up out of the foaming ferment of nitude. Badian says in Paul Claudel's Elodige, "Dieu ne peut rien sans nous." God can do nothing without us. This is what Hegel has in mind here. Although God is the substance of our entire human being, he is impotent without us. He acts only in and through us. He is posited through our activity as its presupposition. This is why Christ is impassive, ethereal, fragile, a purely sympathetic observer, impotent in himself. We can see apropos of this case how sublation, Aufhebung, is not directly the sublation of otherness, its return into the same, its recuperation by the one. So that, in this case, night/mortal individuals are reunited with God, return to his embrace. With Christ's incarnation, the externalization/self-alienation of divinity, the passage from the transcendent God to night/mortal individuals, is a fait accompli. There is no way back. All there is, all that really exists, from now on are individuals. There are no Platonic ideas or substances whose existence is somehow more real. What is sublated in the move from the Son to Holy Spirit is thus God himself, after the crucifixion, the death of God incarnate. The universal God returns as a spirit of the community of believers, i.e., He is the one who passes from being a transcendent substantial reality to a virtual/ideal entity which exists only as the presupposition of acting individu. ALS. The standard perception of Hegel as an organicist holist who thinks that really existing individuals are just predicates of some higher substantial whole, epiphenomena of the spirit as a mega-subject who actively runs the show, totally misses this crucial point. What, then, is sublated in the case of Christianity? It is not the night reality which is sublated, negated, maintained, elevated, into a moment of ideal totality. It is, on the contrary, the divine substance itself, God as a thing in itself, which is sublated, negated. What dies on the cross is the substantial gur of the transcendent God, but simultaneously maintained in the transubstantiated form of the Holy Spirit, the community of believers, which exists only as the virtual presupposition of the activity of night individuals. Christ with Wagner. Such a virtual order of collective spirituality, what Hegel called the objective spirit and Lacan the big other, is, however, clearly already present in Judaism. Where is its specifically Christian twist? Let us look for a reply to this key question in the two masterpieces of Alfred Hitchcock, a British Catholic. Like Chesterton. In pre-digital times, when I was in my teens, I remember seeing a bad copy of Vertigo. Its last seconds were simply missing, so that the movie appeared to have a happy ending. Scotty reconciled with Judy, forgiving her and accepting her as a partner, the two of them passionately embracing. My point is that such an ending is not as artificial as it may seem. It is rather in the actual ending that the sudden appearance of the Mother Superior from the staircase below functions as a kind of negative deus ex machina, a sudden intrusion in no way properly grounded in the narrative logic, which prevents the happy ending. Where does the nun appear from? From the same pre-ontological realm of shadows from which Scotty himself secretly observes Madeline at the wrists. And it is here that we should locate the hidden continuity between Vertigo and Psycho. The Mother Superior appears from the same void from which, out of nowhere, Norman appears in the shower murder sequence of Psycho, brutally attacking Marion, interrupting the reconciliatory ritual of cleansing. And we should follow this direction to the end, in a strange structural analogy with the between two frames dimension of a painting. Many Hitchcock LMS seem to rely on a between two stories dimension. Here is a simple mental experiment with two of Hitchcock's late masterpieces. What if Vertigo were to end after Madeline's suicide, with the devastated Scotty listening to Mozart in the sanitarium? What if Psycho were to end seconds prior to the shower murder, with Marion staring into the falling water, purifying herself? In both cases, we would get a consistent short LM. In the case of Vertigo, it would be a drama of the destruction caused by violently obsessive male desire. It is the very excessive possessive nature of male desire which makes it destructive of its object. Male love is murder, as Otto Weininger knew long ago. In the case of Psycho, it would be a moral tale about a catastrophe prevented at the last minute. Marion commits a minor crime, escaping with the stolen money to rejoin her lover. On the way, she meets Norman, who is like a gur of moral warning, showing Marion what awaits her at the end of the line if she follows the path she has taken. This terrifying vision sobers her up, so she withdraws to her room, plans her return, and then takes a shower, as if to cleanse herself of her moral dirt. In both cases, it is thus as if what we are lured into taking as the full story is all of a sudden displaced, reframed, relocated into, or supplemented by another story, something along the lines of the idea envis aged by Borges in the opening story of his fictions, which culminates in the claim, un libro que no encierra su contra libro es considerado incompleto. A book which does not contain its counterbook is considered incomplete. In his seminar, Jacques-Alain Miller elaborated on this idea, refer. Ring to Ricardo Piglia. Piglia quoted as an example of Borges's claim one of Anton Chekhov's tales whose nucleus is, a man goes to the casino at Monte Carlo, wins $1 million, returns to his place and commits suicide. If this is the nucleus of a story, one must, in order to tell it, divide the twisted story in two, on the one hand, the story of the game, on the other, that of the suicide. Thus Piglia's RST thesis, that a story always has a double characteristic, and always tells two stories at the same time, which provides the opportunity to distinguish the story which is on the RST plane from the number story, which is encoded in the interstices of story number. We should note that story number only appears when the story is concluded, and it has the EECT of surprise. What joins these two stories is that the elements, the events, are inscribed in two narrative registers which are at the same time distinct, simultaneous and antagonistic, and the construction itself of the story is supported by the junction between the two stories. The inversions which seem superfluous in the development of story number become, on the contrary, essential. In the plot of story number, there is a modern form of the story which transforms the structure by omitting the surprise nail without closing the structure of the story, which leaves a trace of a narrative, and the tension of the two stories is never resolved. This is what one considers as being properly modern, the subtraction of the NAL anchoring point which allows the two stories to continue in an unresolved tension. This is the case, says Piglia, with Hemingway, who pushed the ellipse to its highest point in such a way that the secret story remains hermetic. 1. Perceives simply that there is another story which needs to be told, but which remains absent. There is a hole. If one modi at Chekhov's note in Hemingway's style, it would not narrate the suicide, but rather the text would be assembled in such a way that one might think that the reader already knew it. Kafka constitutes another of these variants. He narrates very simply, in his novels, the most secret story, a secret story which appears on the RST plane, told as if coming from itself, and he encodes the story which should be visible but which becomes, on the contrary, enigmatic and hidden. Back to Hitchcock's Vertigo and Psycho, is this not precisely the structure of the narrative twist/cut in both LMS? In both cases, story number, the shift to Judy and to Norman, appears only when the story seems to have concluded. And it certainly has the EECT of surprise. In both cases, the two narrative registers are at the same time distinct, simultaneous, and antagonistic, and the construction of the narrative itself is supported by the junction between the two stories. The inversions which seem superfluous in the development of story number, like the totally contingent intrusion of the murdering monster in Psycho, become essential in the plot of story number. One can thus well imagine, along these lines, Psycho remade by Hemingway or Kafka. An excellent example of Hemingway's procedure is Killers, his best-known short story which, in a mere 10 pages, reports in a terse style the arrival of two killers in a small provincial town. They go to a diner, awaiting a mysterious Swede whom they have to kill. Swede's young friend escapes from the diner and informs him that two killers are on the way to murder him. Yet Swede is so desperate and resigned that he sends the boy and calmly awaits them. The second story, the explanation of this enigma, what happened to Swede that he is ready to calmly await his death, is never told. The classic LM noir based on this story tries to LL this void, in a series of ashbacks. The second story, the betrayal of a femme fatale, is told in detail. In Hemingway's version, Norman's story would remain hermetic, the spectator would simply perceive that there is another, Norman's, story which needs to be told, but remains absent. There is a whole. In Kafka's version, Norman's story would appear in the foreground, told as if coming from itself. Norman's weird universe would be narrated directly, in the RST person, as something completely normal, while Marian's story would be encoded/framed by Norman's horizon, told as enigmatic and hidden. Just imagine the conversation between Marian and Norman in his private room, prior to the shower murder, the way we have it now. Our point of identification is Marian, and Norman appears as a weird and threatening presence. What if this scene were to be reshot with Norman as our point of identification, so that Marian's ordinary questions would appear as what they often in fact are, a cruel and insensitive intrusion into Norman's world? No wonder Borges loved the detective whodunit, a genre which exemplifies a double story. The whole point of the detective's investigation is that, at the end, he is able to narrate a counter-story, what really happened, to the confused story of how the murder appears. Of special interest here are those detective stories which raise this procedure to a second-degree self-reactive level. Like Oral Stanley Gardner's The Case of the Perjured Parrot, in which the denouement itself is redoubled, Perry Mason RSTOERS1 explanation, the narrative of what really happened, and then, not Sadie's Ed with it, takes it back and OERS. A second, correct, solution. Agatha Christie plays a variation on the same game. When the two versions, the novel and the play, of Appointment with Death provide different denouements to the same story, Christie is in general at her best when she explores all the formal possibilities of the denouement of a whodunit, that the murderer is the entire group of suspects. In Murder on the Orient Express, the necessary ideological consequence of this solution is that, since society as such cannot be guilty, the victim must coincide with the murderer, the true criminal, so that his violent death is not a crime but a just-ed punishment, that the murderer is the very person who discovers the murder, peril at end house, that the murderer is Poirot himself, in The Curtain, quite appropriately the last Poirot novel, and, again, with a variation on the Orient Express theme of the victim as the true criminal, that Poirot investigates the indications that a murder will be committed and prevents it at the last moment, thus saving the soul of a nice guy who, in a desperate situation, plans a murder, wasp's nest, and, Nally, that the murderer is the very naive narrator of the story. The gore of common sense, decency, in the murder of Roger Ackroyd. Here I should mention Who Killed Roger Ackroyd, Pierre Bayard's excellent literary study in which, armed with logic and psychoanalysis, he conclusively demonstrates that the solution provided by Poirot is false, that Poirot becomes a victim of his own paranoia and poses a construction which leaves too many clues unaccounted for. Bayard's solution is that the real murderer is the narrator's sister, a spinster who knows all the secrets of the small town. The explanation that the narrator confesses to the murder in order to protect his sister, knowing that she committed the murder to help him, thus repaying his debt to her, and then poisons himself, provides a much better interpretation of all the data. Bayard's hypothesis is not that this ambiguity is an EECT of Christie's unconscious mechanisms, but That she was fully aware of this fact and wrote the novel as a trap and a test for really attentive readers. What Bayard provides is thus again the counter-story to the novel's O'Chale story. In his more recent L'Air du Chien de Baskerville, Bayard applies the same method of critique policière, detective literary criticism, to Conan Doyle's classic. He demonstrates that, while he fully accepts the entire content of the novel, there is a much better solution to the mystery than the one proposed by Sherlock Holmes at the end. The murderer is not Jack Stapleton but his wife Beryl, and the true murder is that of Jack himself, who disappears on the moor, not those of Charles Baskerville and Selden, which were mere accidents, cleverly used by Beryl to avenge herself on her unfaithful husband. Bayard compares The Hound of the Baskervilles with Agatha Christie's Towards Zero, in which Neville Strange, a professional tennis player, kills his old aunt, Lady Tressilian, and then plants at the murder scene two series of clues, the RST, and rather obvious, implicates him in the murder, while the second, much more subtle one points toward his ex-wife Audrey, who is then arrested not only for the murder of Lady Tressilian, but also for the attempt to put the blame on her ex-husband. Just prior to her hanging, Superintendent Battle arrives at the truth. Lady Tressilian's murder was in itself without any sine qua, the real aim of the murderer was to kill his ex-wife Audrey, so he needed the police investigation which would lead to her arrest and hanging. The same goes for The Hound of the Baskervilles, although with a double twist. The preceding super-use murders do not take place at all. The murderer simply manages to impose on Holmes their reading as a murder inculpating her husband. The murderer succeeds in her plan. Holmes is duped. How, precisely, does such a trick work? The appearance of the RST murder is staged in order to attract the attention of the investigator or the police, and there we end Holmes's fundamental mistake. More serious than his misreading of clues, he forgets to include himself, his own investigative engagement, in the crime, i.e., he does not see that the appearance of a crime was staged for his gaze, in order to involve him, so that, as the murderer hopes, he will inculpate and cause the death of the wrong person. Here again, we are dealing with a reflexive redoubling. What the detective sees as a reality to be discovered, as a mystery to be explained, is already a story told to him to attract his interest. This is how, from a proper Hegelian Lacanian perspective, we should subvert the standard self-enclosed linear narrative, not by means of a postmodern dispersal into a multitude of local narratives, but by means of its redoubling in a hidden counter-narrative. This is why the classic detective whodunit is so similar to the psychoanalytic process. In it also, the two narrative registers: the visible story of the discovery of a crime and its investigation by the detective, and the hidden story of what really happened, are at the same time distinct, simultaneous, and antagonistic, and the construction of the narrative itself is supported by the junction between the two stories, and is not one way to conceptualize class struggle. Also such a split between the two narratives which are at the same time distinct, simultaneous, and antagonistic, and the construction of the narrative itself is supported by the junction between the two stories. If one starts to tell the story from the standpoint of the RUL in class, one sooner or later reaches a gap, a point at which something arises which doesn't make sense within the horizon of the story, something which is experienced as meaningless brutality, something akin to the unexpected intrusion of the murdering Gur in the shower scene from Psycho. The Soviet government organized the forced expulsion of leading anti-communist intellectuals, from philosophers and theologians to economists and historians. They left Russia for Germany on a boat known as the Philosophy steamer. Prior to his expulsion, Nikolai Losky, one of those forced into exile, enjoyed with his family the comfortable life of the haute bourgeois. Sie, supported by servants and nannies. He simply couldn't understand who would want to destroy his way of life. What had the Loskys and their kind done? His boys and their friends, as they inherited the best of what Russia had to OER, helped the world with talk of literature and music and art, and they led gentle lives. What was wrong with that? In order to account for such a foreign element, we have to go to story number, the story from the stand point of the exploited. For Marxism, class struggle is not the all-encompassing narrative of our history, it is an irreducible clash of narratives. And does the same not go for today's Israel? Many peace-loving Israelis confess to their perplexity, they just want peace and a shared life with the Palestinians. They are ready to make concessions, but why do the Palestinians hate them so much? Why the brutal suicide bombings that kill innocent wives and children? The thing to do here is, of course, to supplement this story with its counter-story. The story of what it means to be a Palestinian in the occupied territories, subjected to hundreds of regulations of the bureaucratic microphysics of power. For example, a Palestinian farmer is allowed to dig a hole in the earth no deeper than 3 feet to end a source of water, while a Jewish farmer is allowed to dig as deep as he likes. A similar clash of narratives is at the very core of Christianity. One of the few remaining truly progressive U.S. publications, the Weekly World News, reported on a recent breathtaking discovery. Archaeologists discovered 10 additional commandments, as well as 7 warnings from Jehovah to his people. They are suppressed by the Jewish and Christian establishment because they clearly give a boost to today's progressive struggle, demonstrating beyond doubt that God took sides in our political struggles. Commandment, for instance, is, "Thou shalt tolerate the faith of others as you would have them do unto you." Originally, this commandment was directed at the Jews who objected to the Egyptian slaves who joined them in their exodus, continuing to practice their religion. Commandment: Thou shalt not inhale burning leaves in a house of manna where it may aect the breathing of others, clearly supports the prohibition of smoking in public places. Commandment: Thou shalt not erect a temple of gaming in the desert, where all will become wanton. Warns of Las Vegas, although it originally referred to individuals who organized gambling in the desert close to the camp of wandering Jews. Command meant: Thy body is sacred and thou shalt not permanently alter thy face or bosom. If thy nose offends thee, leave it alone, points toward the vanity of plastic surgery, while the target of commandment, Thou shalt not elect a fool to lead thee. If twice elected, thy punishment shall be death by stoning, is clearly the re-election of President Bush. Even more telling are some of the warnings. The second warning: Seek ye not war in my holy lands, for they shall multiply. And AICT, all of civilization, presciently warns of the global dangers of the Middle East. ICT, and the third warning: Avoid dependence upon the thick black oils of the soil, for they come from the realm of Satan, is a plea for new sources of clean energy. Are we ready to hear and obey God's word? There is a basic question to be raised here, above the ironic satisfaction provided by such jokes. Is the search for supplementary commandments not another version of the search for the counter book without which the principal book remains incomplete? And insofar as this book to be supplemented is ultimately the Old Testament itself, is the counter book not simply the New Testament? This would be the way to account for the strange coexistence of two Sacred books in Christianity, the Old Testament, the book shared by all three religions of the book, and the New Testament, the counter-book that denies Christianity and, within its perspective, of course, completes the book, so that we can in EECT say that the construction of the Bible itself is supported by the junction between the two testaments. This ambiguous supplementation completion is best encapsulated in the lines on the fulfillment of the law from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, in which he radicalizes the commandments. Matthew: quoted from the New International Version. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them but to fulfill them. I tell you the truth, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Anyone who breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. You have heard that it was said to the people long ago, do not murder, and anyone who murders will be subject to judgment. But I tell you that anyone who is angry with his brother will be subject to judgment. You have heard that it was said, do not commit adultery. But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to go into hell. It has been said, anyone who divorces his wife must give her a certificate of divorce. But I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife, except for marital unfaithfulness, causes her to become an adulteress, and anyone who marries the divorced woman commits adultery. Again, you have heard that it was said to the people long ago, do not break your oath, but keep the oaths you have made to the Lord. But I tell you, do not swear at all, either by heaven, for it is God's throne, or by the earth, for it is his footstool, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. And do not swear by your head, for you cannot make even one hair white or black. Simply let your yes be yes, and your no, no. Anything beyond this comes from the evil one. You have heard that it was said, eye for eye, and tooth for tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If someone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if someone wants to sue you and take your tunic, let him have your cloak as well. If someone forces you to go 1 mile, go with him 2 miles. Give to the one who asks you, and do not turn away from the one who wants to borrow from you. You have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be sons of your Father in heaven. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? And if you greet only your brothers, what are you doing more than others? Do not even pagans do that? Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. The Ochale Catholic way to interpret the series of supplements is the so-called double standard view, which divides the teachings of the sermon into general precepts and specific counsels. Obedience to the general precepts is essential for salvation, but obedience to the counsels is necessary only for perfection. Or, as it was said already in Didache, for if you are able to bear the entire yoke of the Lord, you will be perfect, but if you are not able to do this, do what you are able. In short, the law is for everyone, while its supplement is for the perfect only. Martin Luther rejected this Catholic approach and proposed a different two-level system, the so-called two realms view, which divides the world into the religious and secular realms, claiming that the sermon applies only to the spiritual. In the temporal world, obligations to family, employers, and country force believers to compromise, thus a judge should follow his secular obligations to sentence a criminal, but inwardly, he should mourn for the criminal's fate. Clearly, both these versions resolve the tension by introducing a split between the two domains and constraining the more severe injunctions to the second domain. As expected, in the case of Catholicism, this split is externalized into two kinds of people, the ordinary ones and the perfect, saints, monks. While in Protestantism it is internalized into the split between how I interact with others in the secular sphere, and how I relate to others inwardly. Are these, however, the only ways to read this? A, perhaps surprising, refer to Richard Wagner might be of some help here, a reference to his draft of the play Jesus of Nazareth, written somewhere between late and early. Together with the libretto The Saracen Woman, Die Sarazenin, written in between The Flying Dutchman and Tannhauser, these two drafts are key elements in Wagner's development. Each of them indicates a path which might have been taken but was abandoned, i.e., it points toward a what-if scenario of an alternate Wagner, and thus reminds us of the open character of history. The Saracen Woman is, after Wagner found his voice in The Dutchman, the last counterattack of grand opera, a repetition of Rienzi if Wagner had set it to music, and if the opera had turned out to be a triumph like Rienzi, it is possible that Wagner might have succumbed to this last Meyerbeerian temptation, and developed into a completely different composer. Similarly, a couple of years later, after Wagner exhausted his potential for romantic operas with Lohengrin and was searching for a new way, Jesus again stands for a path which differs completely from that of the music dramas and their pagan universe. Jesus is something like Parsifal, written directly, without the long detour through the ring. What, among other things, Wagner attributes there to Jesus is a series of alternate supplementations of the commandments. The commandment saith, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, Ye shall not marry without love. A marriage without love is broken as soon as entered into, and whoso hath wooed without love, already hath broken the wedding. If ye follow my commandment, how can ye ever break it, since it bids you to do what your own heart and soul desire? But where ye marry without love, ye bind yourselves at variance with God's love, and in your wedding ye sin against God, and this sin avengeth itself by your striving next against the law of man, in that ye break the marriage vow. The shift from Jesus' actual words is crucial here. Jesus internalizes the prohibition, making it much more severe. The law says no actual adultery, while I say that if you only covet the other's wife in your mind, it is the same as if you have already committed adultery, etc. Wagner also internalizes it, but in a different way. The inner dimension he evokes is not that of intention, but that of love that should accompany the law, marriage. The true adultery is not to copulate outside marriage, but to copulate in marriage without love. Simple adultery just violates the law from outside, while marriage without love destroys it from within, turning the letter of the law against its spirit. So, to paraphrase Brecht yet again, what is a simple adultery compared to the adultery that is a loveless marriage? It is not by chance that Wagner's Lying formula marriage is adultery recalls Proudhon's property is theft. In the stormy events of, Wagner was not only a Feuerbachkian celebrating sexual love, but also a Proudhonian revolutionary demanding the abolition of private property, so no wonder that, later on the same page, Wagner attributes to Jesus a Proudhonian supplement to "Thou shalt not steal." This also is a good law, "Thou shalt not steal, nor covet another man's goods. Who goeth against it, sinneth, but I preserve you from that sin, inasmuch as I teach you, love thy neighbor as thyself, which also meaneth, lay not up for thyself treasures, whereby thou stealest from thy neighbor and makest him to starve, for when thou hast thy goods safeguarded by the law of man, thou provokest thy neighbor to sin against the law." This is how the Christian supplement to the book should be conceived, as a properly Hegelian negation of negation, which resides in the decisive shift from the distortion of a notion to a distortion constitutive of this notion, i.e., to this notion as a distortion in itself. Recall again Proudhon's old dialectical motto: property is theft. The negation of negation here is the shift from theft as a distortion, negation, violation, of property to the dimension of theft inscribed into the very notion of property. Nobody has the right to fully own the means of production, their nature is inherently collective, so every claim "this is mine" is illegitimate. The same goes for crime and law, for the passage from crime as the distortion, negation, of the law to crime as sustaining the law itself, i.e., to the idea of the law itself as universalized crime. We should note that, in this notion of the negation of negation, the encompassing unity of the two opposed terms is the lowest, transgressive one. It is not crime which is a moment of law's self-mediation, or theft which is a moment of property's self-mediation. The opposition of crime and law is inherent to crime. Law is a subspecies of crime, crime's self-relating negation, just as property is theft's self-relating negation. And ultimately, does the same not go for nature itself? Here, negation of negation is the shift from the idea that we are violating some natural balanced order to the idea that imposing on the real such a notion of balanced order is in itself the greatest violation. Which is why the premise, the RST axiom even, of every radical ecology is there is no nature. These lines cannot but evoke the famous passages from the Communist Manifesto which answer the bourgeois criticism that communists want to abolish freedom, property, and family. It is capitalist freedom itself which is effectively the freedom to buy and sell on the market, and thus the very form of unfree dom for those who have nothing but their labor power to sell. It is capitalist property itself which means the abolition of property for those who own no means of production. It is bourgeois marriage itself which is universalized prostitution. In all these cases, the external opposition is internalized, so that one opposite becomes the form of appearance of the other. Bourgeois freedom is the form of appearance of the unfreedom of the majority, etc. However, for Marx, at least in the case of freedom, this means that communism will not abolish freedom but, by abolishing capitalist servitude, bring about actual freedom, the freedom which will no longer be the form of appearance of its opposite. It is thus not freedom itself which is the form of appearance of its opposite, but only false freedom, freedom distorted by the relations of dom. Ination. Is it not, then, that, underlying the dialectic of the negation of negation, a Habermasian normative approach imposes itself here immediately? How can we talk about crime if we do not have a preceding notion of legal order violated by criminal transgression? In other words, is the notion of law as universalized / self-negated crime not auto-destructive? This, precisely, is what a Properly dialectical approach rejects, before transgression there is just a neutral state of things, neither good nor bad, neither property nor theft, neither law nor crime. The balance of this state of things is then violated, and the positive norm, law, property, arises as a secondary move, an attempt to counteract and contain the transgression. With regard to the dialectic of freedom, this means that it is the very alienated, bourgeois freedom which creates the conditions and opens up the space for actual freedom. This Hegelian logic is at work in Wagner's universe up to Parsifal, whose NAL message is a profoundly Hegelian one: the wound can be healed only by the spear that smote it, die wunderschliester Speer nerder sie Schlag. Hegel says the same thing, although with the accent shifted in the opposite direction. The spirit is itself the wound it tries to heal, i.e., the wound is self-inized. That is to say, what is spirit at its most elementary? The wound of nature. The subject is the immense absolute power of negativity, of introducing a gap/cut into the given immediate substantial unity, the power of differentiating, of abstracting, of tearing apart and treating as self-standing what in reality is part of an organic unity. This is why the notion of the self-alienation of spirit losing itself in its otherness, in its objectivization, in its result, is more paradoxical than it may appear. It should be read together with Hegel's assertion of the thoroughly non-substantial character of spirit: there is no res cogitans, no thing which, as its property, also thinks. Spirit is nothing but the process of overcoming natural immediacy, of the cultivation of this immediacy, of withdrawing into itself or taking from it, of why not, alienating itself from it. The paradox is thus that there is no self that precedes the spirit's self-alienation. The very process of alienation creates/generates the self, from which the spirit is alienated and to which it then returns. Hegel here turns around the standard notion that a failed version of X presupposes this X as their norm. Measure X is created, its space is outlined, only through repetitive failures to reach it. Spirit self-alienation is the same as, fully coincides with, its alienation from its other, nature, because it constitutes it self through its return to itself from its immersion in natural otherness. In other words, spirit's return to itself creates the very dimension to which it returns. This holds for all return to origins, when, from the 19th century onward, new nation-states were constituting themselves in Central and Eastern Europe. Their discovery and return to old ethnic roots generated these roots. What this means is that the negation of negation, the return to oneself from alienation, does not occur where it seems to. In the negation of negation, the spirit's negativity is not relativized, subsumed under an all-encompassing positivity. It is, on the contrary, the simple negation, which remains attached to the presupposed positivity it negated, the presupposed otherness from which it alienates itself, and the negation of negation is nothing but the negation of the substantial character of this otherness itself. The full acceptance of the abyss of the spirit's self-relating which retroactively posits all its presuppositions. In other words, once we are in negativity, we never quit it and regain the lost innocence of origins. It is, on the contrary, only in negation of negation that the origins are truly lost, that their very loss is lost, that they are deprived of the substantial status of that which was lost. The spirit heals its wound not by directly healing it, but by getting rid of the very full and sane body into which the wound was cut. It is a little like the, rather tasteless version of the RST the bad news than the good news medical joke. The bad news is that we've discovered you have severe Alzheimer's disease. The good news is the same: you have Alzheimer's, so you will already have forgotten the bad news by the time you get back home. In Christian theology, Christ's supplement, the repeated "but I tell you," is often designated as the antithesis to the thesis of the law. The irony here is that, in the proper Hegelian approach, this antithesis is synthesis itself at its purest. In other words, is what Christ does in his fulfillment of the law not the law's Aufhebung in the strict Hegelian sense of the term? In its supplement, the commandment is both negated and maintained by being elevated/transposed onto another, higher, level. This is why we should reject the common place criticism which cannot but arise here, from the Hegelian standpoint. Is the second story, this supplement which displaces the RST story, not merely a negation, a split into two, which needs to be negated in its own turn, in order to bring about the synthesis of the opposites? What happens in the passage from antithesis to synthesis is not that another story is added, bringing together the RST2, or that we return to the RST story, which is now rendered more rich, provided with its background. All that happens is a purely formal shift by means of which we realize that the antithesis is already synthesis. Back to the example of class struggle, there is no need to posit some all-encompassing global narrative which would provide the frame for both opposing narratives. The second narrative, the story told from the standpoint of the oppressed, is already the story from the standpoint of social totality. Why? The two stories are not symmetrical, only the second story brings home the antagonism, the gap that separates the two stories, and this antagonism is the truth of the entire eld. The monstrosity of Christ. Although, for Chesterton, Hegel was the worst of modern nihilistic German philosophers, the proximity of his theological paradoxes to the Hegelian dialectic cannot fail to strike us. Let us approach this proximity from the other, Hegel's, side, by confronting the core question of Hegelian Christology: why? The idea of reconciliation between God and man, the fundamental content of Christianity, has to appear in a single individual, in the guise of an external contingent, flesh and blood person, Christ, the man-God. Hegel provides the most concise answer in his lectures on the philosophy of religion. Cannot the subject bring about this reconciliation by itself, through its own efforts, its own activity, so that through its piety and devotion it makes its inner life conform with the divine idea, and express this conformity through its deeds? And further, is this not within the capability not merely of a single subject but of all people who genuinely wish to take up the divine law within themselves, so that heaven would exist on earth and the Spirit would be present in reality and dwell in its community? Note Hegel's precision here. His question is double. First, the individual's divinization, spiritual perfection; then, the collective actualization of the divine community as heaven on earth, in the guise of a community which lives totally in accordance with the divine law. In other words, the hypothesis that Hegel entertains here is the standard Marxist one: why cannot we conceive a direct passage from in itself to for itself, from God as full substance existing in itself, beyond human history, to the Holy Spirit as spiritual virtual substance, as the substance that exists only insofar as it is kept alive by the incessant active ity of individuals? Why not such a direct disalienation, by means of which individuals recognize in God qua transcendent substance the ray ed result of their own activity? So why not? Hegel's answer relies on the dialectic of positing and presupposing. If the subject were to be able to do it on its own, through its own agency, then it would have been something merely posited by it. However, positing is in itself always one-sided, relying on some presupposition, the unity of subjectivity and objectivity. This divine unity must be a presupposition for my positing. And Christ as God-man is the externally presupposed unity/reconciliation, RST the immediate unity, then the mediate one. In the guise of the Holy Spirit we pass from Christ, whose predicate is love, to love itself as subject. In the Holy Spirit, I am where two of you love each other. But even here it may appear that one can counter Hegel with Hegel himself. Is not this circle of positing presupposing the very circle of substance subject of the Holy Spirit as a spiritual substance kept alive, actively existing, arriving at its actuality, only in the activity of living individuals? The status of the Hegelian spiritual substance is properly virtual, it exists only insofar as subjects act as if it exists. As we have already seen, its status is similar to that of an ideological cause like communism or my nation. It is the spiritual substance of the individuals who recognize themselves in it, the ground of their entire existence, the point of reference which provides the ultimate horizon of meaning to their lives, something for which these individuals are ready to give their lives, yet the only thing that really exists are these individuals and their activity, so this substance is actual only insofar as individuals believe in it and act accordingly. So, again, why cannot we pass directly from spiritual substance, as presupposed, the naive notion of spirit or God as existing in itself, without regard to humanity, to its subjective mediation, to the awareness that its very presupposition is retroactively posited by the activity of individuals? Here we reach Hegel's key insight: reconciliation cannot be direct, it has RST to generate, appear in, a monster. Twice on the same page Hegel uses this unexpectedly strong word, monstrosity, to designate the RST gur of reconciliation, the appearance of God in the night-esh of a human individual. This is the monstrous das Ungeheuer whose necessity we have seen. The night-fragile human individual is inappropriate to stand for God, it is die Unangemessenheit überhaupt, the inappropriateness in general. As such, are we aware of the properly dialectical paradox of what Hegel claims here? The very attempt at reconciliation, in its RST move, produces a monster, a grotesque inappropriateness as such. So, again, why this weird intrusion? Why not a direct passage from the Jewish gap between God and man to Christian reconciliation, by a simple transformation of God from beyond to the immanent spirit of community? The RST problem here is that, in a way, the Jews have already done it. If ever there was a religion of spiritual community, it is Judaism, this religion which does not say a lot about life after death, or even about inner belief in God, but focuses on the prescribed way of life, of obeying the communal rules. God is alive in the community of believers. The Jewish God is thus both at the same time, a transcendent substantial one and the virtual one of spiritual substance. So how is this Jewish community of believers different from the Christian one? From the Holy Spirit? In order to answer this crucial question correctly, we should bear in mind here the properly Hegelian relationship between necessity and contingency. In a RST approach, it appears that their encompassing unity is necessity, i.e., that necessity itself posits and mediates contingency as the external eld in which it expresses actualizes itself. Contingency itself is necessary, the result of the self-externalization and self-mediation of the notional necessity. However, it is crucial to supplement this unity with the opposite one, with contingency as the encompassing unity of itself and necessity, the very elevation of a necessity into the structuring principle of the contingent eld of multiplicity is a contingent act. One can almost say, the outcome of a content, open, struggle for hegemony. This shift corresponds to the shift from S to S, from substance to subject. The starting point is a contingent multitude. Through its self-mediation, spontaneous self-organization, contingency engenders posits its immanent necessity, just as essence is the result of the self-mediation of being. Once essence emerges, it retroactively posits its own presuppositions, i.e., it sublates its presuppositions into subordinated moments of its self-reproduction. Being is transubstantiated into appearance. However, this positing is retroactive. The underlying shift here is the one between positing presuppositions and presupposing the positing, the limit of the Feuerbachian Marxian logic of disalienation is that of positing presuppositions. The subject overcomes its alienation by recognizing itself as the active agent which itself posited what appears to it as its substantial presupposition. In religious terms, this would amount to the direct appropriation of God by humanity. The mystery of God is man. God is nothing but the re-ed/substantialized version of human collective activity, and so on. What is missing here is the properly Christian guess. In order to posit the presupposition, to humanize God, reduce him to an expression/result of human activity, the human subjective, positing itself, should be presupposed, located in God as the substantial ground presupposition of man, as its own becoming human/night. The reason is the subject's constitutive nitude. The full positing of presuppositions would amount to subject's full retroactive positing/generation of its presuppositions, i.e., the subject would be absolutized into the full self-origin. This is why the difference between substance and subject has to inscribe itself into subjectivity itself as the irreducible gap that separates human subjects from Christ, the more than human monstrous subject. This necessity of Christ, the absolute subject which adds itself to the series of night human subjects as the supplementary A, S plus S plus S plus S plus S plus A, is what differentiates the Hegelian position from the young Marx, Feuerbachian position of the big other as the virtual substance posited by collective subjectivity, as its alienated expression. Christ signals the overlapping of the two kenosis, man's alienation from/in God is simultaneously God's alienation from himself in Christ. So it is not only that humanity becomes conscious of itself in the alienated Gur of God, but, in human religion, God becomes conscious of himself. It is not enough to say that people, individuals, organize themselves in the Holy Spirit party, community of believers in humanity. A trans-subjective it organizes itself. The nitude of humanity, of the human subject, collective or individual, is maintained here. Christ is the excess which prohibits simple recognition of the collective subject in substance, the reduction of spirit to objective/virtual entity, presupposed by humanity. These precise distinctions also enable us to account for the passage of what Hegel called objective spirit to absolute spirit. It is through Christ's mediation that os changes into as. There is no Holy Spirit without the squashed body of a bird, Christ's mutilated corpse. The two poles, the universal, the virtual innity/immortality of the Holy Spirit, os, and the particular, the actual night/mortal community of believers, ss, can be mediated only through Christ's monstrous singularity. We do not pass from os to as by way of a simple subjective appropriation of the re et os by the collective human subjectivity, in the well-known Feuerbachian, young Marx pseudo-Hegelian mode. The subjectivity recognizes in os its own product, the ray-ed expression of its own creative power. This would have been a simple reduction of OS to subjective spirit, SS. But neither do we accomplish this passage by positing beyond OS an other, even more in itself, absolute entity that encompasses both SS and OS. The passage from OS to S resides in nothing but the dialectical mediation between OS and SS, in the above indicated inclusion of the gap that separates OS from SS. Within the SS, so that OS has to appear, be experienced, as such, as an objective ray-ed entity, by the SS itself, and in the inverted recognition that, without the subjective reference to an in itself of the OS, subjectivity itself disintegrates, collapses into psychotic autism. In the same way, in Christianity, we overcome the opposition of God as an objective spiritual in itself and human believers' subjectivity by transposing this gap into God Himself. Christianity is absolute religion only and precisely insofar as, in it, the distance that separates God from man separates God from Himself, and man from man, from the inhuman in him. One can also put it in the following way: all that happens in the passage from OS to S is that one takes into account that there is no big other, as is not a stronger absolute entity in comparison with OS, but a less strong one to reach. As we pass from ray-ed substance to a subjectivized virtual substance, as thus avoids both pitfalls. In it, neither is SS reduced to a subordinate element of the self-mediation of the OS, nor is the OS subjectivized in Feuerbachian, young Marx style, reduced to a ray-ed expression projection of SS. We reach as when we, SS, are no longer the agent of the process, when it organizes itself in through us, not, however, in the mode of perverse self-instrumentalization. This is the pitfall of Stalinism. In Stalinism, the big other exists, we, communists, are its instruments. In liberalism, in contrast, there is no big other. All there really is just us, individuals, or, as Margaret Thatcher put it, there is no such thing as society. A dialectical analysis shows how both these positions rely on the other. The truth of the Stalinism OS is subjectivism. We, the party, the Stalinist subject, constitute the big other. We decide what is the objective necessity we pretend to realize. The truth of liberalism is the big other in the guise of the objective network of rules which sustain the interplay of individuals. One can also put it in the terms of the dialectics of ontology and epistemology. If the encompassing unity of necessity and contingency is necessity, then the necessity, gradually discovered by our cognition as the underlying notion of the phenomenal contingent multiplicity, had to be there all the time, waiting to be discovered by our cognition. In short, in this case, Hegel's central idea, RST clearly formulated in his introduction to the phenomenology of spirit, that our way toward truth is part of the truth itself, is cancelled, i.e., we regress to the standard metaphysical notion of truth as a substantial in itself, independent of the subject's approach to it. Only if the encompassing unity is contingency can we claim that the subject's discovery of necessary truth is simultaneously the contingent constitution of this truth itself, i.e., that to paraphrase Hegel, the very return to, rediscovery of, eternal truth generates this truth. This is the dialectical reversal of contingency into necessity, i.e., the way the outcome of a contingent process is the appearance of necessity. Things retroactively will have been necessary. This reversal was nicely described by Jean-Pierre Dupuy. The catastrophic event is inscribed into the future as a destiny, for sure, but also as a contingent accident. It could not have taken place, even if, in futur and terror, it appears as necessary. If an outstanding event takes place, a catastrophe, for example, it could not have taken place, nonetheless, insofar as it did not take place, it is not inevitable. It is thus the event's actualization, the fact that it takes place, which retroactively creates its necessity. Dupuy provides the example of the French presidential elections in May. Here is the January forecast of the main French polling institute. If, on next May, Monsieur Balladur is elected, one can say that the presidential election was decided before it even took place. If accidentally an event takes place, it creates the preceding chain which makes it appear inevitable, and this. Not clichés about how the underlying necessity expresses itself in and through the accidental play of appearances is in nous the Hegelian dialectics of Kant. Ting in C and necessity. The same goes for the October Revolution. Once the Bolsheviks won and stabilized their hold on power, their victory appeared as an outcome and expression of a deeper historical necessity, and even of Bush's much contested US presidential victory. After the contingent and contested Florida majority, his victory retroactively appears as an expression of a deeper US political trend. The infamous Krug's pen objection to dialectics. Krug was a contemporary of Hegel, who challenged him to deduce dialectically the very pen he was writing these lines with, which, according to the empiricist common sense, Hegel answered with a brisk dismissal that hardly concealed the fact that he had no answer is thus doubly wrong. Here we are back with the dialectic of necessity and contingency. Not only does Hegel, quite consistently with his premises, deduce the necessity of contingency, i.e., how the idea necessarily externalizes itself, acquires reality, in phenomena which are genuinely contingent. Furthermore, and this aspect is often neglected by many of his commentators, he also develops the opposite and theoretically much more interesting aspect, that of the contingency of necessity. That is to say, when Hegel describes the progress from external contingent being to its inner necessary essence which appears in it, the appearance's self-internalization through self-reaction, he is thereby describing not the discovery of some pre-existing inner essence, the penetration towards something that was already there. This, precisely, would have been a recation of the essence, but a performative process of constructing, forming, that which is discovered. Or, as Hegel puts it in his Logic, in the process of reaction, the very return to the lost or hidden ground produces what it returns to. This means that it is not only the inner necessity that is the unity of itself and contingency as its opposite, necessarily positing contingency as its moment. It is also contingency, which is the encompassing unity of itself and its opposite, necessity, that is to say, the very process through which necessity arises out of necessity is a contingent process. If Hegel were in EECT to deduce contingency from necessity, he would have begun his logic with essence, not with being, which is the domain of pure contingent multiplicity. The standard counterargument according to which this entire process of dialectical passages is nonetheless necessary, forming a self-enclosed system, also misses the point. Yes, it is, but this necessity is not given in advance, it is itself generated, forming itself out of contingency. Which is why it can be apprehended only retroactively, after the fact. If we reduce this gradual process of necessity emerging through contingency's self-mediation to a process of penetrating the deceptive appearance of things and discovering the already existing, underlying necessity, then we are back to pre-critical substantialist metaphysics, i.e., we are ultimately reducing/subver Denoting subject to substance. One of the culminating points of the dialectic of necessity and contingency is Hegel's infamous deduction of the rational necessity of hereditary monarchy. The bureaucratic chain of knowledge has to be supplemented by the king's decision as the completely concrete objective of the will, which reabsorbs all particularity into its single self, cuts short the weighing of pros and cons between which it lets itself oscillate perpetually. Now this way and now that, and by saying I will makes its decision, and so inaugurates all activity and actuality. This is why the conception of the arches of all conceptions the hardest for ratiocination, i.e. for the method of reaction employed by the understanding. In the next paragraph, Hegel further elaborates the speculative necessity of the monarch. This ultimate self in which the will of the state is concentrated is, when thus taken in abstraction, a single self, and therefore is immediate individuality. Hence, its natural character is implied in its very conception. The monarch, therefore, is essentially characterized as this individual, in abstraction from all his other characteristics, and this individual is raised to the dignity of monarchy in an immediate, natural fashion, i.e. through his birth in the course of nature. Addition, it is often alleged against monarchy that it makes the welfare of the state dependent on chance, for, it is urged, the monarch may be ill-educated. He may perhaps be unworthy of the highest position in the state, and it is senseless that such a state of affairs should exist because it is supposed to be rational. But all this rests on a presupposition which is nugatory, namely that everything depends on the monarch's particular character. In a completely organized state, it is only a question of the culminating point of formal decision, and a natural bulwark against passion. It is wrong therefore to demand objective qualities in a monarch. He has only to say yes and the I, because the throne should be such that the significant thing in its holder is not his particular makeup. In a well-organized monarchy, the objective aspect belongs to law alone, and the monarch's part is merely to set to the law the subjective I will. The speculative moment that understanding cannot grasp is the transition of the concept of pure self-determination into the immediacy of being, and so into the realm of nature. In other words, while understanding can well grasp the universal mediation of a living totality, what it cannot grasp is that this total in order to actualize itself, has to acquire actual existence in the guise of an immediate natural singularity. The term natural should be given its full weight here, just as at the end of logic, the idea's completed self-mediation releases from itself nature, collapses into the external immediacy of nature. The state's rational self-mediation has to acquire actual existence in a will which is determined as directly natural, unmediated, stricto sensu irrational. While observing Napoleon on a horse in the streets of Jena after the battle of, Hegel remarked that it was as if he saw there the world spirit riding a horse. The Christological implications of this remark are obvious. What happened in the case of Christ is that God himself, the creator of our entire universe, was walking out there as a common individual. This mystery of incarnation is discernible at different levels, up to the parent's speculative judgment apropos of a child. Out there our love is walking, which stands for the Hegelian reversal of determinate reaction into reactive determination, as with a king, when his subject sees him walking around, out there our state is walking. Marx's evocation of reactive determination, in his famous footnote in chapter of Capital, is also inadequate here. Individuals think they treat a person as a king because he is a king in himself, while, in EECT, he is a king only because they treat him as one. However, the crucial point is that this recation of a social relation in a person cannot be dismissed as a simple Fetishist misperception. What such a dismissal itself misses is something that, perhaps, could be designated the Hegelian performative. Of course a king is in himself a miserable individual, of course he is a king only insofar as his subjects treat him like one. The point, however, is that the fetishist illusion which sustains our veneration of a king has in itself a performative dimension. The very unity of our state, that which the king embodies, actualizes itself only in the person of a king. That is why it is not enough to insist on the need to avoid the fetishist trap and to distinguish between the contingent person of a king and what he stands for. What the king stands for comes into being in his person. Just like a couple's love which, at least within a certain traditional perspective, becomes actual only in their offspring. And, mutatis mutandis, that is the monstrosity of Christ, not only the edice of a state, but no less than the entire edice of reality hinges on a contingent singularity through which alone it actualizes itself. When Christ, this miser-able individual, this ridiculous and derided clown king, was walking around, it was as if the navel of the world, the knot which holds the texture of reality together, what Lacan in his late work called the synthum, was walking around. All that remains of reality without Christ is the void of the meaningless multiplicity of the real. This monstrosity is the price we have to pay in order to render the absolute in the medium of external representation, Vorstellung, which is the medium of religion. In the triad of art, religion, and science, philosophy, religion is crucial as the site of a gap, of an imbalance between form and content. In art, especially in ancient Greek art, there is organic unity and harmony between form, the beautiful plastic individual, and universal content, i.e., the beautiful individual is a model which directly makes present the universal dimension. With religion, this immediate harmony is disturbed. There is a gap between the sensual content, narrative of real-life events, and the true meaning, which is why organic unity is replaced by allegory, i.e., by external representation. Vorstellung. In philosophical science, the unity of form and content is re-established, since the notional content is directly articulated in its proper, notional form. This contradiction proper to the order of representation reaches its extreme in Christ. With regard to Christ, Hegel in EECT points forward to some Kierkegaardian themes, the difference between genius and apostle, the singular evental character of Christ, especially with his emphasis on the difference between Socrates and Christ. Christ is not like the Greek plastic individual through whose particular features the universal/substantial content directly transpires, as was exemplarily the case with Alexander. This means that although Christ is man-God, the direct identity of the two, this identity also implies absolute contradiction. There is nothing divine about Christ. Even nothing exceptional if we observe his features. He is indistinguishable from any other human individual. If we consider Christ only in reference to his talents, his character, and his morality, as a teacher, etc., we are putting him on the same plane as Socrates and others, even if we place him higher from the moral point of view. If Christ is only taken as an exceptionally any individual, even as one without sin, then we are ignoring the representation of the speculative idea, its absolute truth. These lines rely on a very precise conceptual background. It is not that Christ is more than other modelgers of religious or philosophical or ethical wisdom, real or mythical, Buddha, Socrates, Moses, Mohammed, that he is divine in the sense of the absence of any human failings. With Christ, the very relationship between the substantial divine content and its representative changes, Christ does not represent this substantial divine content, God. He directly is God, which is why he no longer has to resemble God, to strive to be perfect and like God. Recall the classic Marx Brothers joke, "You look like Emmanuel Ravelli." But I am Emmanuel Ravelli. No wonder, then, that you look like yourself. The underlying premise of this joke is that such an overlapping of being and resembling is impossible. There is always a gap between the two. Buddha, Socrates, etc., resemble gods, while Christ is God. So when the Christian God manifests himself to other men as an individual man, exclusive and single, like a man excluding all others, we are dealing with the singularity of a pure event, with contingency brought to its extreme only. In this mode, excluding all eorts to approach universal perfection, can God incarnate himself. This absence of any positive characteristics, this full identity of God and man at the level of properties, can occur only because another more radical deerrance makes any positive deerential features irrelevant. This change can be succinctly described as the shift from the upward movement of the becoming essential of the accident to the downward movement of the becoming accidental of the essence. The Greek hero, this exemplary individual, elevates his accidental personal features into a paradigmatic case of the essential universality, while in the Christian logic of incarnation, the universal essence embodies itself in an accidental individual. Or, to make the same point in another way, the Greek gods appear to humans in human form, while the Christian God appears as human to himself. This is the crucial point. For Hegel, the incarnation is not a move by means of which God makes himself accessible/visible to humans, but a move by means of which God looks at himself from the distorting human perspective, as God manifests himself to his own gaze. The specular presentation divides the divine self from itself, erring the divine the perspectival vision of its own self-presence. Or, to put in Freudian Lacanian terms, Christ is God's partial object, an autonomized organ without a body, as if God picked his eye out of his head and turned it on himself from the outside. We can guess, now, why Hegel insisted on the monstrosity of Christ. It is therefore crucial to note how the Christian modality of God seeing himself has nothing whatsoever to do with the harmonious closed loop of seeing myself seeing, of an eye seeing itself and enjoying the sight. In this perfect self-mirroring, the turn of the eye toward its body presupposes the separation of the eye from the body, and what I see through my external eyes/autonomized eye is a perspectival, anamorphically distorted image of myself. Christ is an anamorphosis of God. It is only in this monstrosity of Christ that human freedom is grounded. And, at its most fundamental, it is neither as payment for our sins nor as legalistic ransom, but by enacting this openness that Christ's sacrifice sets us free. When we are afraid of something, and fear of death is the ultimate fear that makes us slaves, a true friend will say something like, "Don't be afraid, look. I'll do it, what you're so afraid of, and I'll do it for free, not because I have to, but out of my love for you. I'm not afraid." He does it, and in this way sets us free, demonstrating in action that it can be done, that we can do it too, that we are not slaves. Recall, from Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead, the description of the momentary impact Howard Rourke makes on the members of the audience in the courtroom where he stands on trial. Rourke stood before them as each man stands in the innocence of his own mind. But Rourke stood like that before a hostile crowd, and they knew suddenly that no hatred was possible to him. For the ash of an instant, they grasped the man of his consciousness. Each asked himself, "Do I need anyone's approval? Does it matter, am I tied, and for that instant, each man was free. Enough to feel benevolence for every other man in the room. It was only a moment, the moment of silence when Rourke was about to speak. This is the way Christ brings freedom. Confronting him, we become aware of our own freedom. The ultimate question is thus, in what kind of universe is freedom possible? What ontology does freedom imply? Toward a materialist theology. In September, Pope Benedict XVI caused uproar in Muslim circles when he quoted the infamous lines of a 14th century Byzantine emperor. "Show me just what Mohammed brought that was new, and there you will end. Only evil and inhuman, such as his command to spread by the sword the faith he preached." Some commentators defended the Pope's remarks as the beginning of a serious theological dialogue between Christianity and Islam. Along these lines, J.E. Israeli praised the Pope's razor-sharp intellect for shifting the terms of a debate that has been dominated by either feel-good truisms, victimization complexes, or hateful confrontation. He sought instead to delineate what he sees as a fundamental difference between Christianity's view that God is intrinsically linked to reason, the Greek concept of logos, and Islam's view that God is absolutely transcendent. Benedict said Islam teaches that God's will is not bound up with any of our categories, even that of rationality. The risk he sees implicit in this concept of the divine is that the irrationality of violence might thereby appear to be justice to someone who believes it is God's will. The essential question, he said, is the conviction that acting unreasonably contradicts God's nature. Always and intrinsically true. In the same move, the Pope also condemned Western godless secularism, in which the divine gift of reason has been warped into an absolutist doctrine. The conclusion is clear: reason and faith must come together in a new way, discovering their shared ground in the divine logos, and it is to this great logos, to this breadth of reason, that we invite our partners in the dialogue of cultures. Whenever someone proposes such a simplistic Aristotelian middle of the road solution of avoiding the two extremes, everyone acquainted with the Stalinist notion of the party line as the proper path between the rightist deviation, in the Pope's case, Muslim irrationalism, and the leftist deviation, God-less secularism, should react with great suspicion. There are two things at least to add. First, the Pope's remarks which provoked outrage among Muslims should be read together with his remarks, a week earlier, on the irrationality of Darwinism. The Pope removed Father George Coyne from his position as director of the Vatican Observatory after the American Jesuit priest repeatedly contradicted the Pope's endorsement of intelligent design theory, which essentially backs the Adam and Eve idea of creation. The Pope favors intelligent design, which says that God directs the process of evolution, over Charles Darwin's original theory, which holds that species evolve through the random, unplanned processes of genetic mutation and the survival of the fittest. Father Coyne, on the contrary, is an outspoken supporter of Darwin's theory, arguing that it is compatible with Christianity. The Pope wrote in Truth and Tolerance: "The question is whether reality originated on the basis of chance and necessity, and, thus, from what is irrational, that is, whether reason, being a chance by product of irrationality and floating in an ocean of irrationality, is ultimately just as meaningless, or whether the principle that represents the fundamental conviction of Christian faith and of its philosophy remains true in principio erat verbum. At the beginning of all things stands the creative power of reason. Now, as then, Christian faith represents the choice in favor of the priority of reason and of rationality. This, then, is the rst quali cation one must add, the reason of which the Pope speaks is a reason for which Darwin's theory of evolution, and, ultimately, Mately, modern science itself, for which the assertion of the contingency of the universe, the break with Aristotelian teleology, is a constitutive axiom, is irrational. The reason of which the Pope speaks is the pre-modern logical reason, the view of the universe as a harmonious whole in which everything serves a higher purpose. This is why, paradoxically, the Pope's remarks obfuscate the key role of Christian theology in the birth of modern science. What paved the way for modern science was precisely the voluntarist idea elaborated by, among others, Duns Scotus and Descartes, that God is not bound by any eternal rational truths. That is to say, while the illusory perception of scientific discourse is that it is a discourse of the pure description of facticity, the paradox resides in the coincidence of bare facticity and radical voluntarism. Facticity can be sustained as meaningless, as something that just is as it is, only if it is secretly sustained by an arbitrary divine will. This is why Descartes is the founding guru of modern science precisely when he made even the most elementary mathematical facts like plus equals dependent on the arbitrary divine will. 2 and 2 is 4 because God willed it so, with no hidden obscure chain of reasons behind it. Even in mathematics, this unconditional voluntarism is discernible in its axiomatic character. One begins by arbitrarily positing a series of axioms, out of which everything else is supposed to follow. Second, quali cation, but is Islam really so irrational? Does it really celebrate a totally transcendent/irrational God above reason? In the same issue of Time magazine in which Israeli published his praise of the Pope, there is an interesting interview with the Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who advocates exactly the same unity of reason, logic, and spirituality. To the question what he would ask Bush in the public debate between the two that he proposed, Ahmadinejad replied, "I would ask him, are rationalism, spirituality and humanitarianism and logic, are they bad things for human beings? Why more con-ICT? Why should we go for hostilities? Why should we develop weapons of mass destruction? Everybody can love one another. I have said we can run the world through logic. Problems cannot be solved through bombs. Bombs are of little use today. We need logic. And, in EECT, from the perspective of Islam, it is Christianity as the religion of love which is not rational enough. Its focus on love makes God all too human biased, in the Gur of Christ who intervenes in creation as an engaged and combative Gur, allowing his passion to overrun the logic of the Creator and Master of the universe. The Muslim God, on the contrary, is the true God of reason. He is wholly transcendent, not in the sense of frivolous irrationality, but in the sense of the Supreme Creator who knows and directs everything and thus has no need to get involved in earthly accidents with partial passion. Mohammed Bouyeri, the Islamist who killed the Dutch filmmaker Theo van Gogh, wrote in his letter to Hershey Ali, a letter stuck with a knife into Van Gogh's body, "You, as unbelieving fundamentalist, of course don't believe that there is a higher power who runs the universe. You don't believe in your heart, with which you repudiate the truth, that you must knock and ask this higher power for permiss. Zion. You don't believe that your tongue with which you repudiate the direction of this higher power is subservient to his laws. This idea, according to which our very acts of opposing God are directed by God, is unthinkable in Christianity. No wonder, then, that Islam NDS it much easier to accept the, to our common sense, paradoxical results of modern physics, the notion of an all-encompassing rational order which runs against our common sense. No wonder that, to many a Western historian of religion. Islam is a problem. How could it have emerged after Christianity, the really Jun to end all religions? Its very geographical site belies the cliché on Orion. Talism, much more than belonging to the Orient, the location of Islam makes it a fatal obstacle to the true union of East and West, a point made most succinctly by Claude Lévi-Strauss. Today, it is behind Islam that I contemplate India, the India of Buddha, prior to Mohammed, who for me as a European and because I am European arises between our reaction and the teachings which are closest to it. The hands of the East and the West, predestined to be joined, were kept apart by it. The West should return to the sources of its torn condition, by interposing itself between Buddhism and Christianity. Islam Islamized us when, in the course of the Crusades, the West let itself be caught in opposition to it and thus started to resemble it, instead of delivering itself in the case of the non-existence of Islam to the slow osmosis with Buddhism, which would Christianize us even more, in a sense which would have been all the more Christian insofar as we were to rise beyond Christianity itself. It was then that the West lost its chance to remain woman. This passage from the last pages of Tristes Tropiques articulates the dream of a direct communication and reconciliation between West and East, Christianity and Buddhism, male and female principles. Like a harmonious sexual relationship, this direct contact would have been a chance for Europe to become feminine. Islam served as the screen interposing itself between the two, preventing the Slavoj Zizek rise of a harmonious hermaphroditic world civilization. With its interposition, the West lost its last chance to remain woman. What this view fails to note is how Islam itself is grounded on a disavowed femininity, trying to get rid of the umbilical cord that links it to the feminine. Islam thus functions as what Freud called Liebesstörrer, the intruder/obstacle of the harmonious sexual relationship. This harmonious relationship, of course, would have been the one under the predominance of femininity. The male West would have rejoined the feminine East and thus remain ed woman, located itself within femininity. François Regault déned the Jews as our objet, but is this a sexual par tile object, not the Muslims? We usually talk about the Jewish, Christian civilization. Perhaps the time has come, especially with regard to the Middle East (Con-ICT), to talk about the Jewish, Muslim civilization as an axis opposed to Christianity. Recall a surprising sign of this deeper solidarity, after Freud published his Moses and Monotheism in Depriving the Jews of Their Founding Gur. The most ferocious reactions to it came from Muslim intellectuals in Egypt. Was Hegel not already on the trace of it with his insight into the speculative identity of Judaism and Islam? According to a commonplace notion, Judaism, like Islam, is a pure monotheism, while Christianity, with its Trinity, is a compromise with polytheism. Hegel even designates Islam as the religion of sublimity at its purest, as the universalization of Jewish monotheism. In Mohammedanism, the limited principle of the Jews is expanded into universality and thereby overcome. Here, God is no longer, as with the Asiatics, contemplated as existent in immediately sensuous mode, but is apprehended as the one in night sublime power beyond all the multiplicity of the world. Mohammedanism is, therefore, in the strictest sense of the world, the religion of sublimity. This, perhaps, explains why there is so much anti-Semitism in Islam, because of the extreme proximity of the two religions. In Hegel's What Islam encounters in Judaism is itself in its oppositional determination, in the mode of particularity. The difference between Judaism and Islam is thus ultimately not substantial, but purely formal. They are the same religion in a different formal Mode, in the sense in which Spinoza claims that the real dog and the idea of a dog are substantially one and the same thing, just in a different mode. Against this, we should argue that it is Judaism which is an abstract negation of polytheism and, as such, still haunted by it. There is a whole series of clues pointing in this direction. Jehovah is a plural substantive. In one of his commandments, God forbids the Jews to celebrate other gods before him. Not when outside of his gaze, etc., while Christianity is the only true monotheism, since it includes self-differentiation into the one. Its lesson is that, in order truly to have one, you need three. Perhaps, then, we should propose, in a Hegelian mode, a new triad of monotheisms, RST, Judaism, monotheism in its immediate, particular, tribal genealogical form, then, Islam as its direct abstract negation, the immediate assertion of universality. If Judaism deploys an extraordinary persistence, but in a particularist mode, Islam is universalist, but can sustain only short, expansionist outbursts, after which it loses its impetus and collapses into itself. Lacking the energy to transpose this impetus into a permanent form, Christian ity is then the dialectical synthesis of the two, the only true monotheism in contrast with the two abstractions of Judaism and Islam. The underlying logic of Islam is that of a rationality which can be weird, but allows for no exception, while the underlying logic of Christianity is that of an irrational exception, unfathomable divine mystery, which sustains our rationality, or, as G.K. Chesterton put it, the Christian doctrine not only discovered the law, but it foresaw the exceptions. It is only the exception which allows us to perceive the miracle of the universal rule. And, for Chesterton, the same goes for our rational understanding of the universe. The whole secret of mysticism is this, that man can understand everything by the help of what he does not understand. The morbid logician seeks to make everything lucid, and succeeds in making everything mysterious. The mystic allows one thing to be mysterious, and everything else becomes lucid. The one created thing which we cannot look at is the one thing in the light of which we look at everything. Like the sun at noonday, mysticism explains everything else by the blaze of its own victorious invisibility. Chesterton's aim is thus to save reason through sticking to its founding exception. Deprived of it, reason degenerates into a blind self-destructive skepticism, in short, into total irrationalism, or, as Chesterton liked to repeat, if you do not believe in God, you will soon be ready to believe anything, including the most superstitious nonsense about miracles. This was Chesterton's basic insight and conviction, that the irrationalism of the late 19th century was the necessary consequence of the Enlightenment rationalist attack on religion. The creeds and the crusades, the hierarchies and the horrible persecutions, were not organized, as is ignorantly said, for the suppression of reason. They were organized for the deculted defense of reason. Man, by a blind instinct, knew that if once things were wildly questioned, reason could be questioned. RST. The authority of priests to absolve, the authority of popes to deny, the authority even of inquisitors to terrify, these were all only dark defenses erected round one central authority, more undemonstrable, more supernatural than all the authority of a man to think. In so far as religion is gone, reason is going. Here, however, we encounter Chesterton's fateful limitation, a limitation which he himself overcame when, in his wonderful text on the Book of Job, he shows why God has to rebuke his own defenders, the mechanical and supercilious comforters of Job. The mechanical optimist endeavors to justify the universe avowedly upon the ground that it is a rational and consecutive pattern. He points out that the any thing about the world is that it can all be explained. That is the one point, if I may put it so, on which God, in return, is explicit to the point of violence. God says, in EECT, that if there is one anything about the world, as far as men are concerned, it is that it cannot be explained. He insists on the inexplicableness of everything. Hath the rain a father? Out of whose womb came the ice? F. He goes farther, and insists on the positive and palpable unreason of things. Hast thou sent the rain upon the desert where no man is, and upon the wilderness wherein there is no man? To startle man, God becomes for an instant a blasphemer. One might almost say that God becomes for an instant an atheist. He unrolls before Job a long panorama of created things: the horse, the eagle, the raven, the wild ass, the peacock, the ostrich, the crocodile. He so describes each of them that it sounds like a monster walking in the sun. The whole is a sort of psalm or rhapsody of the sense of wonder. The maker of all things is astonished at the things he has himself made. God is here no longer the miraculous exception that guarantees the normal ity of the universe, the unexplainable X who enables us to explain everything else. He is, on the contrary, himself overwhelmed by the overowing miracle of his creation. Upon a closer look, there is nothing normal in our universe. Everything, every small thing that is a miraculous exception. Viewed from a proper perspective, every normal thing is a monstrosity. For example, we should not take horses as normal and the unicorn as a miraculous exception. Even a horse, the most ordinary thing in the world, is a shattering miracle. This blasphemous God is the God of modern science, since modern science is sustained precisely by such an attitude of wondering at the most obvious. In short, modern science is on the side of believing in anything, is not one of the lessons of the theory of relativity and quantum physics that modern science undermines our most elementary natural attitudes and compels us to believe, accept, the most nonsensical things. To clarify this conundrum, Lacan's logic of the non-all can again be of some help. Chesterton obviously relies on the masculine side of universality and its constitutive exception. Everything obeys natural causality with the exception of God, the central mystery. The logic of modern science is, on the contrary, feminine, RST, it is materialist, accepting the axiom that nothing escapes natural causality which can be accounted for by rational explanation. However, the other side of this materialist axiom is that not all is rational, obeying natural laws not in the sense that there is something irrational, something that escapes rational causality, but in the sense that it is the totality of rational causal order itself, which is inconsistent, irrational, non-all. Only this non-all guarantees the proper opening of the scientific discourse to surprises, to the emergence of the unthinkable. Who, in the 19th century, could have imagined things like relativity theory or quantum physics? The Catholic Church was therefore as a rule always on the side of common sense realism and the universal natural explanation, from Chesterton to Pope John Paul II, who endorsed both evolutionism with the exception of the unique moment when God imparts to humans the immortal soul, and contemporary cosmology with the exception of that unfathomable singularity, the Big Bang, the point at which natural laws are suspended. This is why he implored scientists to leave the mystery of the Big Bang alone. No wonder many neo-Thomists noted a weird similarity between their own ontology and the ontology of dialectical materialism, both defending a version of naive realism. Objects that we perceive really exist out there independently of our perception. This is why both Catholicism and dialectical materialism had such problems with the open ontology of quantum mechanics. That is to say, how are we to interpret its so-called principle of uncertainty, which prohibits us from attaining full knowledge of particles at the quantum level, to determine the velocity and the position of a particle? For Einstein, this principle of uncertainty proves that quantum physics does not provide a full description of reality, that there must be some unknown features missed by its conceptual apparatus. Heisenberg, Bohr, and others, on the contrary, insisted that this incompleteness of our knowledge of quantum reality indicates a strange incompleteness of quantum reality itself, a claim which leads to a breathtakingly weird ontology. When we want to simulate reality within an artificial, virtual, digital medium, we do not have to go to the end, we just have to reproduce features which make the image realistic from the spectator's point of view. If there is a house in the background, for instance, we do not have to construct through a program the house's entire interior, since we expect that the participant will not want to enter the house, or the construction of a virtual person in this space can be limited to his exterior, no need to bother with inner organs, bones, and so on. We just need to install a program which will promptly fill in this gap if the participant's activity necessitates it. If, for example, he plunges a knife deep into the virtual person's body. It is like when we scroll down a long text on a computer screen, earlier and later pages do not pre-exist our viewing them. In the same way, when we simulate a virtual universe, the microscopic structure of objects can be left blank, and if stars on the horizon appear hazy, we need not bother to construct the way they would appear to a closer look, since nobody will go up there to take such a look at them. The truly interesting idea here is that the quantum indeterminacy which we encounter when we inquire into the tiniest components of our universe can read in exactly the same way as a feature of the limited resolution of our simulated world, i.e., as the sign of the ontological incompleteness of what we experience as reality itself. That is to say, let us imagine a God who is creating the world for us, its human inhabitants, to dwell in. His task could be made easier by furnishing it only with those parts that its inhabitants need to know about. For example, the microscopic structure of the Earth's interior could be left blank, at least until someone decides to dig down deep enough, in which case the details could be hastily LED in as required. If the most distant stars are hazy, no one is ever going to get close enough to them to notice that something is amiss. The idea is that God, who programmed our universe, was too lazy, or rather, he underestimated our human intelligence. He thought that we humans would not succeed in probing into the structure of nature beyond the level of atoms, so he programmed the matrix of our universe only to the level of its atomic structure. Beyond that, he simply left things fuzzy, like a house whose interior is not programmed in a PC game. Is, however, the theologico-digital way the only way to read this paradox? We can read it as a sign that we already live in a simulated universe, but also as a signal of the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. In the RST case, the ontological incompleteness is transposed into an epistemological one, i.e., the incompleteness is perceived as the EECT of the fact that another, secret, but fully real, agency constructed our reality as a simulated universe. The truly difficult thing is to accept the second case, the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. That is to say, what immediately arises is a massive common sense objection, but how Can this ontological incompleteness hold for reality itself? Is not reality dened by its ontological completeness? If reality really exists out there, it has to be complete all the way down, otherwise we are dealing with ation which just hangs in the air, like appearances which are not appearances of a substantile something. Here, precisely, quantum physics comes in, airing a model of how to think, or imagine, at least, such open ontology. Alain Badiou formulated this same idea in his notion of pure multiplicity as the ultimate ontological category. Reality is the multiplicity of multiplicities which cannot be generated or constituted from, or reduced to, some form of ones as its elementary, atomic, constituents. Multiplicities are not multiplications of 1, they are irreducible multiplicities, which is why their opposite is not 1. But 0, the ontological void, no matter how far we progress in our analysis of multiplicities, we never reach the 0 level of its simple constituents. The only background of multiplicities is thus 0, the void. That is Badiou's ontological breakthrough. The primordial opposition is not that of 1 and 0, but that of 0 and multiplicities, and the 1 emerges later. To put it even more radically, since only ones fully really exist, multiplicities and 0 are the same thing, not one and the same thing. 0 is multiplicities without ones which would guarantee their ontological consistency. There is a detail which, perhaps, tells a lot about the difference between Europe and the USA. In Europe, the ground floor in a building is counted as so that the floor above it is the RST floor, while in the USA the RST floor is at street level. In short, Americans start to count with, while Europeans know that is already a stand-in for. Or, to put it in more historical terms, Europeans are aware that, before we start counting, there has to be a ground of tradition, a ground which is always already given and, as such, cannot be counted, while the USA, a land with no pre-modern historical tradition proper, lacks such a ground. Things begin there directly with self-legislated freedom. The past is erased, transposed onto Europe. So which of these two positions is closer to the truth? Neither. It is only in Poland that they seem to have found the proper solution to this alternative. In hotel elevators, they skip altogether, i.e., they start to count hours with, and then pass over directly to. When, in a Warsaw hotel, I asked the porter how one can jump directly from 2, I was taken aback by the simple truth of his answer. After a moment of perplexity, he told me, well, I guess that the moment one starts to count the hours, the ground hour itself must be counted as 1. He got it right. 1 is originally not the number which follows 0, but 0 itself counted as 1. Only in this way can the series of counted ones start, 1 1, then another 1, etc., ad infinitum. The original multiplicity, the correlate of the void, is not to be confused with the series of ones. This solution is thus based on the correct insight which Badiou developed in his ontology. Reality is a multiplicity in which the void and the multiple coincide, i.e., the multiple is not composed of ones, but is primordial. We should thus get rid of the fear that, once we ascertain that reality is the innately divisible, substanceless void within a void, matter will disappear. What the digital information revolution, the biogenetic revolution, and the quantum revolution in physics all share is that they mark the re-emergence of what, for want of a better term, I am tempted to call post-metaphysical idealism. It is as if Chesterton's insight into how the materialists struggle for the full assertion of reality, against its subordination to any higher metaphysical order, culminates in the loss of reality itself. What began as the assertion of material reality ended up as the realm of pure formulas of quantum physics. Is this reality, however, a form of idealism? Since the radical materialist stance asserts that there is no world, that the world in its whole is nothing, materialism has nothing to do with the presence of dense matter. Its proper gers are, rather, constellations in which matter seems to disappear, like the pure oscillations of superstrings or quantum vibrations. On the contrary, if we see in raw, inert matter more than an imaginary screen, we always secretly endorse some kind of spiritualism, as in Tarkovsky's Solaris, in which the dense plastic matter of the planet directly embodies mind. This spectral materialism has 3D errant forms. In the information revolution, matter is reduced to the medium of purely digitized information. In biogenetics, the biological body is reduced to the medium of the reproduction of the genetic code. In quantum physics, reality itself, the density of matter, is reduced to the collapse of the virtuality of wave oscillations, or, in the general theory of relativity, matter is reduced to an EECT of space's curvature. Here we encounter another crucial aspect of the opposition: idealism/materialism. Materialism is not the assertion of inert material density in its humid heaviness. Such a materialism can always serve as a support for Gnostic spiritualist obscurantism. In contrast, a true materialism joyously assumes the disappearance of matter, the fact that there is only void. In his Logiques Demons, Badiou provides a succinct definition of democratic materialism and its opposite, materialist dialectics. The axiom which condense the RST is there is nothing but bodies and languages. To which materialist dialectics adds, with the exception of truths, there is a more constrained anthropological version of this axiom. For democratic materialism, there is nothing but individuals and communities, to which materialist dialectics adds, insofar as there is a truth, a subject subtracts itself from all community and destroys all individuation. The passage from 2 to 3 is crucial here, and we should bear in mind all its Platonic, properly metaphysical, thrust in the direction of what, prima facie, cannot but appear as a proto-idealist gesture of asserting that material reality is not all that there is also another level of incorporeal truths. Here Badiou performs the paradoxical philosophical gesture of defending, as a materialist, the autonomy of the immaterial order of the event. As a materialist, and in order to be thoroughly materialist, Badiou focuses on the idealist topos par excellence. How can a human animal forsake its animality and put its life at the service of a transcendent truth? How can the transubstantiation from the pleasure-oriented life of an individual to the life of a subject dedicated to a cause occur? In other words, how is a free act possible? How can one break out of the network of the causal connections of positive reality and conceive an act that begins by and in itself? In short, Badiou repeats within the materialist frame the elementary gesture of idealist anti-reductionism, who man reason cannot be reduced to the result of evolutionary adaptation. Art is not just a heightened procedure of providing sensual pleasures, but a medium of truth, and so on. Additionally, against the false appearance that this gesture is also aimed at psychoanalysis, is not the point of the notion of sublimation that the allegedly higher human activities are just a roundabout, sublimated way to realize a lower goal. This is already the sine qua non achievement of psychoanalysis. Its claim is that sexuality itself, sexual drives pertaining to the human animal, cannot be accounted for in evolutionary terms. This is how we should locate the shift from biology. Cal instinct to drive. Instinct is just part of the physics of animal life, while drive, death drive, introduces a metaphysical dimension. In Marx, we nd the analogous implicit distinction between working class and proletariat. Working class is the empirical social category, accessible to sociological knowledge, while proletariat is the subject agent of revolutionary truth. Along the same lines, Lacan claims that drive is an ethical category. From a strictly Freudian viewpoint, there is a problem with this duality of human, animal and subject. In order for the event to inscribe itself into the man-animal's body, and thus transform the individual into the subject, this human animal itself has already to be derailed/distorted by drive, by what Eric Santner calls its too muchness. To put it even more pointedly, what Badiou misses is the simple fact that there is no human animal, governed by pleasure and reality principle, bent on survival, etc. With humanity proper, animality is derailed, instinct is transformed into drive, and it is only into such a distorted animal that an event can inscribe itself. This makes clear the true stakes of Badiou's gesture. In order for realism to truly win over idealism, it is not enough to succeed in the reductionist approach and demonstrate how mind, consciousness, etc., can nonetheless somehow be accounted for within the evolutionary positivist frame of materialism. On the contrary, the materialist claim should be much stronger. It is only materialism that can accurately explain the very phenomena of mind, consciousness, etc., and, conversely, it is idealism that is vulgar, that always already raised these phenomena. Today, many orientations claim to be materialist: scientific materialism, Darwinism, brain sciences, discursive materialism, ideology as the result of material discursive practices, what Alain Badiou calls democratic materialism, spontaneous egalitarian hedonism, etc., up to attempts at materialist theology. Some of these materialisms are mutually exclusive. For discursive materialists, it is scientific materialism which, in its allegedly naive direct assertion of external reality, is idealist in the sense that it does not take into account the role of material symbolic practice in constituting what appears to us as reality. For scientific materialism, discursive materialism is an obscurantist muddle not to be taken seriously. I am tempted to suggest that discursive materialism and scientific materialism are, in their very antagonism, the front and the obverse of the same coin, one standing for radical culturalization. Everything, including our notions of nature, is a contingent discursive formation, the other for radical naturalization. Everything, including our culture, can be accounted for in the terms of natural biological evolution. We should note here how this duality of naturalist materialism and discursive materialism echoes the duality that, according to Badiou, characterizes democratic realism, for which there are only bodies and languages. Naturalist materialism covers bodies, and discursive materialism covers languages. This multiplicity is matched by the multiplicity of spiritualist tendencies. Versions of traditional Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are supplemented by so-called post-secular thought, Derrida, Levinas, Neo-Bergsonism, Deleuze. For some, not to mention the multiple forms of New Age spirituality, from Western Buddhism to neo-paganism. Peter Hallward was right in unearthing the idealist kernel of Deleuze's thought. Badiou's polemics against Deleuze is arguably one of the latest gears of the eternal struggle of materialism against idealism. Within this complex picture, relations between the couple Materialism/idealism and the political struggle are often overdetermined. For example, the recent popularity of scientific materialist direct attacks on religion, the big bestseller Troika of Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, is certainly sustained by the ideological need to present the liberal West as the bastion of reason against the crazy Muslim and other irrational fundamentalists. It is our wager that only the materialism of void and multiplicity, going well beyond the common sense assertion of external material reality as the only thing that really is the materialism that, as Hegel would have put it, reaches the level of its notion. The d'errance between multiplicities and the void is thus a pure d'errance. Not the d'errance between two ontic entities, not even between something and nothing, as if there are multiple somethings surrounded by the void of nothing, as in ancient atomism, but ontological. The d'errance with Heidegger is that Heidegger's ontological d'errance is the d'errance between entities and their world, the historical horizon of their meaning which takes place as the epochal event of the disclosure of a new world. I am therefore tempted to say that the d'errance between Badiou's and Heidegger's ontology cal d'errance is the one between pure and applied, or, rather, schematized in the Kantian sense of the term, d'errance. The Heideggerian d'errance is always already schematized as a particular epochal disclosure of being. In Badiou's terms, the Heideggerian ontological d'errance is the one between what appears and its appearing as such, the world within which it appears. This ontological openness of the oneless multiplicity also allows us to approach in a new way Kant's second antinomy of pure reason, whose thesis is: every composite substance in the world consists of simple parts, and there exists nothing that is not either itself simple, or composed of simple parts. Here is Kant's proof. For, grant that composite substances do not consist of simple parts, in this case, if all combination or composition were annihilated in thought, no composite part, and, as, by the supposition, there do not exist simple parts, no simple part would exist. Consequently, no substance, consequently, nothing would exist. Either, then, it is impossible to annihilate composition in thought, or, after such annihilation, there must remain something that subsists without composition. That is, something that is simple. But in the former case the composite could not itself consist of substances, because with substances composition is merely a contingent relation, apart from which they must still exist as self-subsistent beings. Now, as this case contradicts the supposition, the second must contain the truth that the substantial composite in the world consists of simple parts. It follows, as an immediate inference, that the things in the world are all, without exception, simple beings, that composition is merely an external condition pertaining to them, and that, although we never can separate and isolate the elementary substances from the state of composition, reason must cogitate these as the primary subjects of all composition, and consequently, as prior thereto and as simple substances. What, however, if we accept the conclusion that, ultimately, nothing exists? A conclusion which, incidentally, is exactly the same as the conclusion of Plato's Parmenides. Then may we not sum up the argument in a word and say, truly, if one is not, then nothing is? Such a move, although rejected by Kant as obvious nonsense, is not as unkantian as it may appear. It is here that we should apply yet again the Kantian distinction between negative and innate judgment. The statement material reality is all there is can be negated in two ways, in the form of material reality isn't all there is, and the form of made real reality is non-all. The RST negation of a predicate leads to the standard metaphysics, material reality isn't everything, there is another, higher, spiritual reality. As such, this negation is, in accordance with Lacan's formulas of sexuation, inherent to the positive statement material reality is all there is. As its constitutive exception, it grounds its universality. If, however, we assert a non-predicate and say material reality is non-all, this merely asserts the non-all of reality without implying any exception. Paradoxically, we should thus claim that material reality is non-all, not material reality is all there is the true formula of materialism. Does this ontological fuzziness of reality also not allow us a new approach to modernism in painting? Are the stains which blur the transparency of a realist representation, which impose themselves as stains, not precisely indications that the contours of constituted reality are blurred, that we are approaching the pre-ontological level of fuzzy proto-reality? That is the crucial shift a viewer has to accomplish. Stains are not obstacles that prevent our direct access to represented reality, they are, on the contrary, more real than real. Ity, something that undermines from within the ontological consistency of reality, or, to put it in old-fashioned philosophical terms, their status is not epistemological but ontological. Recall again the standard transcendent gur of God as a secret master who knows the meaning of what appears to us as meaningless catastrophe, the God who sees the entire picture in which what we perceive as a stain contributes to global harmony. We should pass this gap that separates the entire harmonious picture from the stains it is composed of, in the opposite direction, not withdrawing from meaningless stains to the wider harmony, but moving forward from the appearance of global harmony to the stains that compose it. The only true alternative to this ontological fuzziness is the no less paradoxical idea that, at some point, the endless process of dividing reality into its components reaches its end when the division is no longer the division into two, or more, parts/somethings, but the division into a part, something, and nothing. This would be the proof that we have reached the most elementary constituent of reality, when something can be further divided only into a something and a nothing. Do these two options not refer again to Lacan's formulas of sexuation, so that the irreducible multiplicity option is Femi 9 and the division of the last term into something and nothing is masculine? Furthermore, is it not that, if we can reach the point of last division, and thus the ultimate one, the last constituent of reality, then there is no creation proper, nothing really new emerges, merely the combinations of existing elements, while the feminine fuzziness of reality opens up the space for creation proper? The underlying problem here is, how do we pass from multitude that is zero to the emergence of one? Is it that one is a multiple which stands for nothing, i.e., is it that ones exist only at the level of symbolic representation, while in the real there are only multiples? One can argue that atheism is truly thinkable only within monotheism. It is this reduction of many gods to one God that enables us to confront directly, and, i.e., to erase, and thus obtain. This fact was often noted, but it was as a rule taken as a proof that atheism cannot stand on its own 2 feet, that it can only vegetate in the shadow of Christian monotheism, or, as John Gray put it, atheists say they want a secular world, but a world denuded by the absence of the Christian's God is still a Christian world. Secularism is like chastity, a condition denuded by what it denies. If atheism has a future, it can only be in a Christian revival, but in fact Christianity and atheism are declining together. What, however, if we turn this argument around? What if the anity between Monotheism and atheism demonstrates not that atheism depends on monotheism, but that monotheism itself precurs atheism within the eld of religion. Its God is from the very Jewish beginning a dead one, in clear contrast with the pagan gods who irradiate cosmic vitality. Insofar as the truly materialist axiom is the assertion of primordial multiplicity, the one which precedes this multiplicity can only be zero itself. No wonder, then, that only in Christianity as the only truly logical monotheism does God himself turn momentarily into an atheist. So when Gray claims that contemporary atheism is a Christian heresy that differs from earlier heresies in its intellectual crudity, we should accept this statement, but we should also read it along the lines of the Hegelian reversal between subject and predicate, or between genus and its species. Contemporary atheism is a heretical species of Christian ity which retroactively redness its own genus, positing it as its own presupposition. In his notes towards a definition of culture, T.S. Eliot remarked that there are moments when the only choice is the one between heresy and non-belief. When the only way to keep a religion alive is to perform a sectarian split from its main corpse. Exactly the same happened with Christianity. The death of God theology marks the moment when the only way to keep its truth alive was through a materialist heresy split from its main corpse. The resulting materialism has thus nothing to do with the assertion of fully existing external reality. On the contrary, its starting premise is the non-all of reality, its ontological incompleteness. Recall Lenin's deadlock when, in Materialism and Empiriocriticism, he proposes as a minimal philosophical definition of materialism the assertion of an objective reality which exists independently of the human mind, without any further qualifications. In this sense, Plato himself is a materialist. Neither does it have anything to do with any positive determination of content, like matter versus spirit, i.e., with the substantialization of matter into the only absolute. Hegel's critique is fully just et here, matter in its abstraction is a pure Gedankennding. We should thus not be afraid of the much decried dissolution of matter in a eld of energies in modern physics. A true materialist should fully embrace it. Materialism has nothing to do with the assertion of the inert density of matter. It is, on the contrary, a position which accepts the ultimate void of reality. The consequence of its central thesis on the primordial multiplicity is that there is no substantial reality, that the only substance of the multiplicity is void. The difference between Deleuze and Badiou here is the one between idealism and materialism. In Deleuze, life is still the answer to why is there something and not nothing, while Badiou's answer is a more sober one. Closer to Buddhism and Hegel, there is only nothing, and all processes take place from nothing through nothing to nothing, as Hegel put it. This is why the opposite of true materialism is not so much a consequent idealism but rather the vulgar idealist materialism of someone like David Chalmers, who proposes to account for the hard problem of consciousness by postulating self-awareness as an additional fundamental force of nature, together with gravity, magnetism, etc. as, literally, its quintessence, the FTH essence. The temptation to see thought as an additional component of natural/material reality itself is the ultimate vulgarity. In philosophical arabesques, one of the most tragic works in the entire history of philosophy, a manuscript written when Nikolai Bukharin was in the Lubyanka prison, awaiting execution, Bukharin tries to bring his entire life experience together for the last time into a consistent philosophical edice. The RST choice, the crucial battle, that he confronts is the one between the materialist assertion of the reality of the external world, and what he calls The intrigues of solipsism. Once this key battle is won, once the life-asserting reliance on the real world liberates us from the damp prison house of our fantasies, we can breathe freely. We have only to draw all the consequences of this RST key result. The mysterious feature of the book's RST chapter, in which Bukharin confronts this dilemma, is its tension between form and content, though, at the level of content, Bukharin adamantly denies that we are dealing here with a choice between two beliefs or primordial existential decisions. The whole chapter is structured like a dialogue between a healthy but naive materialist and Mephistopheles, standing for the devil of solipsism, a cunning spirit which drapes itself into an enchantingly patterned cloak of iron logic, and it laughs, poking out its tongue, curling his lips ironically. Mephistopheles tempts the materialist with the idea that, since all we have direct access to are our subjective sensations, the only way we can pass from here to a belief in some external reality which exists independently of our sensations is by a leap of faith, a salto vitale, as opposed to salto mortale. In short, Mephistopheles' devil of logic tries to seduce us into accepting that independent external reality is a matter of faith, that the existence of holy matter is the fundamental dogma of the theology of dialectical materialism. After a series of arguments, which, I have to admit, although not all totally devoid of philosophical interest, are irredeemably marked by pre-Kantian naivete, Bukharin concludes the chapter with the ironic call, which, nonetheless, cannot conceal the underlying despair: hold your tongue, Mephistopheles. Hold your dissolute tongue. In spite of this exorcism, the devil continues to reappear throughout the book. See the RST sentence of chapter. After a long interval, the demon of irony again makes his appearance. A radical materialist should, paradoxically, give the devil his due, rejecting naive reliance on external reality as the vulgar materialist obverse of idealism. In the choice presented by the title of chapter of Bukharin's book Acceptance and Non-Acceptance of the World, he does not so much reject the world as rather include in its texture, its suspension, what the great mystics and Hegel called the night of the world, the eclipse of constituted reality. So, back to Badiou, when he emphasizes the undecidability of the real of an event, his position is radically different from the standard deconstructionist notion of undecidability. For Badiou, undecidability means that there are no neutral objective criteria for an event appears as such only to those who recognize themselves in its call, or, as Badiou puts it, an event is self-relating, it includes itself its own nomination in its components. While this does mean that one has to decide about an event, such an ultimately groundless decision is not undecidable in the standard sense. It is, rather, uncannily similar to the Hegelian dialectical process in which, as Hegel made clear in the introduction to his phenomenology, agur of consciousness is measured not by any external standard of truth but in an absolutely immanent way, through the gap between itself and its own exemplification/staging. An event is thus non-all in the precise Lacanian sense of the term. It is never fully varied precisely because it is infinite/unlimited, i.e., because there is no external limit to it. And the conclusion to be drawn here is that, for the very same reason, Hegelian totality is also non-all. In other, Badiou's terms, an event is nothing but its own inscription into the order of being, a cut/rupture in the order of being, on account of which being can never form a consistent all. Of course, Badiou as a materialist is aware of the idealist danger that lurks here. We must point out that in what concerns its material, the event is not a miracle. What I mean is that what composes an event is always extracted from a situation, always related back to a singular multiplicity, to its state, to the language that is connected to it, etc. In fact, so as not to succumb to an obscurantist theory of creation ex nihilo, we must accept that an event is nothing but a part of a given situation, nothing but a fragment of being. However, we should go a step further than Badiou is ready to go. There is no beyond of being which inscribes itself into the order of being. There is nothing but the order of being. We should recall here yet again the paradox of Einstein's general theory of relativity, in which matter does not curve space, but is an EECT of space's curvature. An event does not curve the space of being through its inscription into it. On the contrary, an event is nothing but this curvature of the space of being. All there is the interstice, the non-self coincidence, of being, i.e., the ontological non-closure of the order of being. The minimal deerrance which sustains the parallax gap is thus the deerrance on account of which the same series of real occurrences which, to the eye of a neutral observer, are just part of ordinary reality are, to the eye of an engaged participant, inscriptions of the deity to an event. For example, the same occurrences GHTS on the streets of St. Petersburg, which are to a neutral historian just violent twists and turns in Russian history are, to an engaged revolutionary, parts of the epical event of the October Revolution. This means that, from the Lacanian perspective, the notions of parallax gap and of the minimal deerrance obey the logic of the non-all. So when David Chalmers proposes that the basis of consciousness will have to be found in a new, additional, fundamental, primordial and irreducible force of nature, like gravity or electromagnetism, something like an elementary self, sentience or awareness, does he not thereby provide a new proof of how idealism coincides with vulgar materialism? Does he not precisely miss the pure ideality of self-awareness? It is here that the topic of nitude in the strict Heideggerian sense should be mobilized. If one tries to conceive of consciousness within an ontologically fully realized eld of reality, it can only appear as an additional positive moment. But what about linking consciousness to the very nitude, ontological incompleteness, of the human being, to its being originally out of joint, thrown into, exposed to, an overwhelming constellation? It is here that, in order to specify the meaning of materialism, one should apply Lacan's formulas of sexuation. There is a fundamental deerrance between the assertion everything is matter, which relies on its constitutive exception in the case of Lenin, who, in materialism and empiria criticism, falls into this trap, the very position of enunciation of the subject whose mind reacts matter, and the assertion there is nothing which is not matter, which, with its other side, non-all is matter, opens up the space for the explanation of immaterial phenomena. This means that a truly radical materialism is by definition non-reductionist. Far from claiming that everything is matter, it confers upon immaterial phenomena a specie positive non-being. When, in his argument against the reductive explanation of consciousness, Chalmers writes, even if we knew every last detail about the physics of the universe, the conjuration, causation, and evolution among all the elds and particles in the spatio-temporal manifold, that information would not lead us to postulate the existence of conscious experience. He makes the standard Kantian mistake: such a total knowledge is strictly nonsensical, both epistemologically and ontologically. It is the obverse of the vulgar determinist notion, articulated, in Marxism, by Nikolai Bukharin, when he wrote that if we were to know the whole of physical reality, we would also be able to predict precisely the emergence of a revolution. This line of reasoning consciousness as an excess, a surplus, over the physical totality is misleading, since it has to evoke a meaningless hyperbole. When we imagine the whole of reality, there is no longer any place for consciousness and subjectivity. There are two options. Here, either subjectivity is an illusion, or reality is in itself, not only epistemologically, non-all. We should thus, from the radically materialist standpoint, fearlessly think through the consequences of rejecting objective reality. Reality dissolves into subjective fragments, but these fragments themselves fall back into anonymous being, losing their subjective consistency. Frederick Jameson drew attention to the paradox of the postmodern rejection of a consistent self. The ultimate result is that we lose its opposite, objective reality, which gets transformed into a set of contingent, subjective constructions. A true materialist should do the opposite, refuse to accept objective reality in order to undermine consistent subjectivity. In The Human Touch, Michael Frayn pointed out the radical relativity of our notion of the universe, when we talk about the microdimensions of quantum physics, so small that we cannot even imagine their scope, or about the vastness of the universe, ignorant of our lives, so large that we, humans, are an imperceptible speck in it. We always presuppose our gaze, our normal measures of greatness. Quantum waves are small, the universe is large, with regard to our standards. The lesson is that every notion of objective reality is bound to a subjective point. What, then, is the proper atheist stance? Not a continuous desperate struggle against theism, of course, but not a simple indifference to belief either. That is to say, what if, in a kind of negation, true atheism were to return to belief, faith, asserting it without reference to God? Only atheists can truly believe. The only true belief is belief without any support in the authority of some presupposed guru of the big other. We can also conceive these three positions, theism, negative atheism, and positive atheism, along the lines of the Kantian triad of positive, negative, and innate judgment, while the positive statement "I believe in God" can be negated as "I don't believe in God." We can also imagine a kind of innate negation, not so much "I believe in on God," which would be closer to negative theology, but, rather, something like unbelief, the pure form of belief deprived of its substantialization. Unbelief is still the form of belief, like the undead who, as the living dead, remain dead. The double glory, or paradox versus dialectics. On not quite agreeing with Slavoj Zizek. John Milbank. The erotolinguistic animal. No one is more rawly exposed than Slavoj Zizek. Somewhat like the tragicomic clown-like Christ he sometimes invokes, he stands before us without the least vestige of pretense, revealing every last symptom of his quirky subjectivity, while always allowing this to witness to the universal. His seemingly constant descent into trivia and obscenity, his frequent medicinal deviations, consistently perform a vision that is far more serious than that of most of his contemporaries. In an important sense, he bears a theological witness. First of all, this is to the nature of modernity and postmodernity. He insists that what the latter embodies is merely the extremity of modernity, and that it is a tragic, not a superficially joyous prospect. Secondly, and correspondingly, he also insists that this ultramodernity is post-metaphysical only insofar as it remains the consummation of metaphysics in a Hegelian rather than a Heideggerian sense. Thirdly, he insists that if modernity is Hegelian, then it is also ineluctably Western, European, and Christian. This modernity he, in some ways rightly, endorses, and therefore, in the fourth place, he insists that the universalist project of the West, which we should never abandon, is also a Christian project. In the fth place he properly links modernity with a specific set of mutations in the Western understanding of Christianity, which have to do with the different but linked legacies of Eckhart, Luther, and Boehme, but also with the quite different legacy of Scotism and nominalism voluntarism. But in the sixth place Zizek argues that the legitimacy of the modern age must be one of Christian atheism, and that once this has been grasped one can articulate better a Marxist materialism and the true nature of a critique of the capitalist phase of modernity. It is here that I wish to register a slight disagreement. What is ironic in Zizek's project is that he insists that Christianity alone articulates a universal logic, but does so in an atheistic mode. This renders him, of course, far nearer to orthodoxy, as he acknowledges, than all those craven, weak, sentimental theologians, doused in multiple tinctures of mauvaise foi, who claim to believe in some sort of remote, abstract, transcendent deity and who yet compromise the universal claims of Christianity in favor of mystical relativism, glorification of hypostasized uncertainty, and practical indulgence in the malignly in night air shuttle of mindless dialogue. For myself, I would wish to defend the idea that this universal logic must be theistic, must endorse a belief in a transcendent deity. What is really at stake in this disagreement? It is a question of a shift of perspective. What matters is not so much that Zizek is endorsing a demythologized, disenchanted Christianity without transcendence, as that he is erring in the end, despite what he sometimes claims, a heterodox version of Christian belief. The Atheism. John Milbank. On my reading, is not the upshot of critique, nor of reading the Christian logic through to the end, but rather of accepting too readily, after Hegel, the perspectives of Luther, of Boehme, and of voluntarism nominalism, whilst misinterpreting those of Meister Eckhart. This means that I am in negative agreement with Zizek concerning Hegel, of whom he is a relentlessly accurate interpreter. Yes, Hegel was already a Christian nihilist and atheist, and here it is notable that Zizek's tragic, but also comic, reading of Hegel concurs in many ways, much more than most of her supporters are likely to concede, with that of Gillian Rose, while pushing her rendering to a much more consistent atheistic conclusion. This means, however, that the left Hegelian reading of Hegel is redundant because, as Zizek argues, the theological element is strangely essential to Hegel's atheism, which cannot be converted into Feuerbachian or even Marxist humanism without loss of rigor. So for me it is the dialectical perspective itself which engenders the nihilistic version of Christian universalism. This is not to say that there is not a lot of truth in the dialectical perspective which is closely linked to the tragic perspective, and in certain ways I agree with Zizek, as with Gillian Rose, that one can reduce postmodern deerrance to dialectics and point out the tragedy falsely concealed in its celebration of a prevaricating postponement. However, I would propose that both dialectics and the reign of deerrance remain closely bound up with the same set of modern assumptions. The alternative to both is paradox, which one can also name analogy, real relation, realism, regarding universals, or, after William Desmond, the metaxological. But here one can point out an interesting symptom in Zizek's writings. Basically, he endorses a Whiggish, Protestant meta-narrative. Christianity gradually, if dialectically, posits its own covertly presupposed radicalism. Protestantism negates the Catholic negation of Eastern Orthodoxy, Hegel is the fully edged Protestant consummation of Christian metaphysical logic. However, he reveals a distinct penchant for Catholic thinkers, not just for Eckhart, whose Catholicism he suppresses in an all too cliched fashion, but more strikingly for modern Catholics, or Anglo-Catholics, such as Claudel, T.S. Eliot, and C.H.E.S. Turton, not to mention the perspectives of the Catholic L.M. director Alfred Hitchcock. To this list one should also add the name of Søren Kierkegaard. Given that his linking of faith with reason, and vice versa, restores a basically Catholic perspective, even though Zizek does not recognize this. In the case of Eckhart, Chesterton, and Kierkegaard especially, Zizek tends to celebrate the paradoxical character of their thought. Ostensibly, he treats paradox as merely a logical moment to be surpassed. Its stasis must advance toward the dynamism of negative dialectics. This applies especially to the logic of incarnation. The paradox of the God who is also man must give way to the dialectical advance toward God only revealed in his absence in humanity, upon which tragic basis the universally just community can at last be founded. And yet, is not Zizek symptomatically entranced by the gore of the poor stuttering clown, who is absurdly God himself? But the dialectical perspective clearly loses and deconstructs this coincidence of opposites, just as it loses this vivid picture itself and its narrative background. Therefore, it is just at the point where Zizek is so obviously entranced, like the nobly childish Chesterton, by picture and narrative, that he gives himself away. Now, to be sure, he has his own rationale for this symptomatic. The images are ultimate in their total contingency and randomness. And this means that they are all reduced to an excreted remainder. But is this really believable precisely of Zizek? Does he not love some images more than others, and so for their spe Psi content? Is the Christological clown really attended to only because of his spluttering? Wherein then lies detection of his comic nobility, as with Shakespeare's Richard II? But if some images are preferred over others, then we have the issue of a mediating preference, of a selective, privileged, even hierarchized contingency. Unlike the vanishing mediator, which is the atheistic Christ as God, presupposed for the sake of the universal spiritual community only as any and every swearing individual, such that only his sheer contingency is the crucial thing. In this alternative scenario, the mediating of mediation, and so of a speci cali identi ed mediator, would remain. And clearly, as will be further expounded below, this is one crucial aspect of paradox. My case is that there is a deerrant, latent Zizek, a Zizek who does not see Chesterton as sub-Hegel, but Hegel as sub-Chesterton. A Zizek therefore who has remained with paradox, or rather moved back into paradox from dialectic. And this remaining would be sufficient to engender a Catholic Zizek, a Zizek able fully to endorse a transcendent God, in whom creatures analogically participate. This, however, does not imply a neo-medieval Zizek in any usual sense. Part of the case which I wish to adumbrate below is that in certain ways, a typical medieval theologian Meister Eckhart, and also by implication Eriu Gina and Cusanus, is misread by Zizek, in the wake of a host of other commentators, through later Protestant, Beminist, and idealist spectacles. This perspective, however, is by no means wholly erroneous, for it is perfectly true that Hegel and Schelling were in some ways building on the theologies of the three medieval thinkers just mentioned. However, their speci development of this slightly more underground, though not heterodox, current of medieval Catholic thought is heavily influenced by Protestant, Gnostic, and Kantian outlooks which are ultimately built upon scotist and achamist assumptions. There is a strong case for saying that all three outlooks are in fact alien to the notions of Eriugena, Eckhart, and Cusanus. Indeed, in the case of the latter two thinkers, recent research shows that their ideas were adumbrated. Partly to criticize the proto-modernity of Franciscan thought, Scotism and nominalism voluntarism. In rendering this criticism, there is, nevertheless, a certain dialectical debt to the opposition, and furthermore the very defense of traditional participation metaphysics required these thinkers to emphasize much more radically than before the ontological all-sufficiency of God and the ontological primacy of the divine intellectual point of view in a way that also newly problematized the creator/creation distinction and all the inherited dualities of nature/grace, reason/faith, essence/persons, generation/creation, creation/deication, and deication/incarnation. Hence the radicalism of these thinkers is in fact the radicalism engendered by a defense of orthodoxy. They were radically orthodox in a very specie sense. And my case is that their paradoxical outlook does not require to be completed by a dialectical one, but would in reality be betrayed by the latter. The defense of paradox has to be conjoined with the refusal of the Protestant meta-narrative to which Zizek is in thrall. In fact, at both the theoretical and the historical level the issue of Catholic versus Protestant is far more fundamental than the question of theism versus atheism. The latter is merely a subplot of the former con-ICT, which is today notably resurfacing. The key illusion of the Protestant meta-narrative is that the mode in which modernity has occurred, and the stages that it has gone through, are the necessary and only possible mode and stages. Once again, Zizek is very close to seeing this, insofar as he refuses the necessitarian and progressivist misreadings of Hegel. For Hegel, as he rightly says, indicates not the logical inevitability of the course of human history, but rather the dependency of even our most abstract, universal assumptions on past contingent events that might have occurred otherwise and retain an unlimited potential for alternative renderings. However, there is a limit to both Hegel and Zizek's consistency in this regard. And this limit concerns paradoxically the absolutization of the contingent as such. If contingencies are only contingent, if no contingency is to be preferred or is uniquely revelatory in the specificity of its contingency, rather than the mere contingency of its contingency, then, after all, one can tell the story of history, as Hegel does, and Zizek implicitly in his wake, as the contingent dawning of the realization that there is only the contingent remainder. Such a realization, while being a mere historical event, still has a uniquely disclosive relationship to eternal truth, and so, after all, uniquely can not be gone back upon save at the price of bad faith, a point on which Zizek frequently insists. Moreover, in relation to the arrival of this insight, previous claims for a universal structure of essential and teleological significance must be shown to be negatively self-defeating, at least in terms of the supremacy of this insight itself. Perhaps the latter could be a matter of faith, but no, for both Hegel and Zizek the contingent insight into the supremacy of contingency is itself the only way to achieve rational transparency and self-consistency, while not denying the reality either of the objective physical world, or of the free, self-directed subject. For these reasons, while one can agree with Zizek that Hegel does not demonstrate the fated logical necessity of all reality, but rather that there is only random and aperitic contingentnitude, and that this is the content of absolute truth, he does not sufficiently recognize that this very apotheosis of the random in volves a claim to perfect insight into the fated logical necessity of the real. If Gell says the opposite of what most people think, and he does, this opposite is still curiously identical with the caricature. The thinker who really escapes this caricature is not Zizek but Alain Badiou, since Badiou speaks of an allegiance to contingent events in their thick consistency, and not just in terms of their exemplification of event as such. But Zizek rejects this sort of Badiouian ity in the name both of an impersonal Freudian drive to the destruction of the constituted, the death drive, and of a stricter Hegelianism which refuses a positive in night that is more than the in the night ever more of the night. Because, after all, modernity necessarily builds toward Hegel's conclusions. As far as Zizek is concerned, he tends to read the history of theology in terms of a series of ineluctable advances. Eckhart goes beyond Aquinas, Boehme beyond Eckhart, and Hegel beyond them all, in a way that is also indebted to the voluntarist disenchantment of the cosmos. But should not one take thick historical contingency far more seriously than this? It is easy, for example, to imagine that a more humanist Reformation might have taken place, in 15th and 16th century Spain. This had at one stage more or less already occurred, such that, while lay life and piety would have moved more center stage, the species of Reformation and Counter-Reformation dogmatics would not have dominated the European future. This could well have entailed less standoff between divine will and human freedom, less dualism of nature and grace in theory and of secular and sacred in practice, with the upshot that economic and political institutions might have remained more ecclesiastically shaped, even though now more late erected. For, characteristically, both the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, albeit in different ways, encouraged a separation of spheres between religious piety and worldly practice. But this had never been the aim of such a clearly modern man as Thomas More. Rather, he hoped that lay life would be more and more infused by a spirit of monastic practice. Overwhelmingly, this is the version of modernity that the Christian East has hoped for. One can think of Dostoevsky in particular. But for Zizek, such dreaming is to be conned to a sad archaism of an initial immediacy, as prevailing between ideal content and living community, inherited tradition, and current collectivity. The projected move to merge world with monastery, as entertained also in 19th century France by Balzac and Milbank, cannot for Zizek count as an alternative modern strategy, because for him, in hoc to the Reformation as it happened to occur, there can be but one such strategy. John Milbank. One can say that the same mode of pious laicization was also what was desired in the Middle Ages with different stresses by those proto-humanists, Dante and Eckhart. In the latter case, one can see clearly extremely modern elements of concern for the importance of practical, everyday life, for equal treatment of all human beings, including women, and for the practice of a self-giving love that does not abandon the concerns of justice. Why is it not legitimate to imagine another Christian modernity that would be linked to the universal encouragement of mystical openness and productivity, rather than the separation between a forensic faith and an instrumentalizing reason? But, as I shall show, such a modernity would persist with the alternative dynamism of paradox and not pass over into the hypocritical sterility of dialectics. From the point of view of a more Catholic historiography, we really do not need to see the Reformation, the return of Gnosticism, the rise of pantheism, and the arrival of enlightenment as in any way inevitabilities, any more than we need so to regard the idea that primary ontology must be derived from natural science. All these tendencies in different ways refuse mediation, by dividing reality between the universal and necessitated on the one hand and the merely contingent on the other. To do so, however, is arbitrarily to select the transcendental dominance of a merely negative, mutually alienating me. Dialectician, or, in other words, of dialectics. Yet from the Catholic point of view, of trust in specifically disclosive sacramental processes of mediation between the universal and the particular, as between mind and reality, the intellect and the senses, all we have here is the accidental triumph of what T.S. Eliot called the disassociation of sensibility, the long-sustained triumph of a particular cultural fashion. Yet at the same time, this is not to indulge in a historiography of lamented catastrophe, pure and simple. There is no historical deposit of pure Catholic culture, even if there are some more or less exemplary epochs. This is because this culture has always been pregnant with true new developments, including the further release of a sense of freedom and equality, powerfully present in Eckhart. Just because these impulses were later realized in a distorted guise, does not mean that the entirety of this realization is inauthentic. Christianity switched the metaphysical focus toward personality as the ultimate real. And the unfolding of this dynamic explodes without stopping from the year Anno Domini onward. I would assume that Zizek would agree with me. That to say with political correctness CE is ironically to say AD all the more emphatically. However distorted the theologian may end modernity to be in Christian terms, the fact remains that the ever-increased emergence of the personal in terms of the search for free expression, sexual liberation, gender equality, and social mobility is ineluctably, as Zizek implies, a Christian phenomenon. But what the theologian critically adds is that this further emergence is crippled by the denial of an ultimate ontological reality open to the personal, or for which personhood could sustain itself innately in terms of the arrival at a telos of personal fulfillment. In the absence of the latter, poor sonality degenerates into surface froth which in reality is manipulated by mass constraints, reducing even the apparent freedom of much modern art mostly to variance upon the predictable and pre-established. It is for this reason that the Catholic theologian is unable simply to say modern, post-romantic expressive subjectivity is a mistake. Let us return to classical sobriety as a better support for Christian dogma. For she is forced to recognize that modern subjectivity is full of authentically Christian developments which have occurred outside a proper Catholic aegis, even if the lack of such supervision has led to horrendous distortions. In the same way, a Catholic response to a post-Occam thought world that has given much more attention to the rigors of logic, the possibilities of freedom, and the unavoidability of linguistic mediation, cannot simply restate a participatory metaphysical vision as if none of this had happened. On the contrary, it rather asks, with logical validity, whether rational rigor, creative freedom, and the linguisticality of thought are incompatible with this vision and do not instead require it, if the appearances of reason and freedom are in the end to be saved. Conversely, the logic of a specifically Christian participatory metaphysics may actually be much better stated in these postmodern terms. So the crucial thing at issue between myself and Zizek is the question of the interpretation of Christianity. I wish to argue that he concludes that atheist Christianity is true Christianity only because he accepts a dialectical, Lutheran, Beminist, Kantian, Hegelian version of Christian doctrine as the most coherent. By contrast, I claim that there is a radically Catholic humanist alternative to this, which sustains genuine transcendence only because of its commitment to incarnational paradox. Such a humanism is diversely found in Eckhart, Kierkegaard, Chesterton, and Henry de Lubac. But what are the real practical stakes here? They are both personal and political. Agreeing with Zizek, I would refuse the postmodern free play of end less errands and never resolved aporia as in reality still the hell of pointless solitude spoken of so well by Latin American writers and at least one English writer who has visited Latin America. Reality, as these writers suggest, may be as magically playful as one likes, but if it is meaningless then one is still alone and in despair. However, one must nonetheless confront the ambiguity of the Hegelian critique of the postmodern, as found in Gillian Rose as well as Slavoj Zizek. In saying that Hegel is not the gymnast of certainty and identity that the postmoderns have taken him to be, one is inevitably left with a somewhat post-modern Hegel who leaves us with sheer contingencies, never to be resolved. Aporias, middles forever broken in time, hopeless failures in love heroically persisted in, and so forth. It is clear that the later Derrida himself moved from the joyfully Nietzschean naturalistic abandonment of the ideal toward a more tragically playful uninterrupted pursuit of the impossible. At several points, Zizek rightly makes fun of this glory cation of the never-to-be-reached, inaccessibly mystical goal, and links this to a pseudo-activism indistinguishable from a Buddhistic quietism. But how are the nihilistic or negative Hegelians, from Adorno onward, themselves to avoid this? How do they differ from the postmodernists other than in tone of voice, either one more relentlessly tragic or else one that opposes genuine humor to Derrida's oh so solemn lucidity? It can sound at times in Zizek as if what we share in common is a tragic recognition of the inevitable failure of desire, since it fantasizes ethereal links between subjects that are not really there in a materialist universe. For according to Jacques Lacan, as with most of the postmodernists, there exists, besides the material realm, only the operation of signs which gives rise to subjectivity as an EECT of sine cation. As Lacan puts it, the subject is that which represents one sine to another in a metonymic chain. But this, of course, simply displaces the older question of how there can be spirit beside matter with the question of how there can be signs beside things. Here, however, Lacan offers a perhaps more considerable answer than those aired by later post-structuralists. He points out that the regular procedure of a metonymic chain of signs relies upon a concealed assumed grouping of signs by a metasign which transcendentally determines that signs of a certain type, but whose number is in principle infinite, are being operated with. It is at this point that Lacan deems that semiotics must be supplemented by mathematical set theory. And it is this conclusion which already opens up the curious link between nihilism and subjectivity that will later be exploited by Alain Badiou and to a degree by Zizek himself. For if a series of signs is more fundamentally a set of numbers, then one can start to comprehend how the phenomenon of language recovers on the surface of the world the anarchic numerical base of all reality involving unrelated ones as unities of multiples, which modern science has always implicitly presupposed. Yet at the same time, the setting of a series reveals an ontological space that, while being not exactly governed by subjectivity, is nevertheless one within which subjectivity arises as the moment of willful decreeing of designated sets, or, one might say, language games, which Lacan sees as being directed by the obscure real of bodily desire. It is just at this point that very complex and now hotly debated issues arise as to the relative place of libidinal energetics on the one hand, as favored by Deleuze, and para-ontological cultural processes of truth formation, as favored by Badiou, on the other. But in either case one is dealing with the inscrutable sphere of the selection of sets and of cross-fertilization between Sets which engenders patterns of relationship and qualitative content that may diet between the mathematical and the linguistic. This sphere can be taken, by materialism, as witnessing at once to an underlying ontological void and yet at the same time to the possibility of subjective existence. For Lacan this existence is especially evidenced by the metaphoric, which symptomatically interrupts the metonymic chains of normal desire to establish specifically characterized personal quirks which both short-circuit the normal links of everyday cause and EECT jumping ahead of the next link to a later one or reaching back beyond a previous link to an archaic one and also permit the intrusion of one set of links into the sequence of another one. How, though, is one to interpret this operation of the metaphoric, and so the destiny of human subjectivity? For Deleuze it is a heightening of the more abstract aspect of material desire which is identical with the dynamic process of life itself whose autopoiesis ensures from the outset that there is an excess of incorporeal inventive abstraction over solid matter which is yet an essential aspect of material existence. This is clearly very Spinozistic. Such desire is essentially creative and self-fulfilling, if not really relational, and so scarcely to be considered as love. For Badiou, on the other hand, something like metaphor forms cultural chains of non-identical repetition of founding events which ensures a delight to those events. Romantic love itself consists in such delight, and so not only would fulfillment of desire as relation appear to be possible for Badiou, it would even appear to lie close to denying his paradigm of the truth process as such. How exactly this is to be squared with the utter non-relationality of Badiou's ontology and phenomenology is problematic and is dealt with elsewhere. Yet for Lacan, and for Zizek as the more faithful disciple of Lacan, desire is denuded by lack and is impossible of fulfillment, even though it can never be renounced in its always quirky specificity. In a way, this is because they remain with the mathematical and the naturally scientific more exclusively than does Badiou. Reality, as opposed to the real, is for them simply that given material reality which science investigates. Yet if this is an entirely contingent reality, then the immanent innights which it discloses never point to an actual simple innity which would be God, but rather to the ontological setting of transnights, as also with Badiou. This suggests, as Zizek argues, that there is no fundamental totality, but beyond any supposed all lies a not all, which reappears on the surface of our world as subjective interference. However, this not all is something like the anarchic power of the void. It has no content of its own, even if it may negatively reveal itself in the circumstance that physical reality appears at microscopic levels sometimes, according to quantum physics, to conform equally to two incompatible mathemes, for example, waves versus particles, both at once. This is tantamount to saying that it conforms equally and undecidedly to two transnight settings simultaneously. Zizek refers to this phenomenon as parallax, and stresses that it permits no possible mediation to occur between the two incommensurate sets. Such an John Milbank emphasis is in line with Lacan's insistence that modern science teaches that there are only ones, albeit these ones are sets of multiples, and that any necessary relationality is a religion. It is this nihilistic mathematization of the semiotic which ensures that desire is both lack and futility. Lacan famously reworked the Saussurean triad of sine er, sine ed, referent as the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real. But because the diachronic series was for him more fundamentally a synchronic set, any sequence of images was always secretly governed by the chain of abstract symbols. The latter provides the necessary dominance of law, and the Identication of law with the father is merely the result of cultural and probably biological contingency. The impersonal desiring relay from sign to sign which constitutes the symbolic is mediated by the subjective desire of an individual, and he must always X his sense of lack upon a projected image. Just as he can have a sense of his own selfhood only by introjection of a mirror image of himself, which later becomes his reactive absorption of the ways in which he is addressed and perceived by others. In the case of the male subject, who is for Lacan, again for contingent reasons both cultural and biological, initially the paradigmatic subject, the will to project and be transexcédé by an image, the objet petit, substituted for the real subjective autre, is obsessively linked with the spontaneous sensations of the male sexual organ. This function is therefore deemed by Lacan to be transcendentally phallic. But the secret dominance of the image by the impersonal trajectory of the sign and the fact that signs are not intrinsically, relationally connected, but only set, ensure that phallic desire is always doomed to disappointment, and that no real sexual relationship can ever be entered into. For the one alone rules, ontologically speaking. If, therefore, psychoanalysis can never help you to an adultfulment of desire, as Freud partially hoped, neither can it truly cure you of desire. For your symptomatic desire is not the sign of a psychic disease, it is rather symptom what you are, and it is this alone which analysis helps better to reveal. Therefore, desire, which cannot be cured, must also be tragically persisted in regardless of the social chaos thereby caused, because the alternative would be a suicidal abandonment of selfhood. But what exactly drives the shift from sign to sign, if more fundamentally they are the elements of a static set? What is this force of desire that precedes the subject and yet, in order to operate, must always be quirkily though illusorily subjecti ed? For Lacan and Zizek it is the real. This is never directly Atches Cybele outside image and sign, but just as sign constantly subverts image, so also the real interrupts and reorganizes the work of signs, obscurely converting set into series, short-circuiting every series, and causing the interference of one series with another, in all these cases bringing about the symptomatic appearance of subjective personality. What one has here is something neither Deleuzian nor Badiouian. For the Lacanian/Zizekian real is less a creative force, natural or cultural, than it is the interruptus of the absolutely negative, which sacrificially refuses the all in the name of nothing, yet brings about the short-circuitings and the switches. It is this aspect of the real which permits Zizek to connect it to Hegelian dialectics. At the same time, all this tragic male libertinism is heavily quali-ed by Lacan, and Zizek in his wake. They see the female subject as both empirically and ideally far less phallic than the male subject, and therefore as far less governed by the imaginary and the objet petit. Women are still, however, like all human subjects, equally governed by the law of the symbolic, and indeed for this conjoined reason they more obediently submit, albeit often with absolute ironic reserve, to paternal rule in all its guises, rather than embarking on trans-generational and intragenerational rivalries. Yet this is not most fundamentally because law is something alien and heteronymous, even if it happens to be so in nearly all human societies. Instead, for both women and men, the very check of imaginary desire itself is the basis for the giving of the law to oneself. As the Kantian moral law which both legitimates one's own freedom and recognizes its limit in the freedom of others, which cannot be denied without allowing that they also may inhibit one's own freedom, thereby negating it. Here the paradigmatic instance of law, which is political law, far from being a Disagreeable repression of one's natural desires liberates one from their aporia. By encouraging one to shift the blame for the disappointment of desire from the structure of desire itself to an alien impeder, the state rulers. But once all law has been derived, after Kant, from the self-giving of the moral law, then this false opposition between subjectivity and legality, freedom and constraint, will and morality, entirely collapses. Zizek sees this resolution as the fulfillment of St. Paul's exceeding of the law. But in fact the Kantian notion of law as the self-inhibition of freedom which alone releases it in its non-active purity, following Rousseau's political ideal, still suggests that morality is legally over against our natural desires, and that the will to the good can never be genuinely full LLED, as it remains ambivalently bound up with such desires. Kant is still stuck in the Old Testament. Hence he lines up law with freedom, but not law with another desire, a transgressed natural desire for peace and harmony, as envisaged by St. Paul, which no longer requires either prohibitions or commandments. This is exactly why Lacan realized that the Marquis de Sade was the reverse face of Kant. Sade also taught that enlightenment meant the release of an absolute consensual freedom, including an aporetic consent to coercion, beyond the pleasure principle. Zizek somewhat obfuscates the point that what really links Kant and Sade here is the fact that they make pain the real measure of the fulfillment of an imperative toward the moral right in one case, toward perverse pleasure in the other. Yet Zizek is entirely right to say that Sade is not the concealed and subverted truth of Kant, rather, it is a direct implication of the Kantian position. The sadistic and the masochistic can be universally willed, they perversely pass the test of the categorical imperative. Moreover, it can be added that the problem of radical evil in Kant arises from the fact that a universal will to sustain one's freedom cannot really be distinguished from a free will always to bind one's will and so to deny one's own freedom after all, given the way in which ordinary natural desire always clouds our judgment. Therefore a kind of permanent psychic masochism is both aporetically legitimate and rendered indiscernible by Kant's metaphysics of morals. But where do Lacan and Zizek themselves stand within this modern moral and sexual entanglement? It seems to me that they are caught between the egotistic imperative of impossible desire on the one hand and an ethical regard for the rights of all on the other. The latter is feminized insofar as they both consider that the female subject, as relatively less subject to the imaginary, is more invaded by the real. This causes her not to seek possession of the other, but rather to oscillate hysterically between either a total merger with the male other, beyond any images of the other, or else holding him at an absolute distance which permits an atomic integrity to be sustained, but also denies desire altogether, though this will then be symptomatically manifest, following Freud's diagnoses. The supposed way out of this hysterical impasse, which of course aists all males to some degree also, is that of specifically female jouissance, which is a mystical unication of self, not with the male, but with the whole of reality and that which negatively exceeds it. Unlike the Catholic Church, therefore, Lacan and Zizek recommend the total abandonment of sex for the cause of religion. This mystical identication with the whole, or with the not all of the void, entails a kind of detached pointless sacrifice of all for the sake of nothing. But it also seems to permit a certain interpersonal solidarity in the face of the collective defeat of desire to arise. Therefore, alongside the not giving up on one's desire, Lacan and Zizek also recommend the embracing of love rather than desire. Love is a willed faithful regard for a specific other whom one elects, beyond the vagaries of desire, now surpassed through mystical jouissance, to remain with. Here one should acknowledge Zizek's theoretical and historical correctness in saying that Christianity actually promotes preferential love, rather than a generalized respect for all others in their otherness. 4. The Augustinian tradition of the Ordo Amoris insists that, as night creatures, we must love spouse, relations, friends, and guests more than mere strangers and certainly more than enemies. But otherwise, as with his master Lacan, the entirely accidental character of the elected other, having no regard for anity, which would be dismissed here as either trivially natural or psychically illusory, seems all too like the vacuity of the Levinasian respect for the other as other, moralized postmodernism, and in all these cases one detects a continuing sundering of agape from eros, combined with the construal of eros itself in one-way terms of lack and frustration. And crucially, it is not really clear what criteria can be deployed in order to determine when to persist, futilely and probably destructively, with one's desire and when, on the other hand, to forbear from this out of loving concern for the other and so, contradictorily of course, out of concern for the non-fulfillment of her own sad and futile desiring. This oscillation would appear to be unsatisfactorily arbitrary. It is also the case that, if you can never really decide whether you are truly free as opposed to self-bound, then you can also never really decide whether the other has consented or not to the exercise of your desire. Zizek is highly alert to this. Often he reiterates that modernity says, both do what you like, regardless of the other, and yet also do nothing to the other whatsoever, because any interference overrides her autonomous free decision. Hence the permissive society which allows sex is inevitably seeded by a political correctness which more or less bans the sexual altogether. But Zizek does not fully recognize that his own Lacanian position encourages the same contradictory polarity in a more oscillating, dialectical mode. Moreover, the purely agapic account of love assumed here is genealogy. Cali Franciscan, Protestant, or Jansenist. It is not an account of love which combines reciprocity with generosity, or the erotic with the ecstatic, within the terms of a Catholic metaphysics of participation as expounded by Augustine or Aquinas. Lacan himself is quite clear: reciprocity in love is impossible within a disenchanted cosmos. Indeed, this is the beginning and the end of his philos ophy. Traditionally, prior to Descartes, all knowledge was construed in terms of sexual metaphorics, precisely, as Lacan says, because people imagined there to be an occult reciprocity between knowing and being, mediated by the notion of form which can exist both in material things and in the human mind. According to Lacan, Cartesian dualism, which he fundamentally accepts, rendered such a mediation inconceivable, and therefore the traditional sexual metaphorics were gradually abandoned. But Lacan's case is that if sex UAL relationship as metaphor is now a fantasy, then so too is supposedly real sexual relationship. And this is a rigorously precise conclusion, because the real ity of sexual relationship itself depended upon the knowledge's sex metaphor, taken in the inverse sense, which renders sex a real knowledge of the other. So, the sublimation of the sexual, contained in the long tradition of allegorical exegesis of the orientally erotic canticles in the Bible, the Song of Solomon, which read its rapturous account of a sexual encounter in terms of the love between Christ and the soul, or Christ and the Church, by remaining a spiritual aspect to sensation, which Jean-Louis Chrétien has now demonstrated was not John Milbank metaphor, actually sustained the idea of sexual relationship in the only way possible, as involving not just the unity of two people but also the occult unity of soul with body and soul with soul. By contrast, without this sublimation, without any intrinsic occult link between what goes on in the mind and what goes on in the material world, including our bodies, the link that was once supplied by form, there can be no real experience of the human other through physical touch, while even our own bodily stimulation must be regarded as the occasion for the arising of an ethereal mental jouissance, which is the very presence of subjectivity itself. For Lacan's version of the cogito, which, though Freudianized, is really quite close to the authentic Descartes, the mind associates its pleasure with bodily stimulation, but in this respect, as Lacan says, we are duped by jouissance, and when he speaks of bodily jouissance he does not mean this literally, as too many of his readers imagine. He also sees the excess of jouissance over physical reality, which, in one sense is all there is, as accordingly an excess over being as such. In this respect also he is surprisingly close to Levinas, and it is notable that both thinkers for the most part ignore Merleau-Ponty's critique of Cartesian dualism, which regards the body as itself a mediating sphere between the psychic and the material, and therefore permits a truly cognitive and disclosive aspect to the phenomenon of touch and thereby of all sensation, especially the most intimate. In many ways Merleau-Ponty's perspective is neo-Aristotelian. Therefore the question of whether sexual relationship is still allowable in modernity is the question of whether it is possible to rework the pre-modern notion of a mediating threshold between the material and the psychic, a notion which assumes that the psychic is a real aspect of being. Such a question is more silently dismissed than it is discussed by Jacques Lacan. The issue, then, is whether Protestant and Cartesian disenchantment of the cosmos is cognitively inevitable. It was not for Chesterton. This is the one point about Chesterton that Zizek gets disastrously wrong, as we shall see. If it is not, then perhaps, after all, sexual relationship is possible. D.H. Lawrence showed an identical logical rigor to that of Lacan, but took the opposite side in the same battle by linking, in his novels Women in Love and Lady Chatterley's Lover, the theme of redemptive sex with a total rejection of the modern technologized divorce between body and spirit and between feeling and reaction. The Lacanian view might lead one either to the cliché that sex is really in the head or, if one did not favor his moralizing love alternative, to the view that one should avoid the despair of desire by abandoning oneself to the unconscious vagaries of sheer sensory stimulus. And both positions are exactly of the kind entertained by Lawrence's villains and villainesses, representative either of modern indifference to the sexual or of modern metropolitan sexual permissiveness, of which he was a severe if fascinated critic. Both attitudes, and especially the former, he already saw as tending to disconnect procreation from the sexual act since, for modernity, the sexual act concerns a merely passing pleasure, while it considers that procreation should be rationally planned and detached from the vagaries of interpersonal romantic love. Our entire mode of supposed sexual liberation is secretly our succumbing to neo-Malthusian elite manipulation. In all these ways Lawrence was oddly near to a Catholic perspective, and perhaps most worried about Christianity because it appeared to him illogically and deerrantly from Islam in this respect, to exclude sexual relationship from the life of the resurrected body. But in general the pre-Cartesian Catholic meta-physical vision permits a much more literally sexy account of the universal possibility of love. It is only atheists who are stuck with the dreary moralizing Puritanism of saying that sexual desire is both narcissistic and impossible of realization, while true love involves a resigned devotion to the any old contingency of the one with whom one happens to be stuck, this any old contingency being that person's only inviolable identity. Here one can claim that the Catholic perspective achieves a materialism in a joyful, positive sense, whereas Zizek's atheism achieves only a sad, resigned materialism, which appears to suppose that matter is quite as boring as the most extreme of idealists might suppose. By contrast, for matter to matter there must be a recognition of a mediating link between matter and spirit, which allows us to recognize, in a neo-Aristotelian manner, that the human being is an integrally eroto-linguistic animal. Likewise, for desire to mean an aching lack of the other, as opposed to Deleuzian vitalist solipsism, and yet not to be doomed to entire disappointment, the innate relay of signs must mediate to us, in some measure, an actual plenitudinous innate of realization. Such a mediation will ensure that our imaginations of the nali sine ed, the innate, are not just illusions, so that the setting of reality into series of signifying chains by our real corporeal desires can be something more than arbitrary, bringing the mediations between spirit and matter, the actual, positive innate and the night together, such that the RST mediation always mediates the second. It then becomes possible to understand how the imagining of the other is not always and necessarily idolatry, not always a matter of objet petit, but rather respects at once her given presence and her withheld distance. The veil, literal and metaphoric, through which the other appears to me is not necessarily a substitute for the other herself, rather, it is her own more willed corporeal emanation through which she expresses herself as a distinctive and therefore impenetrable enigma, and therefore at the same time reserves herself. And if, in publicly clothing or veiling herself, she thereby presents herself for public negotiation, then it is also the case that my poetic imagining of the other, while being a great risk, may also provide for the other a further expressive habitation which she can appropriate as authentic. And all the same in reverse. Naturally. For here the similarities between man and woman vastly outweigh the differences, while at the same time Lacan's account of sexual difference is by no means entirely wrong. In general, a male concern with artistic imaginary mediation, poiesis, is balanced by a female social sense, praxis, that mediation itself paradoxically combines in an absolute unity two genders that remain nevertheless integrally distinct in a way that can never be fully expressible. This is the truly positive aspect of the hysterical, and it is an instance of the paradoxical accentuation of the analogical which will be explained further below. And in terms of this paradoxical and analogical mediation, the humanly erotic is not obliterated by the relationship to the divine but is, rather, able to participate in it, since this relationship also analogically and paradoxically conserves the personhood of the one who is in mystical ecstasy. Just as we must imagine the other in order to be united to her and yet conserve mutual distance, so also we must analogically imagine the innate God to the same ends. Since the latter relationship may be taken as the ultimate ontological scenario, the interplay between real corporeal desire, the signifying, and the imaginary can be taken as more than the site of perennial human illusion. Inversely, this interplay which composes human generation and human society can be taken as a pathway to God without any ultra-hysterical Baroque ruptures of the kind favored by Lacan. But again, this theological dimension will be further elaborated in sections. And below. Catholic versus Protestant meta-narratives. The political stakes in my disagreement with Zizek are just as important as the personal. I wish to raise the question of how far all the usual left historical narratives are in fact biased toward Protestantism, thereby disguising from themselves the way in which a secular progressivist approach to history is in reality secretly committed to a Protestant reading of Christianity rather then it being the case, as the left often assumes, that Protestantism is a more progressivist rendering of the latter. Indeed, even to think in terms of the categories of traditionalist versus progressivist may be to be held captive by a Protestant religious perspective, which has no real meaning either in purely secular terms, or in genuinely Catholic ones. All this applies especially to the Marxist tendency to see capitalism as a necessary and clearly progressive phase in human development. However, Zizek himself has on occasion drawn attention to Marx's own ambivalence here, when Marx speaks of capitalism as destroying all tender and patriarchal values. It is clear that he thinks that something good has been lost. Even if this loss was inevitable, and even if this tenderness was only a relative good. For what has replaced it is manifestly something worse, and if utopia is ever to arrive, then some new equivalent of the lost tenderness will have to be invented. But the destruction of paternalist concern is clearly, still in our own time, an ongoing process. Therefore today one must ask, if paternalism is often something relatively good, in comparison with the egalitarian ruthlessness of liberal individualism, should the left then accept that for the moment it must be replaced with something worse, namely the inherent manipulative rule of the market and of the new political class, whose disciplinary deployment of surveillance has now usurped the paternalist ruling idioms of the old establishment. But it is just here that the dialectical vision strains all credulity, and Zizek, to his credit, often recognizes this, just as he adopts Etienne Balibar's revisionist view that not all political violence is retrospectively redeemed as part of an inevitable learning curve, as Hegel as well as Marx supposed. The extreme totalitarian violence of the 20th century was not obviously productive of any good whatsoever, and the current state of China, along with international complacency toward it, suggests that there is not even any inevitability about the ending of totalitarian abuse. And so one must correspondingly contest the idea that the road to the better always lies temporarily through the worse, or a fortiori through catastrophe. Would it not be more plausible to suppose that one needs to modify paternalism with a greater humility and attentiveness to populist feedback rather than to remove it altogether? Especially as it is clear that, since we are always educated animals, even in order to become land-gauge users, the role of the parental in principle cannot be elided. Zizek has rightly observed that feminists are wrong if they today suppose patriarchalism to be the main enemy. And this goes along with the fact that certain modes of liberal feminism are clearly playing the game of capital, of course to the ultimate detriment of women themselves, both as human beings and as women specifically. All the same, Zizek himself sustains a Marxist inevitablism by arguing, for Hegelian reasons, that alienated bourgeois abstract freedom is the only means by which we can invoke the idea of true freedom, just as the constitutive fetishism of capital, which is not ideological, as Zizek rightly points out, appears to concur with the symptomatic fetishism that the human subject requires. According to Lacan, as we have just seen in the previous section, in order to be a subject at all. Here the disenchanted denial of the fulfillment of desire suggests that the capitalist market does indeed reveal desire's true vacuity, albeit also indicating, despite itself, how we might move beyond desire toward the haven of love. But is not this all too like that Buddhistic mode of resistance which Zizek purportedly abhors? If the supposed inevitability of the disenchantment of the cosmos and the impossibility of sexual relationship go together, then clearly the commodity and spectacular substitute for these things constitute in an important sense the truth. But in that case we can see just how, if capitalism is a religion, as Walter Benjamin taught, it is nightly a mode of Protestant religion. Further, more, one can argue that it is also a species of specifically Anglo-Saxon Protestant religion. All things begin and end in Albion's ancient ruined Druid rocky shore, as William Blake wrote in Jerusalem. According to the American, heterodoxly Marxist historian Robert Brenner, without the purely contingent dispossession of the English peasantry at the end of the Middle Ages and the unique growth of an agricultural wage relation, market competition and agricultural innovation, and the spread of enclosure, which this allowed, fully edged capitalism, based upon systematic primary accumulation, removal of the means of subsistence leading to enforced market competition and the extortion of surplus value from labor, might never have arisen at all. Moreover, one can add to Brenner that it arguably required for its secure triumph the massive boost provided by the dissolution of the monastir, i.e.s. and the adoption by the economically binding gentry of a Calvinism able to assuage their guilt and justify their material windfall. It is then easy to show that the spread of the capitalist system everywhere was mainly to do with the need to adopt it in order to compete and survive, and indeed, this even applies to the incursion of neoliberalism into mainland Europe today. Even though Brenner has been accused of exaggerating the differences between a bound English and a free French peasantry, of downplaying the role of urban industrial production in the gestation of capitalism, and of projecting backward an English 18th century mass dispossession of land from small-scale owners, none of these qualifications really affects the overall weight of the evidence which he marshals. Thus from a far earlier point, and in much greater numbers, the English peasantry lost their independence. And even if the French peasantry often suffered just as much hardship, this is beside Brenner's precise point. Although dispossession vastly quickened its pace in the 18th century, the preference for sheep over men, and the consequent rise of vagabondage and landless rural laborers, which largely motivated the emergence of the new, more disciplinarian Elizabethan poor laws, was a pattern well established from the late Middle Ages onward. The continued economic primacy of agriculture in this entire period meant that only the rising dominance of a wage relation and technical innovation in this sector, combined with an ever-increasing release of dispossessed men into the towns, and so into industry, could really bring about a capitalist takeo, as opposed to the situation pertaining in the Middle Ages, whereby there were already isolated pockets, urban and rural, of wage exploitation, lending money at interest, and the speculative production of goods purely for ever increasing profit in alien foreign markets. But as I have indicated, what is lacking from Brenner's account is a recognition that capitalism in England was massively encouraged and driven forward by the justification granted to it by Calvinist theology, and by the association in the minds of the English gentry between their Protestant religion and their landed fortune. If, however, we combine Brenner with contemporary vindications and reworkings of the Weber-Tawney thesis, then we can claim that Protestantism was not a necessary stage on the way toward enlightened liberal market freedom. Rather, the latter emerges only through a set of accidental material circumstances, and through the strange theological legitimation of a new sort of immoral economic practice. Indeed, if one follows successively the attitudes of Montesquieu and Voltaire and then Hegel and Fichte toward Britain, one could readily argue that, despite the supposed dearrence of continental thought from British thought, the former has in reality tended to assume the exemplarity of the English Protestant narration of its own history. Therefore, far from it being true that Britain has always been locked into its own sheltered sociopolitical tranquility, it is rather the case, as Blake surmised, that it is the island of unique traumas iconoclasm, industrialization, urbanization, and now deindustrialization, which it promotes, undergoes, resists, survives, and then exports. This perhaps explains why it is that British defences of modernity like those of Hume and Bentham and Herbert Spencer tend to be brutally positivistic, while French defences tend to seek to integrate the modern with a greater autonomy for the subjective, regarded as the site for the preservation of more traditional feminine values. The truth of this contrast is in the end psycho-geographical. Even today, the French landscape allows one, apparently, to have one's modernity and yet still to bask in traditional rural space and produce, whereas the British landscape does not. Either lowland Britain is too often manifestly scarred by the modern, which itself takes the form of a more concealed ugliness, unglossed by French technocrats, or else Highland Britain still clings in certain creative ways to pre-modern sources of inspiration. But this is arguably why Britain has also produced more searching and radical, and therefore less materialistic, critiques of capitalism as a process of enclosure, primary accumulation, and dehumanization linked to the disenchantment of nature, from Cobbett through Carlyle, Pugin, and Ruskin to D.H. Lawrence, Eric Gill, and H.L. Massingham. But today this partially anti-Protestant literature is joined by a notable resurgence in neo-Catholic historiography among British professional historians. What their work tends to do is to unlock the supposedly necessary connections made by the Protestant Whig narrative between individualizing religion and nationalism on the one hand, and constitutionalism and lay participation on the other. The latter are read as being of medieval origin, but not as counter-movements to either papal internationalism or ecclesiasticalinians, rather as being mainly the products of the latter phenomena themselves. Here again, then, burgeoning modern aspects of the Middle Ages, emergency both within and against feudalism, can be returned to as having a different potential from the one which liberal democracy has emphasized, a more pluralist, more corporatist, more distributist, more lay religious potential which refuses the modern duality of the economic and the political as much as the modern duality of secular and sacred. Just this potential was what Chesterton, the political thinker, stressed, and his Catholic perspective permitted him to think of the importance of mediating institutions, cooperatives, guilds, and corporations, in a way not unlike that of Hegel, but more emphatic than the latter's far more capitalist vanishing mediation would allow. Now the core of Zizek's Lacanian Marxism lies in the thesis that a psycho-analytic curing from the illusions of desire will encourage us also to refuse the fetishistic spectacle of the capitalist marketplace. But if capitalism is deemed an inevitable phase of development, and yet capitalism, as I have suggested, is in many ways Protestant, then this tends to lock us into a Protestant pessimism about desire and the possibility of human good works. Accordingly, rather like René Girard, as has been pointed out, Zizek proposes more of a refusal of desire altogether than a different mode of desiring. The upshot is that he scarcely moves very far beyond the precise homology between late capitalism and postmodern philosophy, which he correctly diagnoses. In what sense for him can capitalism be any more than refused in an empty subjective gesture? The alternative would indeed appear to be an austere socialist dictatorship in which the forbidding of feudal desire by law benignly releases us for the privacy of chastened love according to the dictates of the autonomous law of morality. This really does reek of nostalgia for life within the tenements of communist Eastern Europe. On the other hand, the insistence upon desire as lack, impossible of fulfillment, also clearly perpetuates a Kundera-like assault upon that kitsch which tends to be the product of facile or hypocritical utopianism. In reading capitalism also as fascinating, kitsch, Zizek would seem to read it as another promised utopia, and in addition to be saying that utopia must always and everywhere be falsely promised and yet must be truly refused in the name of the bleakness of the Lacanian real. This tragicomic mode of resignation can, after all, be guaranteed only by a system of formal rights, if we stress, implicitly siding with Heidegger's reading of Kant against Cassirer's humanist one, that rights belong to the inhuman, of the noumenal which can survive any definitions of the human that are sure to be civic ones, and therefore allow, after all, the abuse of those reduced to pure nature outside any legal code, as with secret American and British detention centers for terrorist suspects today. But the problem with this biologizing of rights is that it still falls foul of the biopolitical aporia. Rights are natural, and yet inaugurated only through the RDCE of contract, because, as Gillian Rose would have pointed out, and Zizek as a Hegelian should realize, the model for the sublime character of the noumenal law of freedom can only be a political one, since it is a metaphysically accentuated projection of the mere formality of law. This means that it is perfectly possible to abuse a person's body and empirical mind in the very name of his noumenal freedom, which he is taken to have denied through his terroristic actions. After all, this is precisely the logic of Kant's retributory theory of punishment and justification of the death penalty. By contrast to the idea of rights, only the Thomistic idea of respect for the human person as an animal by nature teleologically directed both to a political end and to a supernatural end of unity with an entirely just God can possibly in the future prevent any more Guantanamos. And yet for Zizek, Kantian rights as a sign of promise can be curiously sustained beyond Hegelian Sittlichkeit just at that point where the individual remains autonomously resigned to his own quirky but self-sustaining symptom. However, given this irreducible loneliness and the consequent impossibility of a relational reconciling of one to one, one to another, it would seem that only the most systematic and tortuous bureaucracy could possibly patrol and defend all the urban nests of singularity within which we might be able to make the unilateral gesture of love. Must we be conned within this Protestant, Jansenist, and totalitarian gloom? Or can an alternative Catholic meta-narrative be sustained by both the metaphysical plausibility of the Catholic outlook and its delight to the core of Christian doctrine? In the following 3 sections I will try to adjudicate the question of the true nature and credibility of Christianity, which both Zizek and I take to be the absolute truth, univocity, difference, and dialectic. Initially, I will try to set out the difference between the 3 perspectives of Hegelian dialectic, postmodern difference, and Catholic paradox in formal terms. William Desmond has suggested that one can classify the various historical modes of metaphysics in terms of different ontologics, a relative stress upon the equivocal, the univocal, the dialectical, and what he calls the metaxo-logical. By the latter term he means to indicate what has traditionally been described as an analogical outlook. For reasons which will emerge, this can also be considered to be a paradoxical perspective. Desmond's approach is ecumenical insofar as he wishes to stress that each mode captures something of phenomenal reality. The latter comes to us only as numbered, as involving a series of items, always as something, the scholastic transcendental res, while it further presents itself to us as a series of somethings that cannot be substituted for each other, the scholastic transcendental aliquid, which later becomes the basis for Leibniz's principle of the identity of indiscernibles. Even in terms of quantitative position in a series, the ineffable uniqueness of position and perspective emerges, such that while every abstract one is formally substitutable for every other one, like the ones in set theory, where each one inherently instantiates a certain kind of abstract item, such that one can posit, after P.J. Cohen and in despite of Leibniz, an item identifiable only by its absolutely representative typicality, which is nonetheless discernibly different from all other items of the same kind. The ones in a countable series, or the points in a geometric space, are not so intersubstitutable, for here it is phenomenal relationality and direct tionality which establishes identity, as according to the canons of category theory. Hence phenomenological ratio depends upon sheer equivocal and incommunicable difference of situation, established through comparative relation. And quantity as such is further incommensurable with quality, even if quantitative difference shades over imperceptibly into qualitative difference. The meta-difference between the two is betrayed by the fact that we always miss the exact point of the break and the character of this transition, however ardently we may lie in wait for it. Then, within the qualitative eld itself, there is no exoteric common measure between texture, sound, and color. And, nally, there is still less common measure between sensory qualities and those deemed aesthetic or moral. The very exercises of common sense and reason depend upon our not confusing one thing with another, nor one of these several categories with another. So reality includes the equivocal. On the other hand, phenomenal reality also exhibits to us the univocal. We would inhabit a chaos without possibility of regular, non-problematic, inter-personal communication, were it not for the fact that our night reality is such that we can take it as organized into regular categorical frameworks, which we have no warrant for taking to be merely our perspective upon this reality, in a Kantian fashion. The various aliqua are recognizable or comparable only because they are really shadowed by a ghostly grid of regularly organized space, which is nothing other than the shadow cast by their own interrelations. 4. We cannot truly imagine an empty space, yet the space which things together compose can be occupied by other, initially alien presences. The site of my house is a site only as the site of my house and its coordinates, but it might be the site of another house. Similarly, the uniqueness of events within the of time is recognizable and comparable only because they are really and truly shadowed by an ontological clock upon the wall. Again, time passes only as the succession of events, but events project a shadow of other possible events. And it is indeed this very shadow which they traverse and which alone allows them to shine forth in their actual occurrence. Even in the case of the sun and the moon we can imagine other moving celestial bodies, or a day when the sun is totally eclipsed and a night that is entirely irradiated. The sameness or univocity of the shadows of space and time is therefore an important part of our experience. And while one can speak of separate things only because of their relational difference from each other in time and space, this is how Aquinas construed aliquid, nevertheless the thingness of their res is always in a certain sense the same. A thing, in order to be a thing at all, must sustain a certain consistency and relative completeness, like a town that retains roughly the same centripetal configuration and defensible boundaries over many centuries. This consistency can be termed substance, however loosely this may be conceived, and without insisting on any priority of substance over event. Indeed, for event as a category to be ontologically fundamental there must be an oscillating balance between the two, since an event is denuded by its fusing of transformation with the establishment of a new relative habitual stability and the modi cation of preceding stabilities. The concomitant to a recognition of substance is an equal recognition that, in the case of anything, there is always the same presence of more or less Accidental features, not necessary to recognition of its substantial sameness. And so diversely equivocal in relation to the sameness, even though there can be more or less necessary accidents, and even though the distinction between substance and accident is in the end always a problematic one, just because identity is itself a problematic matter of judgment. But this circumstance does not negate the truth that reality always presents itself to us in terms that include more or less stable, if shifting, identities. In addition, however, reality also presents itself to us in terms of relations that can themselves be relatively constitutive of one or both of its substantive poles, or relatively accidental. There are some relations without which an individual substantive thing could not remain at all, like that of a tree to the ground, a plant to generative life, a son as son to a father, or a sign to something indicated. There are other relations which are temporarily and non-necessarily fallen into or entertained, like the proximity of one tree to another, the adoption of a child, or the determination of an arbitrary sign to indicate this rather than that. But both constitutive and accidental relations are univocally deanable. Constitutive relations, it should be added, have a multiple and here archetypal aspect. As Alain Badiou has argued, deploying category theory, reality appears to us always in terms of dominating realities and relatively strong or weak foci, while there is no justifiable reason, contrahussurl, to think of these appearances as merely subjective. The relationship of the tree to the ground, for example, is given to us only in the wider phenomenal context of the relationship of the tree also to the light of the sun, and then the entire relationship of the sun to the earth in terms of the economy of night and day, the succession of the seasons, and so forth. If space and time are locally transcendental for our night experience, then so are night and day and the bioclimatic cycle for our night life on planet Earth, which is the only nitude we can truly imagine. Indeed, one aspect of the poetic is univocalist, the glory of the constant return of the same, the aesthetic requirement of night being always to fall within stable essences. Gerard Manley Hopkins's poem Duns Scotus's Oxford calls tragic attention to precisely this phenomenon, in lamenting the disintegration of the integrity of a specie place, even if he makes, also poetically, the scatist mistake of prioritizing essence over the openness of being, and recognizing only a formal distinction between the two, thereby tending to preclude the possibilities of an abstractive ascent from the particular, or of the temporal preservation of integrity despite transformation, for has not the base and brickish skirt of North Oxford, built to house dons newly permitted to marry, significantly enough for the exegesis of the poem's lament for integrity, come to seem to be in new continuity with its more ancient charms. 1. Can worry about an over-hasty dismissal of the new, while retaining Hopkins's suspicion in general of the EX of modern urbanization. In this way Hopkins is arguably unable to advance to Mallarmé's modernist realization of the poetic centrality of the absent hour, which is a kind of point of mediation between the philosophical form of hour in general and the empirically sensuous hour in particular. This perhaps leads, in his later poems, to his terrible metaphysical despair when, in Irish urban exile from North Wales, the immediate and particular ceases to seem to him so disclosive of the good and the beautiful. Yet in true Deleuzian fashion, as the poet of the univocal Hopkins was also the poet of the equivocally deerrant, and again, this is a genuine poetic moment, which he brought to supreme perfection. But the question as to whether individual identity needs to be hypostasized as Hechatus remains open both philosophically and poetically, for what a scatist poetics Celebrates is too much a thisness thought of apart from a transcendentally necessary relationship to everything else and to se as in night source. This is the reverse face of a scotistic tendency to regard such relationships as a xed framework, ultimately reduced to an epistemological rather than onto logical transcendental supposition within which things are seen to occur, which led eventually to the Kantian idea of the subjective schemata of space and time, divorced from their contents. For alternatively, relationality may be seen as abiding in the very poles related, just as one may see the cycles of the seasons as the rhythm of a love affair between sun and earth, light and roots, rather than as some law to which they are subjected and which holds outside the pattern of their interaction. It is apparent that the perspectives of modern science more permit this romantic perspective than do the older Newtonian ones. There is, nevertheless, clearly a univocal as well as an equivocal aspect to night being, and this opens upon beauty as well as upon boredom. But as to whether being itself, or the other transcendental aspects of being, according to medieval philosophy, thingness, somethingness, unity, goodness, truth, and beauty are univocal, that is of course more controversial. To say that they are, indeed, univocal is to erect univocity itself into the overriding transcendental principle, and in consequence to put forward a univocalist metaphysical ICS. Similarly, to say that there are no such transcendental unities, that they are rather humantions, except in the case of the univocity of being and of aliquid, this being the position of postmodern thought, as most exemplarily adumbrated by Gilles Deleuze, is to erect equivocity or deerrance into the supreme transcendental principle, and to have an equivocalist metaphysics. Heidegger also provides an example of this, despite the post-metaphysical jargon. Here being always occurs deerrantly, within a priority of process, instead of an interplay between substance and becoming, as envisaged by Aquinas himself, though not by Neothomism, such that there are only the illusions of substances and stable entities. However, it must be reiterated that, if being is not transcendentally univocal, this does not mean that it contains no regional aspects of univocity, no relative stabilities whatsoever. The very notion of analogy of being depends upon the existence of regional spheres of univocity and equivocity, just as metaphor depends upon the existence of literal speech which constantly locates both identity and deerrance. If all were metaphor, nothing would be metaphor, and similarly, if all were analogy, there would be no analogies. 1. Can say this without for the present adjudicating as to whether there is any absolute identity or deerrance, as both a univocalist and an equivocalist metaphysics would hold. Thus the fact that night being presents itself to us in relatively stable categorical terms, as Aristotle argued, shows that night being can at least to an extent be taken generically as ens commune, as Aquinas put it. Just as we require for existential and practical purposes to see qualitative space as shadowed by a regular spatial grid of mathesis, and qualitative time as shadowed by an ontological sundial, so also we necessarily have to think of night things in terms of a certain univocal democracy of being, all things, either great or small, quantitative or qualitative, material, organic, or personal, are equally either there or not there, since these essences are really distinct from their existential instances. So far, Aquinas and Kant are at one, but this relative necessity for ens commune concludes nothing as regards being as such and the relationship of night to in night being, any more than the need for spatial measurement or for clock time proves that these aspects have transcendental priority over qualitative and relationally ecstatic space and time. Here Aquinas. Parts company with Kant over being, just as Leibniz or Maine de Byron parts company with Descartes and Kant over space and Bergson and Heidegger part company with Newton and Kant over time. If, Desmond argues, there are both univocal and equivocal aspects to reality, then, equally, there are dialectical aspects to reality. Here his project intends to accord to Hegel a certain truth, but to regionalize this truth in terms of the more overarching framework of the metaxological. Of course, this raises the question as to whether his logical route to this conclusion is itself disguisedly dialectical, which is no doubt what Zizek would conclude regarding his work. For the moment that issue will be left to one side. But in agreement with Desmond we can say that the phenomenological ontological region of the dialectical concerns certain implications of relation. Ality. First of all I shall briefly sketch what is questionable in Hegel's reading of all relationality as dialectical, before trying to indicate the proper bounds of dialectics. Hegel rightly recognized that some relations were constitutional, rather in the way that I have described above. But he further drew from this the more dubious conclusion that residential were constituted in a contradictory fashion. If something is necessarily deanable only in relation to what it is not, then it is, both in meaning and in reality, what it is not. North is positioned as not south. So it is in a sense the south, which is needed in order to situate it. Likewise, if something is deanable only in terms of something else, thereby exhibiting a certain pre-established or at least long-term, trans-historical relationality to something else, substance compared to accident for the RST instance, organic compared to inorganic for the second, then again it is also what it is not. It is somehow identi-ed with its own contradiction. Yet since the denied is in all these cases is an is of predication and not an existential quali-er, then this conclusion does not seem necessarily to follow. Something being also what it is not, that thing with which it is in an essential relation may appear paradoxically to involve a certain coincidence of an is with an is not. For instance, the tree is also the ground, even though it is distinguished from the ground and therefore is not the ground. But it does not have the outright force of an antagonistic contradiction, as if the ground's not being the tree were a denial of the tree's very being, its existentiality. Yet Hegel constantly writes in this sort of metaphoric register as if it clearly had ontological force. One can also say, following Hegel, that if the most particular thing can be indicated only by general terms like this or is, then yet again one has a certain coincidence of opposites. Thisness is the most general thing imaginable, as the medieval transcendental doctrine already indicates in its temporal mode. This means now, and yet when we say, to use Hegel's own example, that now is night, we discover that now belongs to an ontological clock, time apart from night, as has already been discussed. Similarly, if we say this tree is here, we can turn round in a circle and end that no tree is here, but a house instead. Yet to say, like Hegel, that the now is a negative in general, in a negative relationship to both day and night, rather than something that is positively mediated by both, is surely to misread the is not of predicating. D'Arens now is not night, or even, in one sense, now is never night, as the is not of error and denial. The same goes for Hegel's understanding of here as also a negation which sublates the vanishing empirical object. In either case one misreads him if one takes these observations to be contribution ing to any genuine metaphysical realism. For what they imply, according to Hegel, is an empty or indifferent now and here. That becomes the paradigm for an equally empty and abstracted being, all three being initially categories of my knowing and not ontological categories. This contrasts with the realism of Aquinas, for whom the reality of such universals in our mind did not imply any such real indifference, based upon negation, but rather an intentional relation to particulars more primary than any notion of a merely abstracted universality which the mind might reactively contrive. The indifference of essence is much more in a scotistic and Baroque scholastic tradition, and in the same lineage it involves a closed univocity for abstract terms, rather than an analogical openness. And given that the abstracted now and here fade for Hegel into the purity of an epistemologically abstract transcendental is, which for us has always to be related to both time and space, the universality of this is perfectly compatible with nominalism regarding empirical particulars, since William of Ockham also admitted the transcendental univocity of being, besides the general transcendental scope of substance and even quality. Finally, the distinction between essence and being, in either its Thomistic or its Kantian version, from a Hegelian point of view conceals a latent contradiction. Nothing in a night-determined existence is the ground of its being, says Hegel, just as nothing in the Kantian categorical determination of thought grounds the truth of this thought. Real being and real truth must be in night. And this is one of Hegel's most genuinely Christian conclusions. But in that case the night is of itself nothing, is in itself negation. Not merely is the in night. As for Eckhart and Spinoza, the negation of that negation which is the night. Also the night itself is the negation of the negation because, as after all manifestly existing, it negates that in night negation which it essentially is and thereby is neither nothing nor being but becoming, which resolves the contradiction only through the ceaseless, nihilistic, oscillation established through this strictly negative logic of mutual abolition. It is partly for this reason that for Hegel the night as such is itself the in night and also itself divine. Now in the long term Hegel is indeed here drawing on certain nominalist considerations, as found for example in William of Ockham, which accused the realist notion of universals and constitutive relations of tending to violate the principles of identity and of non-contradiction. Like Eckhart and Nicholas of CUSA, he responds to this by making the novel move of ontologizing the contradictory itself. Later I shall suggest, however, that the medieval thinkers did so in a Catholic, paradoxical, and still analogical, or metaxological, rather than dialectical manner. This means that they did not on the whole take the violation of identity to mean contradiction, capable only of a ceaselessly connectual resolution, as any careful reading of Hegel will demonstrate, but rather, coincidence. They did not, then, take it to imply the agonistic, but rather an eschatological peace so extreme that even the incompatible are now at one, like the lion lying down with the lamb. Hegel, by contrast, remains in a stronger negative agreement with Ockham, which re-ex his Lutheran inheritance, if something is also that to which it is related and so is not, then this is a source of continuous tension. The particular thing must seek to displace, and yet to coincide with, the universal. The organic as the principle of holistic unication must emerge as the result of a constitutive struggle with the inorganic as the principle of equivocal external. Ity. Masters and slaves must be necessarily struggling against each other, since mastery is a refusal of potential slavery and thereby a fatal blindness about the slave's work and expertise, while slavery is always an attempt to usurp the deaning condition of its existence. In each of these instances, that which is night, since it is a ceasing to be which also denies the ceasing to be, must be in a continuous state of becoming. But this view also denies becoming as intrinsic, connectual, each night thing at once rejects and upholds the night status of each preceding night thing. And for Hegel this agonism is inscribed at the most ultimate ontological level. Being as such is taken to have no content and so to be identical with nothing, despite the fact that it is the most rare abstraction from everything. It is crucial to note here that Hegel comes to this conclusion only because, along with almost the whole of modern philosophy, he assumes, as I have already intimated, a scatist univocity or quasi-genericity for being. He does not dismiss, because he does not even consider, the Thomistic alternative, namely that being qua being might be an embodied plenitude, identical with the innate realization of all actual and possible essentialities. In other words, that it might be every thing in its absolute fullness, as HCF rather than LCM, while further taking this realized fullness to be, to put this deliberately in rather Hegelian terms, itself paradoxically all along at one with the original source. This perspective gives no ontological weight to nothingness, or at least not in Hegel's nihilistic mode. It therefore avoids the most drastic of all contradictions, speaking of nothing qua nothing as something. Hegel, however, does not avoid this, because, in a post-Kantian fashion, he can restore a dogmatic metaphysics only on the basis of an absolutization of what is thinkable for human beings. Hence the fact that we are forced, within our modus cognoscendi, to think of being itself as abstractly empty of content, is taken as coinciding with the real ontological situation. Furthermore, since this scheme involves, as we have just seen, ontological contradiction, the real necessity of illusory being, it is taken by Hegel that the outworking of contradiction in time will also require that certain historical epochs of humanity are mired in practical and theoretical delusion, albeit that this delusion is also a necessary moment of the unfolding of truth. Hence the contradictoriness of supposing there to be an original being in itself at RST in the course of human history took the alienated form of positing a metaphysical deity up there, and treating abstraction as though it were an ontic content. Hegel had no real grasp of the fact that for Augustine and Aquinas, and even in a way Scotus, God was ontological and not ontic. So despite Zizek's strictures against the notion that Hegel submits history to a necessarily unfolding logic, it is hard to see that he does not do so in this case, and indeed, Zizek himself speaks as though Christian theology inevitably grasped its own truth at RST only in an alienated form. One can agree with Zizek. Hegel's concealed point is the absoluteness of equivocal contingency. Yet since he conceives this truth as mired in real contradiction, he also speaks of it as historically emerging by a series of graspably necessary stages for the outworking, at once ontological, cultural, and intellectual, of contradiction. Once more, it is crucial to note that, as we shall see, Hegel does not speak of a benign coincidence of being with nullity, in the manner of Meister Eckhart. Instead, in a truly nihilistic fashion, as he explicitly concedes, he sees nothingness as always undermining being from within and being as always struggling to be born from this dark womb. It is here that, via Böhme, Hegel corrupts Christianity with just that Gnostic Neopagan legacy of which Zizek is so anxious that Christianity be purged. It is this agonistic, and therefore Neopagan, ontology which ensures that, for Hegel, the dialectical is the most fundamental ontological aspect of night existence. Just as much as for Hobbes and political economy, to which Hegel was massively indebted. Plus Darwin. As Zizek implicitly concedes, nature and history are for him fundamentally a struggle between beings and egos who have equal but incompatible natural Rights which can become political rights only at the price of tragic loss and a certain positive legal arbitrariness, as well as the gain of civil peace and order. Nothing in Hegel, in other words, transcends the biopolitical. On the other hand, to return to Desmond's more concessive point, this is not to deny that there are any dialectical phenomena whatsoever. Both in the suborganic and the organic world, it is clear that the stakes of survival often require attention to a double exigency, and that this involves inherent tension. The forces that sustain the upthrust of mountains may also blow them apart, requiring the ambiguous synthesis that is the volcano. The animal evolved to secure its genetic makeup against its environment may also thereby reduce its mobility in the face of that environment's hostility in the shape of predators. The synthesis is the semiotic doubling of real protection as camouflage. How, indeed, as Job asks in his own book, are we to view the connectual monstrosity of nature theologically? Is this the evidence of the demonic rule of a fallen reality, as St. Paul clearly implies? To some degree, where this monstrosity pings as natural evil upon human life, this must be the Christian answer, if the goodness of the Creator is to be vindicated. But at the same time, we must resist a limited anthropomorphic perspective upon all natural connect, which, as the book of Job implies, seems to belong to a sublime game that only God can appreciate, or is part of his own self-amazement, as Chesterton suggested, to the current admiration of Zizek. By analogy, the spectacle of competitive sport and the competitions in intellectual or practical excellence and, to a degree, erotic love that humans engage in are modes of sublimated struggle that are cruel only if we fail to recognize the glory in loss or the need to see that ultimate personal well-being and ethical flourishing must not be entirely indexed to success or failure in these pursuits. Likewise, in the eld of discourse, we often do not identify a mediating position all at once, and must pass through the intellectual struggle between position and counterposition. The upshot here may be the emergence of a synthesis, though the question of the nature of a synthesis must remain for now in abeyance. Or it may not. Certain questions may remain obstinately aphoretic, either because of our cultural limitations or because we can, in the nature of things, catch only an imperfect glimpse of a NAL resolution, the absolute truth. It would seem that novels continue to be written in their millions, mainly because it is impossible to grasp sexual deerrance or sexual relationship. Abstract discourse rarely speaks of it save with embarrassment or implausible dogmatism. So interactions between the two generic enigmas that are the two sexes can only be narrated and not understood, and with every novel we read, even the great ones, we almost always have the sense that the real turning points in the plot have been glossed over, that character has only been thinly described and not at all explained in depth, while the course of events narrated has but little application to the course of events in other instances, especially our own. We gain perhaps something of an answer, but still have to continue to read, as we continue to live, in order to end out more. Human beings tend, in this way, perhaps inevitably, to take male and female as opposites, and to be perplexed by the obscure connects which this opposition entails and the elusiveness of any synthetic harmony between them. More fundamentally, however, a dialectical region of existence is an upshot of the presence of relatively irreducible deerrance and identity. That which tends to be sheerly deerrant, contradictorily depends for this deerrance, as Hegel taught, upon its relationship to other things, and therefore must be comparable with them in some respects. The more one stresses the deerrance of something, or the more something seeks to exhibit its deerrance, then the more elusive it becomes. As Deleuze realized, a something can be established at all only through the repetition of its singularity, but this very repetition compromises its singularity. Inversely, unity is entirely abstract and without EECT unless it involves repetition, and repetition always introduces deerrance because of the identity of indiscernibles. Similarly, as Badiou shows, in set theoretical terms, any actual unity is a collection, and therefore presumes multiplicity in order that unity may be posited. For these reasons it was not difficult for Gillian Rose and later Slavoj Zizek to show that Gilles Deleuze was scarcely free of Hegelian dialectic after all. Even if pure deerrance transcendentally rules, its transcendentality can never appear in all its purity without self-destruction. So it is always merely insisting, always caught back in a play between identity and deerrance. This ensures also that, while the transcendental principle may be multiplicity, deerrances always arrive in pairs and therefore always to some degree in pairs of opposites. The deerrance of sensing, for example, is known in relation to the various contrasting opposite qualities of insensate or of sensed or of understood, and so forth. We have to run through a series of pairings in order to DNE sensing, as Socrates and Plato already realized. In the case of any definition of anything whatsoever. Finally, as Deleuze taught, absolute deerrance must itself be paired with absolute univocity, and Alain Badiou also is unable to struggle free from this conjunction, even if he indicates that he would like to be able to do so. Thus if being, for Deleuze, occurs always deerrantly, it is still the same being that always occurs, the same life that is expressed in the variegation of non-hierarchized and so indeerrant deerrance. Hence, as Badiou correctly suggests, Deleuze's philosophy is after all poised in a dialectical shuttle between absolute governing unity and unmediable deerrance. And his vitalism, which favors the priority of a virtual force, actually tilts the balance toward unity. To this degree I am with Zizek. Any play between the equivocal and the univocal does not escape dialectics, as people tend to claim on account of the default of any apparent achieved synthesis and in ignorance of what Hegel actually wrote. Deerrances cannot occur purely in a series, else one would register only a blur. Instead, even if a deerrance is deerrant from a multitude of other deerrant things, one can register this multitude only pair by pair, in terms of a series of speci deerrances. Hotness, for example, belongs in many deerrant-deerrential series, but we can locate its deerrance only if we begin by noting its deerrance from cold. This deerrance is obviously oppositional, but it is precisely through oppositional deerrances that we make our initial determinations, abstract not concrete, animal not mineral, and so forth. Indeed, every discrete deerrance tends to have a polar aspect, so that even if we were to take a more incommensurable pair like hard and comely, or prejudiced and lively, or rock and emotion, the mind still tends to place the two terms in some sort of oppositionally contrastive scheme. Comely then takes on the aspect of pliable, prejudiced of emotion of voidity. In narratological terms, as Zizek correctly argues, even the metonymic of a story, including a historical story, is possible, not because it contains an innate plenitude of meanings. This would undo story, as Finnegan's Wake tends to indicate but not demonstrate, since it remains a story but rather because it always contains two stories which always have to do with a metonymic play of cause with EECT. Something happens because one person's story gets entangled with another's, because one person's story is ambivalently linked to another story that occurred before she was born, because the story is the story of how the original story got uncovered, because the time of recall is intention. With the time of original occurrence, because the story that the authorial voice self-narrates is in tension with fictional events that he is narrating, and so forth. As Zizek implies, this is why novels are so often about the hunter and the hunted, the criminal and the detective, or the betrayer and the betrayed, and why more self-conscious novels are often about twins or doubles. But does this really show that every narrative, including every historical narrative, is dialectical rather than differential? Not entirely, though insofar as every plot is composed of conists, it tends indeed to have a dialectical element. But in two respects narrative structure refuses dialectics in the Hegelian sense. First of all, it is not governed by determinate negation, since this would undo contingency. In Hegel's case, the posited originality of the nihil means that nothingness must always move against itself in order to produce something. This requires the entirely implausible view that negation itself does all the work, such that to negate is also automatically to posit in a particular direction. The next stage. Such a perspective could apply only if each thing had only one opposite. For example, if leaving the North Pole meant that I was heading for the South Pole. Of course it does mean this if my voyage is terrestrial. But it does not mean that I will arrive at the latter destination, unless these are the relevant oppositional coordinates which I have programmed into my set nav. However, if I am leaving the North Pole in order to go to sea or to return to Britain, then I am operating with the oppositional coordinates I/C or away/home, which in either case involves also the coordinate north/south. But not that of North Pole/South Pole. Furthermore, my journey might not be terrestrial, in which case I might leave the North Pole by helicopter or space ship and therefore would not be heading for the south at all. In other words, physically negating the North Pole implies of itself no entirely determinate direction, even if it implies one vaguely, such as going south or leaving Earth for the air or the planet for space. In Hegel's case the situation is worse than this, in that the negation of an entire given situation, as it were, leaving our entire universe, seems to generate its own destination, which both is and is not one's starting point. He appears not to face up to the problem of multiple opposites, the truth that anything is the opposite of something else only in one of its respects. Even in geometrical terms, any point of a square, for example, is opposite both to the 2 points to which it is vertically or horizontally related and at the same time to the point to which it can be internally, diagonally related. A fortiori no real physical position is, for example, purely on the left, it is also to the side or west or peripheral, and so forth. This question of plural opposition is the second respect in which narrative structures do not conform to a dialectical logic. In narratological terms, a story, including even the relatively simple structure of the folk tale, is typically composed of a multiple series of overlapping pairs of stories, persons, places, etc., whose ramifications implicitly go on forever, beyond the con-ness of the story itself, as post-structuralism taught. Thus, for example, in Diane Setterfeld's excellent and hyperbolically Gothic novel The 13th Tale, one has a detective plot, which concerns the solving of a mystery concerning an elderly female author, Vita Winter, by the young female heroine. However, this opposition is complicated by a likeness between the two protagonists insofar as both happen to be twins, thereby indicating that their individual stories can be taken as allegories of each other. This suggests the between register of the metaxological, insofar as there is no dialectical synthesis of the two plots, nor a NAL conclusion which would leave the two plots to go their own separate equivocal ways. The allegorical daemon Zion renders it further unclear as to whether the polarity of the two plots is the decisive polarity in the novel, for the mutual echo directs our attention to the geminal opposition internal to both of the plots, in the case of the detecting heroine her haunting by her sister twin, dead at birth, and in the case of the aged authoress her apparently criminal childhood substitution of herself for her own twin, Adeline, an original lie which has doomed her to a career of dazzling but rather vacuation. This, of course, permits us to read the initial plot contrast in further dialectic terms of that between the lost twin on the one hand and the suppressed twin on the other. However, this symmetry is broken by the later revelation that the authoress Vita Winter is not a genuine twin after all, but a third hidden, vagrant usurping child, the result of a rape committed by a mad uncle of the twins, who has not only displaced one twin but also confused their identities, appearing to substitute for Adeline, but in reality substituting for Emmeline, since Emmeline had already murdered Adeline for removing from her proximity her own secret illegitimate child. Emmeline herself is now a lunatic secretly conned by the authoress in a recess of her rambling Yorkshire house. This thirdness violently resolves a play of opposition by introducing the problematic of multiple opposites, and so of deerrance, that partially escapes the dialectical stranglehold. The detecting heroine uncovers this dimension only when she escapes from an obsession with Herschel of doubles and laterally invokes to herself the plot of Jane Eyre, which is not about intrafamilial rivalry but about madness and concealment consequent upon sexual hysteria. To see the truth, the heroine must escape the conness of an incestuous paradigm and recall the exogamous logic which more fundamentally rules the human race. Therefore, more opposite to a twin than her twin is the alien child of an other blood, who is able to exploit pure dialectics by confounding the two oppositions in masquerade. Now it no longer appears that suppressed absence, an absence caused by active suppression, psychoanalytically interpret each other, such that the heroine secretly rejoices in her loss, while the author has secretly preempted the terrible threat of loss of half of oneself contained in the destiny of twinship, as a dialectical reading might be tempted to think. Instead, the heroine, in the face of the loss from the outset of her identical other, is able to infer an alterity and a missing factor beyond the simple play of dual belonging and rivalry. By furthermore seeing herself in the mirror of her detection of the other, she is able nally to escape her duality of loss and to form a sexual relationship with a man, Aurelius, who himself turns out to be Emmeline's lost child, and so is involved in a third basic story, which is that of his search for his mother. Having nally uncovered the famously missing 13th tale of the authoress, which turns out to be the authoress's own true story, the heroine is able to complete her own story as another, more internalized version of the story of Cinderella, as is made explicit, namely the story of the sister threatened by her sisters who escapes into a sexual relationship. So here the dialectical play between two stories is nally subordinated to a third story of the relationship between the opposition of twins on the one hand and the opposition of one bloodline to a totally other bloodline without traceable links on the other, whether in the case of the usurping third child, or in the case of the relationship of the story of the heroine to the story of the hero. The latter opposition is, of course, the sphere of marriage. Hence, the entire novel turns upon the possibility of multiple opposites, even if these must be taken pair by pair, of original narrative and uncovering narrative, which is doubled by the parallel situation of twins within both narratives that intenses a rivalry between detector and detected, of the displacement of the Opposition of the heroine's story to the authoress's story by the opposition of the heroine's story to the hero's story, of the opposition of twin to twin, which is doubled by the opposition of twin in one family to twin in another, of twin to alien intruder, and of familial pairing to exogamous pairing. Even the initial opposition of detecting story to original narrative is doubled by the contrast between the author's shins and what really happened to her, so much so that one is not quite sure whether the true 13th tale is true after all, but merely another shin. Finally, the heroine's own story stands as much in contrast to the fairy-tale story of Cinderella as to the historical stories of the authoress and the hero. And because of this intrusion of sheer deerrance, along with the role of mediating allegory, salvation here does not lie psychoanalytically in the dialectical replay of origins, but rather in the Kierkegaardian reduplication of origin as the contingent arrival of otherness now renewed as a new alterity. This newness, nevertheless, beyond the deerential perspective, connects allegorically, or by non-identical repetition, to the original loss, permitting the heroine at once to end a husband and to be reconciled to her lost twin. In her original otherness, her positive ontological lostness, that always lay alongside the lost twin's parallel identity. Therefore love here arrives as what Richard of St. Victor described as kindi lectio, in the course of his explanation of why a loving God is a three-personed God. The authentic love between two is never an exclusive love, but an encountering or generating ecstasy beyond duality and beyond what is dialectically at play between two poles. Thus Sedereld's novel reveals that thirdness is a purely positive arriving deerrance, rendered possible by the openness of any oppositional pole to a new oppositional tangent, which supplies, as C.S. Peirce saw, a moment of free subjective interpretation which may be the usurpation of masquerade, the author's history, or may equally be the OER of a loving relationship, advancing from deerrance to mediating unity, the comic conclusion of the novel in Expected Marriage. Already, with this analysis, I am trying to suggest how Christian Trinitarian logic has a mediating structure which is not dialectical. The key point here, simply to state things baldly for the present, without argument, is that which lies between two poles is paradoxically extra to those two poles. An irreducibly hypostatic third. In the case of the innate Trinity, this extra is itself indeed the procession of the love that lies between Father and Son, as Augustine put it, yet the arriving externality of this thirdness is still guaranteed by the fact that Father and Son, according to the logic of substantive relation, perfected by Aquinas after Augustine, are in their mutually constitutive relationship only through this additional constitutive relationship to the Holy Spirit, which is not so much their child as the very womb of desire, of truth, in which the Father has originally conceived the word of reason. If, to speak by geometrical analogy, Father and Son are points only because they are the two ends of one line, then this line is a line only because it is the base of a square whose remaining space is the Holy Spirit. In this way, qualifying Richard of St. Victor's perspective with a more fully Augustinian one, the third loved person is present from the outset as the very unishness of desire, within which truth is generated but never interpretively exhausted. In the case of night echoes of the Trinitarian structure, the extra third may be either emergent from duality, like a child or a shared project, or desire, or may alternatively arrive from elsewhere like a third subject. The in night divine unity of person and hypostasized love is thus divided in terms of night participated likenesses. Both narratology and the Trinitarian paradigm therefore suggest how deerrance exceeds dialectics. Running ahead of myself, I have already suggested by invoking Sedereld's novel, Augustine, and Richard of St. Victor. How this can be read metaxologically or paradoxically as the logic of love. But, of course, it can also be read nihilistically, as by Deleuze, Derrida, Lyotard, etc. So as to say that the third is outdoing the dialectical interplay of sameness and deerrance is thereby sheerly indeterminate, as much violent intrusion as OER of a free-loving gift. The later Derrida arbitrarily tempered this in Levinasian terms in favor of the view that the intrusion of deerrance is always the promise of impossible gift, but this still leaves every actual deed within indeterminate ability and moral ambiguity, as he ceaselessly reiterated. But on either reading, dialectics is itself reduced to a moment, to an onto logical regionality. Either analogy or equivocity appears to be more logically and ontologically fundamental. Does this then mean that Hegel's overarching dialectical perspective is clearly a piece of outdated metaphysics? Here I can concede to Zizek that this is not so obviously the case as one might think, because Hegel does not simply conclude to a unifying synthesis. William Desmond's argument with Hegel is that his professed philosophy of love is too one-sidedly erotic and insouciantly agapic, because in the end it suppresses the equivocal in the name of the univocal. This conclusion is quite true to the extent that Hegel reads the non-logic of the coincidence of opposites in terms of contradiction or con-ict in a manner that negatively assumes the absolute primacy of a univocalist logic of identity where A, being A, cannot also be B. If, contradictorily, A is also B, then this contradiction must eventually be worked out to produce a bastard form of self-identical conclusion, which is the notion, or absolute truth. However, Desmond does not succinctly recognize the point that Hegelian dialectics just as much reduces the univocal to equivocation. Here one should split the interpretive deerrance between Desmond and Zizek, in formal terms. Hegel reduces all to unity, but in substantive terms he reduces all to deerrance. Formally he is hypererotic, swallowing the other in desire for the same, but substantively he is hyperagapic, nally rendering the divine as the absolute kenosis of contingent unilateral gift. But this perhaps means that, more fundamentally, Hegel favors equivocation and a Lutheran account of agape. Desmond himself at his best unites eros and agape in the metaxological, but sometimes he seems to tilt the balance toward agape and a Levinasian disinter estate self-giving to the other, with the consequent problem that the metaxo-logical would then reduce to a weak, open dialectic favoring on balance of the equivocal. This is just why I am suggesting that the metaxological must also be conceived as the paradoxical. How is this the case? Crucially, Hegel's ignoring of the problematic of diverse possible opposites applies only to the outworking of the transcendental categories of being and thinking, just as it applies only to the most general logic of the historical process. For Hegel, as Zizek argues, in real historical material reality there is only the occurrence and performance of contingent deerrances, obeying no inexorable dialectical logic whatsoever. Pre-modern human history and philosophical thought hitherto are both nothing but a working through and beyond the inevitable illusion that there is more to reality than merely this contingency. Therefore the end of history means an entering upon human history proper for the rest time, the sheer interplay of purely accidental natural and human forces, albeit within rational structures, for the sustaining of liberty. However, Zizek admits a crucial deerrance between Hegel and post-Hegelian thought, and remains interestingly ambivalent about where his own loyalties here lie. His case is that Hegel was a vanishing mediator who, in bringing metaphysics to a conclusion, also opened up a path beyond the metaphysical. Zizek's modi kation of Heidegger would seem to be that the step beyond Metaphysics is in reality indistinguishable from the niching of metaphysics, and the further outworking of this conclusion. For Zizek, the post-metaphysical means Schelling's positive philosophy. Kierkegaard's supra-rational subjectivism, scientific and sociological positivism, and Marxist materialism, besides psychologism and psychoanalysis which, both, in different ways, tend to refer thought to biological processes. Here a decipherable reigning cosmic reason is displaced either by representation of the sheer givenness of material processes, or by assertion of the excess of personality to impartial reason. It is clear that Zizek himself seeks to articulate a form of Lacanian Marxism which allows for the excess of personality, but NDS space for this within a materialist ontology. If Zizek appeals to Hegel, this is in part because he considers that such a hybrid can only be Hegelian, that only Hegel provides us with something like a materialist philosophy of spirit. This is presumably on account of Hegel's nihilism. If what is original is the nihil, then the only somethings are denied. Material somethings, yet they are shadowed by the work of negativity which eventually resurfaces as a kind of return to itself of contingency that engenders subjective consciousness. I am wildly glossing here, but it is heuristically necessary in order to shine a light through the obscurantist fog which Hegel's gnosis tends logically to generate. As with the philosophy of Alain Badiou, it is the nihilism that must be implied by materialism which also throws up aporias and radical contingencies in which subjectivity can somehow take refuge. But why Zizek's preference for Hegel over Heidegger's nihilistic radicalisation of Schelling's outlook? Why not declare that being itself, as identical with nothing, only is ontically in self-denial of pure being, in a series of positively engendered epochs of being, akin to Schelling's Ages of the World? 1 Pos. Cybele answer would be that Heidegger is in fact himself caught in an oscillation between Schelling and Hegel which may indeed rework Schelling's own oscillation between positivity and dialectics. For Schelling, the historical age of the father, of obscure mythical determination of possibility, is succeeded by the rational age of the son, of logical, limited determinations of the will which remain shadowed by the threat of the eruption of latent virtual possibility now dialectically exposed in its radical indeterminacy. Pure dynamic possibility unleashed on the surface of actuality as inchoate force is, for Schelling, the nature of evil as something positive, not negatively private, as Zizek frequently mentions and endorses. To this age there may eschatologically succeed, for Schelling's Joachite outlook, the age of the spirit, in which the freedom of possibility is radically invoked, but fully determined as self-giving love. The play between possibility and actuality here is essentially a dialectical play, as with Hegel, except that the entire content, including the formal content, of the actual is provided by an act of positive willing which is eventually fully released as the work of the spirit. Here the nally resultant positive equivocity is directly traced back to a willing divine source which therefore has to remain actual and existential. It is for this reason that Schelling was genuinely theistic, where Hegel arguably was not. For the elder and outliving scion of the Tübinger Stift, the three human historical ages were grounded in a real transcendent divine metahistory, through which concept Schelling interestingly attempted to give a Trinitarian gloss to theology as metaphysics. For this metahistorical scheme, the Holy Spirit is the eternal future synthesis through positive freedom of the open being of the paternal past, which is also the principle of particularity. An ego identity, the source of an outgoing, personal, present principle of leal love, which nonetheless rationally and legally contracts original being. and posits being as other to itself, since all conscious personality must, ac. According to Schelling, restrictively dne itself as other than that of which it is conscious. The Holy Spirit exceeds the character of a Hegelian logical principle. For Schelling, because it is the NAL personal expression of a positive and contingent energy that represents the divine essence of traditional Trinitarian theology, a fourth not subsumable by the play of negations between the three persons, as with Hegel. It was this energetic pre-personal account of the divine essence which was reworked in later Russian theology in terms of the biblical Gur of Sophia. Heidegger, of course, was much more obviously atheistic than Hegel. But just for this reason, one could argue that the ontology of Senuendizide is in reality more negatively dialectical than one might imagine. The ontic ages are here not willed, and onticity itself results automatically from the necessary self-negation of being, which is identical with nothing if it is to be at all. This simply is Hegel's logic. Moreover, Heidegger also repeats Hegel's conclusion that, since the night, now the ontic, as Heidegger realizes, to his credit, both is and is not, and exists only in becoming, then being is in fact time. I am tempted to note here, with Chestertonian impancy, that all the most famous Teutonic professors are indeed in reality Thomas Carlyle's Teufelsdrosch, telling us that there is but the passing parade of phenomenal garbs of fashion. The emperor has only clothes. Moreover, for Heidegger, history unfolds through the play of the necessary self-concealment of the ontological in the ontic, moving toward a NAL unconcealment of the ontological in Dasein as heralded by his own philosophy. The logic here is impeccably dialectical. On the other hand, Heidegger wishes to speak of his eschatological epoch in much more vatically disclosive terms than Hegel. Being is shown not in the rational organization of the everyday, but in the poetic apprehension of craft and cosmos, which does not so much identify nothingness with contingency, as deploy the typical circumstances of human culture to point back to the inexhaustible mystery of nothingness as being. For this reason, the later Heidegger speaks more and more like Schelling, and eventually speaks of the last God, implying after all that a certain blind will was always at work in positively establishing every ontic epoch. But this same oscillation between dialectics and positivity, between Hegel and Schelling, is also found in Zizek. Is it that he thinks Hegel logically points toward Schelling, or that Schellingian insights can be pulled back within a Hegelian framework? A bit of both, perhaps, but perhaps more emphatically the latter. Yet what is really at issue here? Perhaps what matters to Zizek is that, compared with Schelling, and even with Heidegger, Hegel points toward a more consistent nihilistic materialism, since he dispenses with all voluntarism and vitalism. If, for Hegel, both thought and reality really begin with nothing, then it is this very atheism which requires the dialectical principle of determinate negation. Hegel explicitly radicalizes the Christian creatio ex nihilo by God into a spontaneous generation of something from nothing, in opposition both to the traditional metaphysical principle ex nihilo nihil te and to the literal Christian understanding of creation out of nothing, which does not contradict this principle but rather, hyperbolically con-rms it by claiming that an in-night actuality can radically originate the night, without any pre-existing night principle, such as the Greek hyle, unformed matter. If, however, something really comes from nothing alone, then this can only be because nothingness negates itself and therefore a self-negation, without positive supplement, determines the entire way in which things are. This general principle is then repeated by Hegel for Every stage of the logic of reality. T. So one reason for Zizek's insistence upon Hegel's more metaphysical edition of modernity would seem to be that negative dialectics is the tone of a more rigorous atheism. Equally, however, Zizek would appear to argue that it is the upshot of this dialectics which alone guarantees that any positivity that exists is the sheerly night contingent in its actuality, without any subservience to an élan vital, crowned virtuality, or mysteriously divine sen. There is some resemblance here to both Badiou and François Lerouil's also somewhat Hegelian search for a materialism of the purely actual, that does not posit a kind of deity in the form of a transcendent force of possibility or virtuality. But it is exactly at this juncture that I need to make the all-important point. That atheism is stuck with just as many metaphysical dilemmas as is theology. The traditional theology of transcendence, and, indeed, with remarkably similar dilemmas. On the one hand, a strictly atheistic perspective might wish to dispense with all tincture of vitalism, all suggestions of a primordially force. Full reality, however impersonal. Here the Hegelian nihilistic idea of an original negativity, the heart of his thought, as Zizek notes that Chesterton noted. With his usual blue precision, indeed OERS the prospect of a more relentless godlessness. Yet it is not an accident, as Zizek well realizes, that Hegel had to present his atheism in such a Christian metaphysical disguise that it remains unapparent to most readers. For if negativity is the driving force of reality, then a process of formally inevitable unfolding through the strictures of negative logic must also prevail, this being the factor that Zizek tends to play down. And worse, the problem of multiple possible opposites at any given strategic logical juncture has to be dogmatically overridden. It is here not good enough to say, with Zizek, that sheer